Chapter 4486. After some hesitation, Yixian could only sigh and shake his head. He decided not to think about it for the time being. He decided to search the remnant soul of Blood Sea Master first. Xiu. With a sway of his body, a weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yixian circled around the source star that nurtured his strongest clone and confirmed that everything was the same as before. There was no abnormality. After that, he heaved a sigh of relief and directly flashed forward at full speed. In just a short period of half a day, he saw an abandoned star in the void of the universe ahead. Without hesitation, he entered the core of the star and sat down cross-legged. He started the soul search immediately, and the results were out. Within the remnant soul of Blood Sea Master, there was indeed everything that Yixian wanted. On the one hand, it was related to the universe masters from other intermediate supreme forbidden lands. They had already set their eyes on him and formed an alliance within their small circle. Blood Sea Master wasn't originally a member of this small circle, but because he was alone, he was determined by the close to 10 universe masters in the small circle to be the target of the attack of the ferocious ape. Therefore, those fellows informed the Lord of the Blood Sea of this matter, which could be considered as roping him in. They also gave him a promise that if the Lord of the Blood Sea of meritorious service in this matter, they would obtain a powerful secret technique that could raise one's cultivation base after the ferocious ape was ambushed. He would have a share. The Lord of the Blood Sea had indeed sent out the message at the first possible moment. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Yixian's strength and ended up being killed. After he was killed, his remnant soul was searched by Yixian, and all the universe masters in the small circle were completely exposed to Yixian. His remnant soul had detailed information about which supreme forbidden lands these universe masters came from, what their power levels were, and what the basic situation of the supreme forbidden lands were. Besides, as a powerful universe master, Blood Sea Master had a much better understanding of all the supreme forbidden lands and supreme starfields surrounding the two sides of Milky Way starfield. Yixian couldn't compare to him. Now all of this was seen through by Yixian. To him this was definitely a big gain. The information he obtained was very important for his next move. In addition, through the remnant soul of the Lord of the Blood Sea, Yixian had another great harvest. The Lord of the Blood Sea had transformed into a sea of blood, and any changes could be as small as a drop of blood when it was small, and as large as a star field when it was large. The profound mysteries of the secret technique. For all of this, the remnant souls in the sea of blood had detailed information. After Yixian copied it, he directly threw it to the devouring system in his body, and immediately had the system use it with his own 9 transformations Devil Ape Bloodline secret technique. Combine and deduce. After completing all of this, Yixian let out a long breath and sank his mind into it. He pushed the terrifying divine sense of a universe master to the limit and cooperated with the deduction. With the help of Yixian's powerful spirit, it only took 2 days for everything to be completed. Yixian had already comprehended the bloodline technique of the 9 demon ape transformation, and after combining it with Blood Sea Master's Blood Sea technique, it finally reached perfection. Yixian had been unhappy with the fact that he couldn't control the size of his body when he was in the bloodline technique state. But it was completely solved. He decided to try it out immediately. Xiu. A faint sound of air breaking was heard. With excitement in his heart, Yixian rushed out of the abandoned star and into the universe void space outside. At this moment, he was in the state of activating the bloodline technique of the 9 demon ape transformation, but he hadn't activated it yet. His body was 30 meters tall, and his power was at the 5th level of Universe Knight. 9 demon ape transformation. 9 demon ape transformation. Almost at the next moment, a roar was heard, and a huge explosion was heard from within the body of the space raging ape. Within a breath's time, his body had completely expanded, and his speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The power in his body was surging like a roaring river, and his limbs and bones were surging with endless ferocity. Unknowingly, there was an unimaginably majestic and terrifying aura. Within half a breath's time, the raging ape's originally 30 meters tall body had expanded to 30 billion meters tall at an extremely fast speed, which was 60 million miles tall. Besides, as his body expanded, the aura of the raging ape's cultivation rose at the same time. From a 6th level Universe Knight previously, It had become a 6th-level universe master in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, with a thought from Yi Xian, his terrifying figure, which was originally 60 million kilometers long, instantly shrank until it was about 3 meters tall. Only then did it stop. In fact, this wasn't the limit. If Yi Xian wanted to, he could even shrink to the size of a drop of blood. However, although his body had changed so much at this moment, he was only 30 meters tall, and the aura of the space-raging ape was still that of a 6th-level universe master. It didn't fall because of the shrinking of his body. However, under the terrifying size of his 60 million miles tall body, the level 1 combat power that was boosted by the endless and majestic aura had disappeared. However, this didn't matter at all. In comparison, Yi Xian felt that the convenience brought about by his current body size was more practical and substantial. Overjoyed, he immediately changed his mind again. This time it was to enlarge. Within a breath's time, his body had shrunk to a height of 30 meters. In an instant, he expanded at an extremely fast speed. He didn't stop even when he was 60 million miles tall. It was only when he expanded to an area of several billion miles, like a small star sector, that Yi Xian changed his mind. When he changed his mind, he stopped. However, this still wasn't the limit. If he wanted to, he could continue to expand until he was comparable to a large star sector. In this way, although he couldn't compare to the size of the complete void tortoise, there wasn't much of a difference. This isn't the limit of the bloodline power that has reached the perfect state. There are other changes. As Yi Xian murmured softly, with a change of mind, his terrifying body, which had a radius of several billion miles, changed again in an instant. This time Yi Xian changed his own form. From a terrifyingly large space-raging ape, he changed into a vast and boundless sea of blood. Immediately after, with another change of mind, this vast sea of blood, which was like a small star sector, instantly shrank at an extremely fast speed. It only stopped when it was reduced to a tiny drop of crimson blood. This was truly a myriad of changes. To Yi Xian, this was simply too significant. In the future, if it was necessary, he could change his body size at will. He could even directly evolve into a crimson sea of blood of the same size as he wanted. This was simply a great contribution to concealing his origin and background. Chapter 4487. That's not right. The Blood Sea technique obtained from the remnant soul of Blood Sea Master is not complete. Suddenly, Yi Xian had a flash of inspiration. After pondering for a while, he immediately frowned. After all, what was left behind was only a remnant soul. Or perhaps, even the master of the Blood Sea himself hasn't fully comprehended the Blood Sea secret technique. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle would have been different. At this point, Yi Xian could not help but feel a chill run down his spine, and a sense of relief welled up in his heart. If there were no surprises, the truth should be the latter. In other words, the Lord of the Blood Sea himself hadn't comprehended the Blood Sea secret technique to the extreme. During the previous battle, Blood Sea Master had been severely injured by Yi Xian, and after his power had dropped to 4th-level Universe Master, he had transformed the entire vast Blood Sea into 5 blood-red shadows. Afterward, these 5 blood-red shadows had all been destroyed by Yi Xian one by one. At that time, Yi Xian had not thought much about it, as the 5 blood-red shadows had all been trapped by his Shun Nong 9-colored flame. They had been separated from one another, so there was no way for them to form an encirclement. Under such circumstances, even if there were 50 of them, it would be meaningless, let alone 5. They would all be destroyed by Yi Xian one by one, but now that he thought about it, Yi Xian suddenly realized that the 5 blood-colored demonic shadows were all at the 4th level of the Universe Master level. In other words, this kind of Blood Sea secret technique could create an avatar, and the avatar's combat power wouldn't be weaker than his own. This was already extremely frightening. Although the number of Blood Sea bodies created by this technique could not be too many, otherwise, it would be practically invincible. For example, the Lord of the Blood Sea had only created 5 clones back then, including one of his original bodies. However, even if there were only 5 bodies, if Yi Xian had not used Shun Nong 9-colored flame to trap them separately but had gathered them together, and their power had not dropped from before then, the situation that Yi Xian had faced at that time was that he had been besieged by 5 6th-level Universe Masters. If that had been the case, the final outcome of this battle was obvious. This was also why Yi Xian still felt a sense of lingering fear when he thought about it now. Fortunately, The Lord of the Blood Sea did not use this secret technique in the beginning. This was probably because he had underestimated his opponent. On the other hand, it was because he had not fully comprehended the power of the Blood Sea secret technique. When he used it, there would be some problems. There would be a slight price to pay. Thus, he had not performed it at the very beginning. Instead, it was like a life-saving technique, and he had only performed it at the very last moment when he had to put his life on the line. No wonder Blood Sea Master, who is all alone and poses a certain threat, has been hibernating in the forbidden land of Blood Sea all this while. The universe masters in the surrounding forbidden lands have not attacked him. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian finally understood the reason and could not help but sigh. It seems that this level of power of the Blood Sea technique is known by all the universe masters in the surrounding forbidden lands, and they are quite fearful of it. That is why they have not attacked him. After saying this, Yi Xian did not say anything else. With a flash of his body, he transformed into the Blood Sea again. Shortly after, from 3 different directions of this vast Blood Sea, 3 gigantic figures rose from the Blood Sea. These were the 3 demon bodies of the ancient demon ape. One was a body of flesh and blood, which was the space-raging ape. The other was a skeleton body without any flesh and blood. It was merely a purplish-gold skeleton that exuded an endless amount of ferocious aura. It was extremely ferocious. The other was a body of black fog. Although it was also in the form of a raging ape, its body was covered in black fog. Even its pair of eyes were merely 2 rays of purple light. It was extremely eerie. These 3 demon bodies in the complete form of the ancient demon ape were a trinity, and their backs seemed to be glued together. However, although Yi Xian had made use of the Blood Sea technique to divide the 3 demon bodies of the ancient demon ape into 3 bodies of the Blood Sea, the cultivation level of these 3 bodies had all dropped to that of a 3rd-level universe master. Now, he was in the state of the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of demon ape. If this experiment was successful, these 3 demon ape bodies should all have the cultivation level of a 6th-level universe master. Splitting one into 3 without any change in cultivation level was akin to suddenly having 2 more copies of himself, and they could join forces with the original body to fight against the enemy. This way, the level of power of the Blood Sea technique was meaningful, and it was so significant that it was shocking. But now, although he had completed the process of splitting one into 3, including the original body, the cultivation level of the 3 bodies had all dropped to that of a 3rd-level universe master. This was meaningless. Not only was it meaningless, but it was also asking for trouble. Just as I expected, Blood Sea Master didn't deduce this level of power of the Blood Sea technique to the extreme. Even when I merged it into the bloodline technique of the 9 changes of demon ape, the fusion wasn't perfect and comprehensive. After a test, Yi Xian was finally sure of everything. As he murmured to himself, he was instantly freed from this state. The 3 demon bodies that had just been divided merged into one, and then they merged into the Blood Sea. Finally, the Blood Sea shook and disappeared, and the body of the space-raging ape appeared. It was about 3 feet tall, and the aura emanating from its body returned to that of a 6th-level universe master. Even Blood Sea Master himself hasn't fully comprehended this level of power of the Blood Sea technique, said Yi Xian. Hence, the relevant information and profound meanings obtained from his remnant soul are meaningless. I can only rely on myself to deduce it bit by bit. At this point, Yi Xian's face showed a hint of helplessness. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. This isn't as simple as simply merging the profound meanings he comprehended with the bloodline technique of the 9 changes of demon ape. It requires a lot of time. And now, the devouring system in my body is still trying to deduce the perfect formula of the level 27 treasure pill. This matter can't be delayed for too long. After all, I already have 4 drops of Universe Master Blood Essence that are used to make the level 27 treasure pill. At this point, Yi Xian sighed faintly. It seems that I can only wait for the perfect formula of the level 27 treasure pill to be deduced before I deal with this matter. As for now, at this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a dark light, and an incomparably cold murderous aura burst out from his body. Even the soft mutterings in his mouth revealed an endless chill. Those universe masters still want to hunt down this star master. This is simply too much. This is unforgivable. Previously it was fine if I didn't know, but now that I know about this matter, I even know the origins and details of all the participants. Then it's time for this Star Lord to launch a counterattack. Chapter 4488. From the remnant soul of Blood Sea Master, Luo Feng had found that there were a total of 11 universe masters who had set their eyes on the ferocious ape. They had secretly formed an alliance and had roughly discussed the distribution of benefits after the ferocious ape was captured. Of course, what they were most interested in was Bao Yuan's bloodline technique, which could forcibly increase one's level of cultivation in a short period of time. Other than that, there was also the secret behind Bao Yuan's rapid increase in power. According to the agreement of these 11 fellows, after Bao Yuan was captured, the 11 universe masters, as long as they contributed, would be able to share these secrets. And this was under the circumstance that they didn't even know that Bao Yuan had a large number of treasures, such as Shenong Cauldron. If they had known, the distribution of benefits wouldn't have been so simple. However, among these 11 universe masters, Blood Sea Master had already been annihilated, so there were only 10 left. Of these 10 universe masters, 4 were from 3 senior forbidden lands, and they had more than one universe supreme backing them up. Yixian didn't intend to provoke them for now. He would keep them in mind first. As for the other 6 universe masters, they were all from intermediate forbidden lands. Although they were more or less acquainted with 1 or 2 universe supreme masters, since they weren't subordinates, Yixian wouldn't consider them at all. He decided to take turns visiting these 6 universe masters. If he could find a chance to kill them, that would be the best, but if he couldn't kill them, he would at least go to their base camp and make a scene to express his attitude. He, Bao Yuan, wasn't someone to be trifled with. If he had any ill intentions, he'd better think twice. Measure. Of course, among the 4 universe masters, the first 2 he visited were already listed by Yixian as targets that he had to kill. He already had 3 pieces of blood essence of universe masters. Refining a level 27 supreme treasure pill required at least 5 pieces of blood essence of universe masters, and now he only had 2 pieces left. These 2 pills could only be obtained from the first 2 targets. This was because the first target had a higher chance of successfully killing them if they were caught off guard. And later on, because there were already people in trouble, they would all be on high alert. By then it would be impossible to successfully kill them. Yixian's first target was a space rat. The strength of this space rat was also extraordinary. It had already reached the 5th level of the universe master. Even the current Yixian, under the 9th transformation of the demonic ape, had a 6th level battle prowess. In addition to Pang Da's terrifying fleshly body that was 60 million kilometers long. Plus, killing it, there was a possibility of accidents happening, and there was a possibility that it could escape in the end. Xiao! A sharp piercing sound rang out as Yixian's figure transformed into a ray of light that shot out like lightning. In an instant, he charged into an intermediate level forbidden area. Originally, there were 2 universe masters guarding this place, but the other one had gone out not long ago for some reason, so the only one guarding this intermediate starry sky forbidden land was that 5th-tier space rat. Li! Almost as soon as Yixian's figure charged into the forbidden area of space, the space weasel discovered him. There was an earth-shattering roar, and then a body rushed out from a giant star of ferocious beasts. It looked like a rat and a wolf. It looked a little weird, but its body was 30 million feet long, and the power it exuded was no joke. It was definitely a level 5 universe master. Yixian kept his body at 30 feet tall. He activated the bloodline in his body and turned into a space-raging ape. His power was at level 6 universe master. The reason why Yixian didn't directly enter the 9th transformation and shrink his body to a size of around 3 meters to launch a sneak attack was because Yixian didn't want to easily expose this ability. Only at critical moments in the future would he be able to achieve the best effect. Right now, seeing that the main character had already appeared and was definitely the same as the Lord of the Blood Sea back then, Yixian didn't hold back anymore. He raised his head and roared. 9 transformations of the demonic ape. 9th transformation. The next moment there was a loud roar, and there was a huge explosion in the space-raging ape's body. Within a breath, its body had completely expanded, and its speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The power in its body was rolling like a roaring river, and its limbs and bones were surging with endless ferocity. Unknowingly, there was an unimaginably majestic and terrifying power spreading out within half a breath. The raging ape's body, which was originally 30 feet tall, expanded to 30 billion feet at an extremely fast speed, which was 60 million miles long. Besides, as its body expanded, the power of the raging ape's cultivation rose at the same time. It went from level 6 Universe Knight to level 6 Universe Master in the blink of an eye. You're just a space rat, yet you can cultivate to such a level, said Yixian. You have the power of a pinnacle middle stage Universe Master. That's rare and commendable. However, today you can't escape death. Hong! Bao Yuan's divine sense voice came out of his mouth. In the next instant before he finished speaking, his shoulders shook, and his figure had already rushed out. His speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. In the blink of an eye, he was already beside the space weasel. Xiu! At the same time, a 9-colored flame rushed out of Yixian's body. The flame swelled with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it had already transformed into a boundless sea of flames with 9 colors. It surrounded the space rat from all directions, and directly cut off its escape route. Since the sea of fire has appeared, there's no more suspense about your death. As the 9-colored sea of fire formed and surrounded the space rat, Yixian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally settled down. This was a mid-stage universe lord at the 5th step. Adding on the fact that he was already well aware of Yixian's terrifying battle prowess, if he was on guard, even if Yixian could catch up to him, it would still take him a certain amount of time. The key was that he didn't have that time now. More powerful universe masters could come at any time. He had to kill the enemy as soon as possible. The next moment, the raging ape rushed toward the space trapped in the sea of fire and punched. Pung! There was no suspense in what happened next. A huge explosion rang out from the void. The space rat didn't even have the chance to cry out before its huge body exploded with a loud bang. In the blink of an eye, its huge and terrifying body exploded into a brilliant mist of blood and spread out. Xiu! After everything was over, the raging ape waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic, formless force rolled out of his body and covered an area of 10 million miles. Chapter 4489. For now, Yixian's heart was instantly filled with incomparable joy, as he rushed out of the intermediate level forbidden area guarded by the space rat. This was the blood essence of Universe Lord that could only be condensed from the flesh and blood of Universe Masters. Every single one of them was extremely precious. And now, Yixian had unknowingly obtained 4 of them. He was only 1 more away from the minimum requirement of 5 to create a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. Every time he thought of this, he immediately felt a sense of relief in his heart. With Yixian's current level of cultivation, killing a Universe Master was a piece of cake. He didn't have to worry about level 27 Supreme Treasure Pills anymore. However, when he thought of the level 28 Almighty Pellet, a bitter smile appeared on his face again, revealing a deep sense of helplessness. Fortunately, there were only 2 types of treasure pills after the level 27 treasure pill. Level 28 was for breaking through to the primordial great being. Level 29 was for breaking through to the primordial great being. Maybe there was still the so-called level 30 supreme treasure pill, which was for breaking through to the level of the headless infant corpse and the primeval heaven's eye. But even if he counted the level 30 supreme treasure pills, there were only 3 types of supreme pills to be condensed after level 27 supreme treasure pills. No matter how difficult it was, the end of this path of cultivation wouldn't be too far away. 4 drops of blood essence of Universe Lord now. I'm only 1 away from being able to create a level 27 Universe Lord treasure pill. It seems like it's time for me to quickly improve my level of cultivation. As Yixian muttered to himself, he didn't hesitate anymore. He directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body. This time he locked onto the jump coordinates near the source nest star that nurtured his strongest body. Xiu! A faint sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the figure of the violent ape appeared. After turning its head to identify the direction, it instantly turned into a flash of light and blasted toward the abandoned star where it broke through last time. After a short while, Yixian arrived at his destination. With a flash of his body, he rushed directly into the core of the star. At the same time, in the intermediate supreme forbidden area where the space rat was guarding, less than 2 hours after Yixian left, several figures of different sizes, but their entire bodies were shrouded in a layer of fog, shot over one after another from different directions around the forbidden area. These few universe masters were the ones who had their eyes on Yi Xian's small circle. The few people who were rushing over were the ones who were the closest to them. The moment they arrived, the few universe masters didn't hesitate at all. They plunged headfirst into this intermediate supreme forbidden area and started a comprehensive search. As powerful universe masters, they wouldn't have bothered with such trivial matters. However, they had a common goal, which was to obtain the bloodline god art of 9 devil ape transformation, which was in Yi Xian's hands. Out of greed, these few powerful universe masters rushed over as soon as they received the news from the space rat. However, they were still one step too late. After all, the distance was too far. By the time they arrived, Yi Xian had already left. At this moment, after a round of investigation, they found no clues. They couldn't even find a trace of the ferocious space rat ape's whereabouts. This result made the few universe masters feel very frustrated. After a short moment of silence, a series of low godly consciousness voices were heard one after another. D***. He actually succeeded again. This time, this violent ape didn't even search the space rat's lair, and all the treasures and cultivation resources were left untouched. From this, it seems that he's already become vigilant, and after he succeeded, he fled at the first possible moment. It seems that he already knows about the existence of our little circle. D***. It must be Blood Ocean Master who leaked the news. That D*** idiot. We shouldn't have pulled him into our group. What should we do now? The ferocious ape is already on guard. If we want to scheme against him again, I'm afraid it will be even more difficult. Don't be discouraged. He will definitely strike again. No matter what the ferocious ape's motive is before this, whether it is undying emperors or universe knights, he has already killed more than 10 universe knights. And now he has only killed 4 universe masters. We still have at least 6 more chances. At the same time, in the core of the abandoned star where Yi Xian was cultivating in seclusion, xiu, 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 along with the sound of air breaking, streaks of light shot out and hovered in front of Yi Xian. These were all the training resources that Yi Xian had taken out from the undying world within his body, including the 9-colored godly medicine and a large amount of other training resources, such as the all-evil origin liquid. They were all top-tier items, and they emitted a powerful aura that dazzled people. After doing all this, he activated the domain power of the Shen-known cauldron, and compressed all the training resources to the size of an infant's fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed them into his stomach. A new round of breakthroughs began at this moment. Hualala. In the next instant, the earth-shattering sound of chains rang out from within Yi Xian's body. This time there was only one shackle in his body, which was to be expected. Everything that followed was a walk in the park. Yi Xian activated the energy river that had just formed within his body, and began to circulate great circulatory cycles in all the meridians within his body, accumulating energy. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. When all the energy had been refined, it only took one hit for the shackles that had appeared within his body to break apart. As the shackles completely broke apart, the anticipated system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next level of the ancient cave void technique. Current level. Level 6 Universe Knight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next level of the fleshly body. Current level. Level 6 Universe Knight. Level 6 Universe Knight. This breakthrough had undoubtedly increased Yi Xian's combat power by a large margin. After the previous breakthrough, his original body strength had been at level 5 Universe Knight. Once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could instantly reach level 6 Universe Knight. If he used the 9 changes of the demonic ape again and reached level 9, his combat power would immediately soar to level 6 Universe Knight. But now, after activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, Yi Xian would instantly possess the strength of a level 7 Universe Knight. This was already the late stage of this realm, and if he used the bloodline power of the 9 changes of the demonic ape again, he would directly enter level 7 Universe Knight. His pinnacle battle power would reach the level of a 7th stage Universe Master, which was also the level of the late stage Universe Master. If he were to include the terrifying power of blood essence within his body, which was 60 million miles long, he would reach the level of an 8th-stage universe master. It could be said that the peak combat power that Yi Xian could achieve now was enough to ensure that he would be unscathed in a head-on battle with a level 9 universe knight who was a half-step supreme knight. Although it was highly likely that he would not be able to defeat his opponent, at least he would have nothing to fear. Chapter 4490. After a long time he calmed down and stood up. He stepped out of the mouth of the Shenong cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Then he waved his hand and put the cauldron into his body. I'm already at the 7th level of the Aeon Lord realm, and my battle prowess is comparable to that of an 8th level Aeon Lord. Now, it's time for me to obtain the last drop of Aeon Lord blood essence needed to refine a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. With a cold gleam in his eyes, he didn't hesitate anymore. After he rushed out of the core of the abandoned star, he immediately accelerated. He rushed toward the supreme forbidden area surrounding the Milky Way star field in the distance. This was clearly the rhythm of changing places after every shot. To Yi Xian, the next target was of utmost importance. He already had 4 drops of Eternity Lord blood essence in his hands. If he could successfully kill the next target, then he would have 5 drops of Eternity Lord blood essence in his hands. That way, he would meet the minimum requirement of Eternity Lord blood essence needed to make a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. At the same time, this hunt compared to the previous ones was likely to have the most variables. Previously, when he was hunting Blood Ocean Master, the 10 Universe Masters in the small circle who had their eyes on Yi Xian weren't sure if Yi Xian already knew about their existence. At most, they were just suspicious. But this time, after Yi Xian successfully killed the Space Weasel, the 9 Universe Masters in the small circle would definitely be sure that Yi Xian knew about their existence. Under such circumstances, they would definitely be more vigilant, and the next hunt would be more difficult than the previous one. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had no choice. He already had 4 drops of Eternity Lord blood essence in his hands. With one more, he would be considered to have completed his initial goal. Only then could he calm down and lie low for a while to find a place to deduce the perfect formula for a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. No matter what, this hunt must succeed. Yi Xian subconsciously clenched his fists. He maintained the activation of the Devil Ape bloodline in his body, and transformed into the form of a 30-meter-tall starry sky berserk ape. He shot towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. This time his target was a Spacebug tribe member. Of the 9 Universe Masters in the small circle that had already targeted Yi Xian, there was only one from the Spacebug race. As Yi Xian fought more and more with this small circle, this Eternity Lord insectoid made Yi Xian feel more and more uneasy. The Spacebug race was very special. Basically, all of them had unique biological frequencies. When Yi Xian was in the state of activating the perfect oscillation secret technique, ordinary human experts in space beasts would have a hard time discovering his existence. However, the space insectoids, whose cultivation was on par with Yi Xian, were not included in this list. It could be said that if Yi Xian had not directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body after killing the Lord of the Blood Sea and the Space Weasel, he would have left without leaving a trace. Then, with the existence of this Eternity Lord insectoid, it was very likely that they would be able to find some clues after a careful search and pursuit. From there, they would be able to locate Yi Xian's whereabouts. In fact, in addition to the unique biological frequencies with different powers that were all extremely strange and could be said to be impossible to guard against, the Spacebug race also had different bloodlines, which gave them all kinds of special bloodline abilities and abilities. If in the midst of a battle, the moment these mysterious abilities were suddenly activated, the threat that they would pose to Yi Xian was absolutely not to be underestimated. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Yi Xian had decided to target this Eternity Lord insectoid. According to the information obtained from the remnant soul of the Lord of the Blood Sea, the power of this Spacebug race was at the 6th level Universe Master level, which was the same as the Space Weasel that Yi Xian had previously killed. However, even though they had yet to meet face to face, Yi Xian was already mentally prepared. He had long since realized that this 6th level Eternity Lord insectoid would not be as easy to deal with as the Space Weasel. Unfortunately, other than this 6th level insectoid, the other 8 Universe Masters in this small circle were all beings at the 7th level or above. Even with Yi Xian's current power, it would be slightly difficult for him to hunt them down. At least, it would not be easier than killing this 6th-level insectoid. Therefore, he had no choice but to set his eyes on this 6th-level insectoid. The only thing that comforted Yixian was that in the intermediate supreme forbidden area where this 6th-level insectoid resided, he was also the only universe master. However, there were quite a number of universe knights below the level of universe master. A total of 8 of them. In fact, even now, universe knights were still the targets of Yixian's hunting, because the blood essence of universe knights could be used to refine a level 26 Eternity Lord treasure pill. Although Yixian still had 12 Eternity Lord treasure pills in his possession, which was enough for the time being, but this was a top-grade universe master level treasure pill. Who would complain about having too many top-grade treasure pills? Besides, other than using them to refine a level 26 Eternity Lord treasure pill, Yixian could also use the blood essence of universe knights as top-grade cultivation resources. After swallowing them, they could be used to achieve breakthroughs in one's cultivation level. Therefore, as long as there was a chance, he would still hunt down universe knights without hesitation if he encountered one. However, in fact, in the previous 2 hunts, although he had obtained 2 Eternity Lord blood essences, he had not obtained any universe knight blood essences. There were no universe knights on Blood Sea Master's side at all. The entire forbidden area of Blood Sea was empty, and he was the only one who was alone. As for the supreme forbidden area where the Space Weasel resided, although there were 4 universe knights, there was simply no time for Yixian to make a move on this universe knight, so he could only wring his hands and give up. This time his target was the same. Although there were as many as 8 universe knights in the intermediate supreme forbidden area where this 6th grade bug clan member resided, to Yixian, they were completely meaningless. His only goal was to successfully kill this 6th grade bug clan member, then take advantage of the fact that the other 8 universe lords in the small circle had yet to arrive to quickly escape as far as he could. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The intermediate supreme forbidden area where this 6th grade bug clan member resided was located in the far right side of the border area of Milky Way star field. Currently, Yixian had yet to enter the state of the 9th transformation, so his speed was not at its peak, and it took him half a month to arrive. This was what it should be. The reason for this was that Yixian did it on purpose. After all, the longer he delayed, the lower the possibility of encountering variables. Xiu. Chapter 4491. Xiu. Not long after, a 6th-level Undying level beast rushed out of the forbidden land in front of him. It transformed into a beam of light and shot toward the left. Almost as soon as his figure appeared, Yixian had already set his eyes on this forbidden area's fierce beast. However, he didn't immediately make a move and continued to lie dormant. After all, it was only an ordinary Undying level beast. With Yixian's speed, he could easily catch up with it even if he ran for another 10 days or half a month. After half a day, there was no longer any movement at the edge of the forbidden area. Only then did Yixian relax. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed as he chased after the fierce beast from the forbidden area. In less than half an incense stick of time, at the end of the void in front of him, the figure of the fierce beast of the forbidden area appeared. As if sensing something, he subconsciously turned his head to look. When the figure of the starry sky ferocious ape entered its line of sight and concealed a powerful aura that was thick and boundless like the sky, the expression of the ferocious beast in the forbidden grounds changed greatly. It raised its head and roared before turning around and fleeing towards the right. Speed was much faster than before. It had improved tremendously. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of his cultivation base, no matter how much his speed increased, it was completely meaningless to Yixian. Even if the cultivation base he displayed right now was only at the 6th level of the universe sovereign realm. Hung! With just one punch, the ferocious beast of the forbidden land turned into a cloud of blood mist and dispersed. This was only an ordinary Undying level beast. At Yixian's current level, he couldn't even be bothered to collect the blood and flesh of the Undying level beast. Xiu! With a thought, an invisible force shot out and pulled out a wisp of soul from the blood and flesh of the Undying level beast. He immediately started to search the soul. The final result made Yixian feel completely relieved. The space bug with the power of a 6th level universe master was indeed in the forbidden land in front of him. Besides, the other 8 universe knight level beasts in the forbidden land were also there. However, other than that, there were no other abnormalities in the Forbidden Land. Of course, there could be abnormalities or even ambushes. However, the level of this Forbidden Land beast was too low, so it wasn't qualified to know. After all, Yi Xian's target was the master of the universe, the strongest person in this forbidden area. As for the beast that he had searched the soul of, it was only an ordinary undying beast. The difference in level between the two was too great. However, Yi Xian had no other choice. Hesitation was not his style. After pondering for a while, he quickly turned around, transformed into a ray of light, and shot towards the direction he came from. After about half an incense stick of time, the edge of the intermediate supreme forbidden area once again appeared in front of him. Yi Xian dove in. Howl. 9 changes of demon ape. 9th change. As soon as he charged into this forbidden area, Yi Xian directly shot towards the right. At the same time, a roar came from his mouth, and a huge explosion sounded out from the starry sky berserk ape's body. In the blink of an eye, its body, which was originally only 30 meters tall, grew in size in less than a breath's time. His speed was swift to the point it caused one's hair to stand on end, while the energy within his body surged like a roaring river. His limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity, while an unimaginably powerful and terrifying aura effused out from within him. At the same time, the aura of cultivation exuded from the body of Raging Ape soared rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Raging Ape had soared from a level 7 Universe Knight to a level 7 Universe Master. 7th level Universe Master. This was a late-stage Universe Master. In the blink of an eye, as the terrifying pressure of a late Eternity Lord spread out and enveloped the entire vast forbidden area, countless cries rang out from the various great beast stars in the distance, as if responding to the pressure. Almost subconsciously, all the beasts in the Forbidden Land crouched on the ground, not daring to move at all. Even the 8 Universe Knight level ferocious beasts had retreated to the depths of their caves and lairs, trembling in fear. In front of a powerful late-stage Eternity Lord, they didn't even dare to think about fleeing. Not to mention, in this intermediate supreme forbidden area, there was a powerful space bug of the same level that had also reached the 6th level of the Eternal Lord realm. From a certain point of view, if a battle were to break out, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious in the end. At this moment, as his body grew and his cultivation soared, Yi Xian's speed increased by several times. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the hibernating 6th level bug. He originally didn't know where the hibernating 6th level bug was, and this space bug was very good at hiding its aura. It wasn't any weaker than Yi Xian's perfect oscillation spiritual power technique. Even if he used his divine sense to search, he might not find anything. However, killing the immortal stage ferocious beast solved this problem, allowing Yi Xian to know the location of his target's lair before he even entered this intermediate level forbidden area. In fact, this was one of the reasons why Yi Xian didn't find it troublesome and killed an undying level beast to search its soul. Come out. You can't hide. Hong. Following the arrival of the violent ape, Yi Xian's voice sounded out with his divine sense. In the next moment, the violent ape's shoulders shook and its body instantly charged out. Its speed was so fast that it caused one's hair to stand on end. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the star. Xiao. The next moment, a 9-colored flame rushed out of Bao Yuan's body. The flame expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into an endless 9-colored sea of fire. It enveloped the gigantic star in front of it, and cut off the escape route of that bug. The next moment, Bao Yuan rushed toward the star trapped in the sea of fire and punched. There was no suspense in what happened next. Bam! A huge rumbling sound rang out from the void, and the entire huge star exploded in an instant. Amidst the shattered star fragments that filled the sky, one could clearly see a black bug with a gigantic body. Under Yi Xian's terrifying power this time, its body completely exploded into a black mist of blood and spread out. Xiao. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's heart relaxed, and a look of ecstasy immediately appeared on his face. Without any hesitation, Bao Yuan immediately waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The boundless blood mist that had just spread out was all swept up. After being absorbed into his body, Yi Xian immediately sent it into the Shen-known cauldron to begin the blood essence condensation. No. It disappeared again. However, in the next moment, Bao Yuan's expression changed drastically, and Yi Xian's cry of alarm subconsciously came out. The boundless qi and blood that he had just sent into his body had mysteriously disappeared. Chapter 4492. Along with Yi Xian's subconscious exclamation, the surrounding void space in the distance seemed to respond instantly. A few voices were transmitted, and all of them were filled with ridicule and mockery. There was also obvious smugness. Who would have thought that you would be fooled by a mere perfect illusion? Looks like you're just so-so after all, violent ape. That's right. Fellow Taoist Heizun's perfect illusion technique is indeed very strange. Even with this violent ape 7th order universe lord level cultivation, he didn't see anything wrong with it from beginning to end. He even took the majestic blood mist that appeared after the perfect illusion exploded for real and absorbed it into his body with a wave of his hand. Only when the illusion disappeared did he realize it. Fellow Taoist Heizun contributed greatly in this battle. Furthermore, he lost a star nest and will have to use the most powerful sealing technique to seal this star field for us. I suggest that after killing this violent ape, we'll have fellow Taoist Heizun's share of the spoils. Fellow Taoist Heizun will be the first to choose. That's right. Fellow Taoist Heizun, you should be satisfied with this, right? Next, I'll have to rely on you. Otherwise, with the mysterious ability of this violent ape, he might be able to escape without anyone noticing this time. No need to hesitate. Use the sealing technique immediately. As these voices were transmitted, 8 balls of dazzling light of different colors shot over from different directions. Each of the balls of light was at least 30 million feet tall, and the auras emanating from them were all universe masters. They weren't at the early or middle stage of this realm but at the late stage. This meant that the beings hibernating in these 8 balls of dazzling light were at least 7th order universe masters. In fact, the strongest 2 fellows were even at the 9th order consummate level of universe masters. In the blink of an eye, 8 universe masters who weren't any weaker than himself had arrived, and 2 of them were half-supreme masters. Yi Xian was instantly in a desperate situation. What made him feel even more uneasy was the words they spoke. There was no doubt that the so-called Bug Clan's Black Sovereign, who hadn't shown up yet, seemed to have some kind of extremely powerful seal besides the perfect illusion technique that had bewitched Yi Xian and fooled him. Forbidden divine ability. At this moment, with the arrival of these 8 universe masters, the vast void space within a radius of 10 billion miles had become extremely heavy under the pressure of multiple universe masters. Even though Yi Xian had activated the interstellar coordinate jump that was attached to the system within his body, he had activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability. Although he could still activate it smoothly and use it to leave, the activation time had been unknowingly extended by several times. According to his estimation, it would take at least 10 breaths to activate it and successfully leave. 10 breaths of time was enough for these 8 powerful Eternity Lord rank existences to do many things. Therefore, out of caution, Yi Xian gave up on this strategy. The facts proved that he was right. Buzz! This was because almost the instant he gave up on the interstellar coordinate jump ability, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out. Immediately after, this universe with a radius of 10 billion kilometers was enveloped by an extremely strange and mysterious power. This was a biological wave frequency of the Bug Clan, but Yi Xian had never encountered it before. Judging from its power and effect, this biological wave frequency of the Bug Clan actually contained a trace of the aura of the primordial chaos space law. If this was really the case, even if Yi Xian activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system within his body, he was afraid that he would not be able to leave this place. This interstellar coordinate jump ability was indeed very powerful, but the primordial chaos space law was also not to be underestimated. Those nest stars that were nurturing chaos demon gods, including the entire vast Milky Way star field, were protected by a mysterious primordial chaos space law power. It was protected by the primordial chaos space law. A part of it was the primordial chaos space law. It could be said that even if this mysterious biological wave frequency of the Spacebug Clan known as Black Sovereign only contained a trace of the primordial chaos space law power and only touched on the surface, it would definitely be able to affect Yi Xian's interstellar coordinate jump ability. Could cause a great impact. When this mysterious biological wave frequency of the Bug Clan enveloped this void space, it was very likely that Yi Xian's interstellar coordinate jump ability would no longer be able to be successfully activated. Whoosh! After making up his mind, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and instantly absorbed the 9-colored sea of flames that enveloped the entire shattered star into his body. At the same time as he waved his hand, another 9-colored light shot out. As it expanded in the wind, it turned into a terrifying cauldron that was even larger than a star in the blink of an eye. It was the Shunnong cauldron. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xian immediately rushed toward the mouth of the Shunnong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist. At this moment, his body was originally 60 million kilometers long, a size larger than the Shunnong cauldron. However, as his figure shot forward, he quietly activated the power in his body and used the power of the Blood Sea secret technique that had fused with the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Small size. However, in order to not expose the power of the Blood Sea secret technique, Yi Xian didn't shrink his body to the smallest possible limit. The change wasn't even obvious. It had merely shrunk from its original size of 60 million kilometers to around 10 million kilometers. Although it was still a few times thinner, it was still at least 10 million kilometers in size. It shouldn't be enough to make the 8 late-stage Eternity Lords surrounding it think too much. At this moment, following the appearance of the Shunnong cauldron, Yi Xian's figure blurred and rushed into the mouth of the cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored mist. Under the supreme power of the treasured cauldron, he was protected. Within the 8 huge balls of light that were shooting over from all directions, a wave of gasps and cries of shock could be heard. What? This is such a familiar giant cauldron. I seem to have heard of it somewhere before. The Shunnong cauldron. It's actually the Shunnong cauldron. This is a primordial treasure of the desolate era. I didn't expect it to be in the hands of this violent ape of unknown origin. It's definitely the Shunnong cauldron. Do you see that? The 9-colored mist at the mouth of the cauldron is the biggest symbol of this cauldron. Not good. This violent ape clearly summoned a 9-colored majestic sea of flames before he smashed Senior Hei's star nest with a punch. However, it was later absorbed into his body. Could it be the Shunnong 9-colored flame? How is this possible? Legend has it that the Shunnong exotic flame in the Shunnong cauldron is the #1 flame in the desolate era. However, this flame has 9 layers of power. It can evolve by itself, but it needs to devour other top-grade exotic flames. 1-colored flames are the weakest, while 9-colored flames are the strongest. Just now, this violent ape summoned an incomparably majestic 9-colored sea of flames with a wave of his hand. This means that the Shunnong exotic flame in the Shunnong cauldron in his hand has grown to its peak state. Chapter 4493. Hong! Long! Long! A deafening roar resounded in the void space, followed by cries of surprise. The 8 balls of light, each with a diameter of 30 million feet, approached in the blink of an eye, stopping in the void space of the universe 300 to 400 million miles away from Farmer God Cauldron. They surrounded the cauldron and Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Within each of the 8 balls of dazzling light, there was a universe master hibernating within each of them. Each of them had the power of a universe master at the late stage of this realm. At this moment, they were hovering in all directions, sealing off all paths of escape for the cauldron. In addition, the secret method of the Zerg clan, which was still hidden in the dark, and whose location was unknown, was activated by the Zerg clan's secret method. This universe void with a radius of 10 billion miles was almost completely sealed off. Regardless of whether Yi Xian activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body or activated the Farmer God Cauldron, which gave him protection, using this most direct method to cross the void space, it was unlikely that he would be able to escape easily in a short period of time. He left quickly. Without a doubt, this place was bound to experience a fierce battle in the following period of time. Although Yi Xian had the protection of the cauldron, it was only temporary. However, he didn't have much time. If these 8 powerful late-stage universe masters were certain that they couldn't do anything to him, they would most likely ask for help from a terrifying being at the level of a universe supreme. If that was the case, Yi Xian's situation would be even worse, and his chances of successfully escaping would become slimmer and slimmer. Hence, he had to think of a way to escape from their encirclement before these 8 late-stage universe masters decided to ask for help from a universe supreme and share the majority of the benefits. He could forget about the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body. This time he had lost the initiative, so such a powerful secret technique had temporarily lost its place to be used. His only way out was to activate the farmer god cauldron beneath him. Under the protection of the cauldron's power, he would use the 9-colored sea of fire to open a path and force his way out. However, the biggest drawback of this most direct method of traversing space was that its speed wasn't satisfactory. At the very least, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to shake off the 8 late-stage Eternity Lords whose cultivation bases weren't any lower than his. As such, even if these 8 late-stage Eternity Lords feared the terrifying might of the 9-colored sea of flames and could only chase after him and wait for an opportunity to attack, he still had the farmer god cauldron and the 8 enormous balls of light behind him. It was too eye-catching. If he ran a little further away, the effect of the commotion would be immeasurable. Then it was very likely that a universe supreme would be attracted in a short time. The only way was to first kill 3 or 4 of the 8 late-stage Eternity Lords before fleeing. That way, Yi Xian's chances of successfully escaping would be even greater. In the end, I'm still too weak. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. In order to kill 3 or 4 late-stage Eternity Lords that aren't any weaker than me, besides relying on the terrifying might of the Shenong 9-colored flames, I still haven't completely deduced the secrets of the Blood Sea clone. The technique also needs to be fully completed. At this point, he didn't hesitate any longer. Gritting his teeth, he gave the devouring system within his body an order to temporarily postpone the derivation of the perfect formula of the level 27 treasure pill. At the same time, he gave another order, which was to draw out all the deductive abilities of the devouring system within his body to fully deduce the incomplete body technique of the Blood Sea clone that had been integrated into the 9-demon ape transformation bloodline technique. After these 2 commands were given, the devouring system in his body quickly responded and made corresponding adjustments. All of the system's calculation and deduction abilities were used to deduce the Blood Sea clone secret technique. Yi Xian didn't stay idle either. Sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the farmer god cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog, he closed his eyes. At the same time, he fully activated his powerful godly consciousness of a 7th-stage universe master to the maximum. Coupled with the deductive abilities of the devouring system within his body, he started to fully deduce the perfect mysteries of the Blood Sea clone technique. At the same time, within the 8 balls of resplendent light that were suspended around the farmer god cauldron 300 to 400 million miles away, the voices of the 8 late-stage universe masters once again resounded. Look, that violent ape is actually sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the farmer god cauldron. And he's even closing his eyes. Is he going to shut himself away and train? Isn't it too late to make a last-minute effort? At this time, who would still have the mood to shut himself away and train? Besides, even if he were to break through a small level in a short period of time, facing 9 powerful late-stage universe masters who aren't any weaker than him, what's the point of that? That's right. From what I see, this violent ape must be using some other tricks. Fellow friends, be careful. The enemy is cunning and not easy to deal with. Don't fall into his trap again. Then what are we waiting for? Let's make a move now. While he's tied up and can't activate the 9-colored flame within the farmer god cauldron to defend against the enemy, we can totally give it a try and see if we can break through the protective power of this cauldron. Farmer god cauldron, a primordial treasure of the era of the prehistoric era. It's really well known. Today we can finally test its power. Howl. The last sentence came from the blood-colored ball of light that was guarding 300 to 400 million miles to the north of the farmer god cauldron. As this sentence was said, an earth-shattering roar came from within the blood-colored ball of light, causing the universe void within 10 billion miles to tremble slightly. At this moment, the other 7 resplendent light clusters became silent. Even the low buzzing sound of the bloodline secret technique of the rank 6 arachnid known as Sovereign Hay seemed to have paused for a moment. It was clear that the beings hibernating in the 7 brilliant orbs, as well as the mysterious rank 6 insectoid, were all focused on the blood-red orb. He wanted to see if the existence hibernating in this light ball could break through the power of the farmer god cauldron's domain with a full-force attack. Boom! An earth-shattering rumble resounded as a gigantic fist shadow with a diameter of more than 10 million miles charged out from the blood-colored ball of light in the void 3 to 400 million miles to the north of Shunnong Cauldron. At this moment, the terrifying aura of an 8th-stage universe master spread out and enveloped the entire expanse of the middle-grade starry sky forbidden area. Moreover, this 8th-stage universe master's terrifying aura had clearly been pushed to the limit, and it exuded an endless amount of power. It was filled with murderous intent. Bang! Bang bang bang. Chapter 4494. Pung! Hong! Long! Long! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, followed closely by the rumbling sound of aftershocks that sounded like a thunderclap. The giant fist that had rushed out of the blood-colored light finally arrived before the farmer god cauldron. With one punch, it slammed into the outer wall of the cauldron. Unfortunately, although the commotion was not small, it could even be said to be shocking. Within billions of miles of the surrounding void, countless ferocious beasts of the forbidden grounds with weaker cultivation bases exploded just because of the impact of the aftershock of the sound wave. They all died. However, the farmer god cauldron, which was larger than a gigantic star, didn't even shake. It wasn't shaken at all. When this scene fell into the eyes of the universe masters hibernating in the other 7 light balls, the scene instantly fell into a deathly stillness. Somewhere in the distance, a faint sigh could be heard. This should be the reaction of the 6th-stage bug known as Black Sovereign, who hadn't shown himself and had been hibernating in the dark all this time. However, was this sigh because the 8th-stage Aeon Lord in the blood-colored light ball hadn't shaken the farmer god cauldron at all despite his full strength? Or was it because a large number of ferocious beasts in the surrounding several billion miles of ferocious beast stars had been caught in the crossfire and exploded one after another? That was unknown. Perhaps it was a combination of both. This scene was simply too unexpected. Even a late-stage Aeon Lord couldn't help but feel disheartened. Although they had long expected that the farmer god cauldron, a primordial treasure of the prehistoric era, wouldn't be so easily blasted away by an 8th-stage Aeon Lord, they still hadn't shaken the farmer god cauldron. There wasn't a single mark left on the cauldron's wall. Wasn't this a little too disrespectful? A dignified 8th-stage Aeon Lord. Yet this was the result of his full-strength attack. How could they accept this? Roar! I don't believe it. It's just a broken cauldron. Even if it's a primordial treasure of the prehistoric era, it shouldn't have not shaken at all under my full-strength attack. This is absolutely impossible. The 8th-stage Aeon Lord hibernating in the blood-colored light ball had clearly been greatly agitated. The deathly stillness in the surrounding void continued. His furious roar immediately came from the blood-colored light ball. From his tone, he seemed to be extremely unconvinced. In fact, this was indeed the case. His full-strength attack hadn't shaken the farmer god cauldron in the slightest. This kind of embarrassing matter made the 8th-stage Aeon Lord hibernating in the blood-colored light ball feel greatly embarrassed. He decided to attack again. This time it wasn't the cauldron energy attack from afar. If this didn't have any effect, then it was simply heaven-defying. Ooh! Fellow Taoists, protect the surroundings thoroughly. Don't let this ferocious ape find a loophole and take the opportunity to escape the encirclement. Within the blood-red light, the voice of the 8th-step Aeon Lord rang out once more, emitting a thick and fierce aura. This was clearly the sign of anger in his heart being provoked by the previous attack. I want to personally make a move and use my full strength at close range. Even if I still can't break through the power of this cauldron's domain, at least I can roughly test its true power. These last words had clearly convinced the other 7 late-stage Eternity Lords, and they all chose to remain silent. This was their tacit agreement with the 8th-stage Eternity Lord lying dormant within the blood-colored light to test the waters. Walala! Whoosh! In the next instant, the sound of water splashing filled the air. The blood-colored light ball guarding the north side of the farmer god cauldron scattered in an instant. In less than an instant, the blazing blood-colored light shrunk and disappeared in the blink of an eye, entering the body of a blood-colored vicious beast. This vicious beast was 100 million meters long. Its whole body was blood-colored, and its blood-colored eyes were bulging. It exuded a boundless aura of violence. This was clearly a blood-eyed vicious bear. Among all the vicious beasts in space, it belonged to the category of vicious beasts known for its physical strength. It was no wonder he was so upset that his full-strength attack hadn't shaken the farmer god cauldron in the slightest. To the blood-eyed vicious bear clan, which was known for its physical strength, such a result was simply a slap in the face. It hurt their pride and dignity too much. Similarly, the 7 late-stage Aeon Lords hibernating in the other 7 balls of light had tacitly agreed with this blood-eyed vicious bear's intention to attack and test the farmer god cauldron's true strength at close range. Clearly, it was also because they believed in his powerful bloodline power. Launching an energy attack from a distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers away, and personally attacking with one's physical body at close range. These were 2 completely different concepts. Although this blood-eyed vicious bear had launched a punch from hundreds of millions of kilometers away, it hadn't shaken the farmer god cauldron in the end. However, it didn't mean that he couldn't do anything to the cauldron at close range with his physical body and bloodline power. Of the 8 late-stage Aeon Lords hibernating in the 8 balls of light, this blood-eyed vicious bear's cultivation wasn't the highest. There were still 2 peak-stage Aeon Lords present. However, in terms of physical strength and bloodline power, this blood-eyed vicious bear was the only one who could erupt with such strength in an instant. If even he couldn't shake the cauldron under such circumstances, then there was basically no need for the other 7 late-stage Aeon Lords to try. They had to come up with another plan. Roar! Vicious ape, you better pray that this broken cauldron is sturdy enough. Otherwise, once this sovereign breaks through its domain, I'll definitely tear you apart. Roar! At this moment, after rushing out of the blood-red light cluster and absorbing all the energy of the light cluster into its body, this blood-eyed violent bear that was originally 100 million feet in size suddenly grew several times in an instant after raising its head and letting out a roar. In the blink of an eye, his size had attained an enormous height of 500 million meters. Even though it was still far from being able to compare to the terrifying size of the starry sky ferocious ape that was 60 million kilometers in size, merely this alone allowed one to deduce that he had definitely activated the bloodline energy of the Blood-Eye ferocious bear clan. Under the full activation of his bloodline power, his physical body had expanded by 5 times, and the increase in strength was definitely even more terrifying. At this moment, the blood-eyed vicious bear roared again. His huge physical body was like a meteor that streaked across the void at extreme speed. With an incomparably violent aura, he crashed toward the farmer god cauldron that was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, vicious ape, who was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the farmer god cauldron, opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a 9-colored sea of fire rose into the sky from the inside of the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped the figure of the violent ape at the entrance of the cauldron and appeared outside the cauldron. Chapter 4495. Just as Blood-Eye Raging Ape was about to hit the outer wall of Shunnong Cauldron, Raging Ape, who was sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron, opened his eyes. His figure flashed and he had already rushed out of the mouth of the cauldron. A voice came out of his mouth. You delivered yourself to me. So don't blame this Star Master for not being polite. In the next moment, as Bao Yuan waved his hand, a 9-colored sea of fire spread out. In the blink of an eye, it covered a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. Then 3 huge figures rose from the 9-colored sea of fire at the same time. These 3 enormous figures were all bodies of Yi Xian. To be more precise, they were Blood Sea bodies formed by the Blood Sea secret technique of Blood Sea Master. These were the 3 demon bodies of ancient demon ape. One was a body of flesh and blood, which was Space Raging Ape. The other was a body of bones without any flesh and blood. It was just a purple-gold skeleton, and it gave off a ferocious aura. The last one was a body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a raging ape, its body was covered in black fog. Even its eyes were only 2 rays of purple light. It was very strange. These 3 demon bodies in the complete form of ancient demon ape were a trinity. Their backs seemed to be glued together, however. Although Yi Xian had borrowed the Blood Sea secret technique to split the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient demon ape into 3 Blood Sea clones. Previously, after Yi Xian had obtained the Blood Sea secret technique of Blood Sea Master, he had tried to integrate it into the bloodline power of 9 changes of Devil Ape. In the end, he had succeeded. When Yi Xian performed the bloodline power of 9 changes of Devil Ape, he could change his size at will. It didn't affect his cultivation power. However, although he was able to create 3 Blood Sea avatars with this secret technique, he was still able to create 3 Blood Sea avatars. However, at that time, the cultivation level of these 3 bodies had all dropped to the level of a 3rd stage universe master. At that time, he was in the 9th form of 9 changes of Devil Ape. If that experiment had been successful, these 3 demon ape bodies would have all become 6th stage universe masters. 1 into 3, but the cultivation power didn't change. It was as if there were suddenly 2 more of himself, and they could join forces with the original body to fight the enemy. This way, the power of the Blood Sea secret technique was meaningful. However, if one's cultivation level dropped, the power of this secret technique would completely lose its meaning. At that time, Yixian didn't have the time to continue deducing. On one hand, it was because he wanted to continue the hunt, and on the other hand, it was because of the devouring system in his body. All of his calculation and deduction abilities were fully focused on deducing a level 27 supreme treasure. The perfect elixir formula. This matter at that time it had been put on hold. Right now, Yixian was in danger, and could only rely on the power of the Shenong Cauldron to protect himself. He was surrounded by 8 terrifying late-stage universe masters, and in the distant unknown, there was even an even more troublesome 6th-order bug clan Black Venerable hibernating. Wait. Faced with such a predicament, the only way for him to escape with his life was to kill at least 3 or 4 of these 8 universe masters who were surrounding him. Although his cultivation level had already reached the 7th stage universe master level, none of these 8 powerful universe masters were weak. Even the weakest one had the cultivation level of a 6th stage universe master. In this way, if he wanted to kill his opponent in an instant without putting himself in danger, the only way was to successfully deduce the power of this clone of the Blood Sea secret technique. In order to deal with such a situation, Yixian had no choice but to order the devouring system in his body to temporarily stop deducing the formula of the 27th level supreme treasure. Instead, it was to use all its deduction and deduction abilities on the power of the Blood Sea secret technique body. Come. With the cooperation of Yixian's powerful universe master spirit, all of this was finally completed at the most critical moment. At this moment, as the huge body of the blood-eyed berserk ape rumbled over like an extremely fast meteor, the berserk ape that was originally sitting upright at the mouth of the Shenong Cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog instantly disappeared. A 9-colored endless sea of fire whizzed out and appeared outside Shenong Cauldron with the raging ape. The next moment, before the other 7 universe masters hundreds of millions of miles away could react, this boundless, endless 9-colored sea of fire had surrounded the blood-eye raging bear, who was charging over with a rumbling sound. As the 3 Blood Sea bodies appeared, all of them were at 7th stage universe master level. In an instant, the blood-eye raging bear came to an abrupt halt. This is impossible. Even if it's a body technique, it's impossible not to drop in level. Feeling the powerful aura of the 3 raging apes surrounding him, the blood-eye raging bear's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he exclaimed in shock. Although the 3 raging apes were only at 7th stage universe master level, the boundless energy and blood he felt was too terrifying. With the support of the energy and blood, the 3 raging apes' true combat power was already comparable to that of a 7th stage universe master level. Their combat power was comparable to that of an 8th stage universe master level. In other words, the current him was fighting 1 against 3, and all of them weren't weaker than him. This was definitely going to cost him his life. You don't have a chance anymore. Die. Following the arrival of the violent ape, Yixian's voice sounded out with his divine sense. In the next moment, the 3 violent apes shook their shoulders and rushed out. Their speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of him. Xiao. The next moment, the 3 raging apes attacked at the same time with a punch. There was no suspense about what happened next. Along with this punch, 3 boundless energy storms rushed out in a triangular shape, forming a pincer attack. A huge roar resounded from the void space, and the huge body of the blood-eye raging bear exploded in an instant. It completely exploded into a black mist of blood and spread out. Xiao. Seeing this scene, Yixian's heart relaxed. He no longer hesitated. One of the berserk apes immediately waved its hand, and an incomparably boundless and formless energy swept out from its body, enveloping an area of 10 million kilometers. The boundless blood mist that had just spread out was all swept up and absorbed into its body. Immediately, it was sent into the Shunnong cauldron by Yixian to start the blood essence condensation. After doing all this, the three raging apes didn't stay any longer. Their bodies merged into one in an instant, and then they sank into the sea of fire beneath their feet and disappeared. Xiao, a weak sound broke through the air, and the boundless sea of fire that was hundreds of millions of miles away condensed into a weak 9-colored flame seedling in half a breath's time. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had rushed into the mouth of the Shunnong cauldron. The 9-colored flame seedling disappeared, and the raging ape's body appeared again at this moment, still sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the Shunnong cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored mist. Chapter 4496. In an instant as they made their moves, the three raging apes, all of whom were level 7 universe masters, attacked at the same time. However, due to their huge sizes and the support of their physical bodies and blood energy, their true battle power was comparable to that of level 8 universe masters. Even though Blood-Eye Raging Ape was at this level, he had no chance to resist at all. In an instant, his physical body exploded with a loud bang, becoming a cloud of bloody mist. One of the raging apes waved his hand and absorbed it into his body, sending it into the internal space of Shunnong Cauldron. The central region volcano started to condense the blood essence. At this point, Yixian finally had 5 blood essences of Universe Masters, which was the minimum requirement to make a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. At this moment, Yixian felt relieved. However, the situation before him still wasn't the time to try to escape. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the chance to shake off the 8 Universe Masters chasing after him. He would still end up in a tragic situation. If he wanted to escape, the most suitable opportunity had yet to arrive. At the very least, he still had to kill 3 more powerful enemies. However, he couldn't use the same method as before. The fall of the Blood-Eye Raging Bear was a warning, and the other 7 late-stage Universe Masters wouldn't be fooled so easily and charge forward alone. As for the 6th level bug, who was hiding in the void space in the distance and had used a secret technique to seal this vast void space, it wouldn't show up easily. However, there would always be an opportunity, which was why Yixian wasn't in a hurry. With a cold gleam in his eyes, he sat down cross-legged at the entrance of the Shunnong cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored mist, and waited quietly for the right time to come. At the same time, the 7 other late-stage Eternity Lords surrounding the Farmer God cauldron, which was larger than a gigantic planet, cried out in shock as they watched the blood-eyed tyrant bear fall from the sky in an instant. How is this possible? The Blood-Eye Raging Bear has fallen? Within that terrifying sea of fire, 3 raging apes jumped out in an instant. They were of different shapes, but they were all Universe Masters at level 7. If one were to add on the terrifying vital energy within their gigantic bodies that were tens of millions of miles long, these 3 raging apes would be able to withstand the tremendous vital energy. Their true power was comparable to that of an 8th level Universe Master. No wonder the Blood-Eye Raging Bear was killed. Moreover, it was killed in an instant. These were 3 existences of the same level. Moreover, they had the support of that boundless 9-colored sea of flames. Let's not talk about the Blood-Eyed Raging Bear, who is merely an 8th-stage Universe Master, but even we, who are Universe Masters at the pinnacle of the 9th stage, would be in trouble if we were to encounter these 3 raging apes at the same time. Even if we don't die from one hit, we would be severely injured and have to withdraw from this battle. Fellow Taoists, we need to be more vigilant. This raging ape is not simple. What he just displayed is clearly the Bloodsea secret technique of Bloodsea Master. D***. Even Bloodsea Master himself hasn't fully comprehended the power of this level of the Bloodsea secret technique. But how long has that raging bear? Oh, damn that Bloodsea Master. He didn't do his job well. Not only did he expose us, but he even gave his own bloodline technique to the enemy. He's just too good for nothing. It's useless to talk about this. Be on guard and think of other countermeasures. But before that, no one can attack on their own. Otherwise, we'll be defeated one by one. That's right. There were 8 late-stage Universe Masters surrounding the Raging Ape and Shunnong Cauldron, and they were in charge of one direction. It was perfect. But now there are only 7 left. There's a flaw in this trap array, but luckily, it's not big enough to affect the overall situation. However, if other friends are killed, the situation will be different. Everyone be on guard. Hong! Long! Long! As these exclamations sounded, in the universe void 300 to 400 million miles away from the Shenong Cauldron, endless thunder roared in an instant. Apart from the blood-colored ball of light belonging to the blood-eye raging bear that had disappeared, the other 7 balls of light were slowly moving. Originally, they had a total of 8 late-stage Eternity Lords, each in charge of one direction, forming an incomparably perfect trapping array. But now, following the death of the blood-eyed violent bear, one of the 8 directions had no one guarding it. Helplessly, the other 7 light clusters could only slowly shift their positions to fill up the empty space. In this way, the gap between every 2 balls of light was widened. It didn't affect them too much now, but as more balls of light disappeared, the gap between every 2 balls of light would grow bigger and bigger. In the end, Shenong Cauldron would be able to easily escape. The remaining 7 late-stage universe masters obviously wouldn't let this happen. So, as they exclaimed at this moment, it was as they said. If nothing unexpected happened, a situation like the Blood-Eye Tyrant Bear from before, where he charged forward alone to fight at close range, should absolutely not appear again. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian's heart instantly sank. After pondering for a while with furrowed brows, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he came up with a new plan in an instant. Since the late-stage universe masters hibernating in these 7 balls of light were no longer good to deal with, then he would think of a way to force out the 6th-stage insectoid that was hibernating in the distance and whose exact location he didn't even know. Even if it was only to force the insectoid to reveal its exact location, it would be of great significance to Yixian. As long as he knew the insectoid's exact location, then there would be a possibility of him being caught off guard and killing the insectoid with a thunderous strike. And as long as he killed this 6th-stage insectoid, then the situation of this space being sealed by its bloodline secret technique would be resolved in an instant. Then, although there were still 7 late-stage universe masters around him, releasing a powerful pressure that enveloped a radius of 10 billion kilometers. But as long as he tried to kill 1 or 2 more targets, at that time, Yixian would be able to find an opportunity to put away the Shenong Cauldron and activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability in his body. In an instant, he would be able to escape into the endless void and escape. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and immediately stood up from the mouth of the Shenong Cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored mist. Who? In the next moment, as Yixian waved his hand, a 9-colored light shot out from the inside of the cauldron beneath him in the blink of an eye. After rushing out of the cauldron, it expanded with the wind, and in half a breath, it had already turned into a majestic 9-colored sea of flames that was 100 million kilometers in radius. The Shenong Cauldron completely enveloped it. Swish! Immediately after, as Yixian chanted, the Shenong Cauldron beneath him instantly turned into a ray of light and shot towards a giant star hundreds of millions of kilometers to the right of him. Chapter 4497. Xiu! Immediately after, with a thought from Yixian, the Shenong treasure cauldron beneath him instantly transformed into a ray of light and shot towards a giant star that was hundreds of millions of kilometers away to the right. At this moment, the farmer god cauldron was surrounded by a sea of 9-colored flames that spanned nearly 100 million kilometers. This was a layer of protection that prevented the powerful late-stage Eternity Lords from approaching the farmer god cauldron from the 7 balls of light in the surroundings. They would attack the cauldron. Although Yixian was confident in the defensive power of the farmer god cauldron, he was facing 7 powerful late-stage universe lords at the same time. Beings at this level all had their own unique techniques, especially when there were 2 universe masters who were half-step supreme beings at the pinnacle of the 9th stage. Out of caution, he had to be on guard. At that moment, as the farmer god cauldron carried the 9-colored sea of flames that spanned hundreds of millions of miles and shot toward the gigantic star on the right side of the void, one of the 7 balls of light that surrounded it happened to be right in front of the farmer god cauldron. The purple ball of light immediately dodged. At the same time, including the purple ball of light, there were all 7 balls of light of different colors that exclaimed in shock. What is that raging ape trying to do? Is he going to take the farmer god cauldron and the 9-colored sea of flames and escape through the void? That's so stupid. He can't get rid of us at all. Damn it, he's so cunning. If we let him do that, the moment he rushes out of this forbidden land to the outside world, everything will be exposed. Maybe it'll attract the attention of other universe masters, or even universe supremes. Then we'll be able to escape. At that time, there's no doubt that he'll have to share the benefits he's about to get. We can't just sit by and do nothing in such a situation. The raging ape is forcing us to stop him. That way, he'll have the chance to kill us one by one like the blood-eye raging bear. He's too cunning. We can't let him get away with it. Fellow cultivators, stay alert. Don't act alone. If he advances, we retreat. If he retreats, we advance. We have to maintain the current siege formation. No, he's not trying to escape. He's rushing toward the gigantic star in front of him. What trick is this? The one guarding the giant star is only a universe knight of this forbidden land. He doesn't even have the right to participate in a battle of this level. Is Raging Ape so angry that he wants to vent his anger on such an ant? Bang! Rumble! As these exclamations sounded, the Shenong cauldron, which was wrapped in a majestic 9-colored sea of fire, arrived in front of the giant star in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, he directly crashed into it. The size of the Shenong cauldron was even larger than this giant planet. In an instant it cracked and exploded. Countless ferocious beasts in the forbidden grounds within the planet all died at this moment. The entire star was reduced to dust. And even the universe knight guarding the giant star couldn't escape the calamity. It was also smashed into a bloody mist. Then, it was pulled by an invisible majestic force into the Shenong cauldron surrounded by a 9-colored sea of fire. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had already obtained a blood essence of a knight. It was extremely easy. It was a pity that the blood essence of a knight that he had spent so much effort to hunt for was no longer of much significance to him now. It had become a secondary resource that he could do without. However, this was, after all the blood essence of a universe knight's body. Even if Yi Xian already had enough level 26 pills, these blood essences of a knight were still useful as resources for training and breaking through. Now that he had obtained one blood essence, it didn't mean much. However, if he killed the other 7 universe knights one by one and obtained 8 blood essences of knights, then it wouldn't be long before he could break through again. From this point of view, the other 7 blood essences of knights that he was about to obtain were quite meaningful. They could help Yi Xian improve his cultivation by 1 level. At least it was better than nothing. Rumble! A huge roar sounded again. After one strike, this giant star of ferocious beasts was smashed into pieces. After harvesting the blood essence of the first universe knight, Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all. He immediately activated the Shenong cauldron beneath him. The vast 9-colored sea of fire that enveloped the cauldron rushed toward the second giant star of ferocious beasts in the distance. In the blink of an eye, the Shenong cauldron, which was moving at an extremely fast speed, was already in front of this giant star of ferocious beasts. Screech! 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 A series of shrill screeches sounded. From the interior of this giant star of ferocious beasts, a large number of ferocious beasts from forbidden lands rushed out. Although they were intimidated by the powerful force of Yi Xian's universe master, they were trembling and crouching inside the star. On the ground they couldn't move. But now, in the face of such a gigantic cauldron that was larger than a giant star, a large number of ferocious beasts still managed to overcome the fear in their hearts. They screamed and rushed out of the atmosphere of the giant star of ferocious beasts, wanting to escape in all directions. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Pung! An earth-shattering roar sounded. The Shenong cauldron crashed hard into this giant star of ferocious beasts. Everything that happened next was as expected. The entire giant star of ferocious beasts was like a fragile egg, burst open right away. Countless ferocious beasts from forbidden lands inside and outside the star fell, exploding into a mist of blood that spread out in the void space. Guarding this giant star was a universe knight level 4 ferocious star beast. But at this moment, it couldn't escape its fate. Its huge body was completely blown up before it could rush out of the star's atmosphere. Xiao! The next moment, as Yi Xian waved his hand, an invisible and majestic force whizzed out and wrapped up the 4th stage universe knight's body in blood. It was directly sent into Yi Xian's body, where he started to condense the blood essence. In the blink of an eye, the second blood essence of a knight was obtained. However, to Yi Xian, this was only the beginning. 8 of the venerable blood essences that he had already reserved were only 2. It was only a quarter of them, and there were still more venerable blood essences that needed to be harvested. Hong Long Long. Who? Without any pause or hesitation, the Shenong cauldron, which was larger than a giant star, immediately changed its direction and rushed toward the third giant star of ferocious beasts with the 9-colored sea of fire burning fiercely around it. All of this happened in the short span of 10 breaths. Regardless of whether it was the countless ferocious beasts in this intermediate supreme forbidden land. Chapter 4498. What happened? Was this ferocious ape crazy? In such a short time he actually destroyed 2-star beasts. What is he trying to do? His target is not these 2 ferocious beast stars, but the ferocious beasts on these stars. To be precise, he is aiming for the universe knights who are guarding these 2 ferocious beast stars. Previously, I clearly saw 2 majestic ferocious beast energies being absorbed by Shenong Cauldron. That's right, it must be so. This ape has been hunting beasts and collecting the majestic beasts' blood after their bodies exploded. He must have a use for it. Initially, he was only harvesting emperors, then he became universe knights, and now he's become universe masters. And during this process his own power is rapidly increasing. Could it be that this is the source of Bao Yuan's frightening cultivation advancement speed? What does he want to do with these beasts' blood? These aren't important. As long as we capture him and search his soul, we'll get the results. The most important thing now is, we seem to be in trouble. That's right. He's forcing us to make a move. The targets this raging ape hunts have already risen from universe knights to universe masters. The blood of universe knight level ferocious beasts shouldn't be very important to him anymore. The reason he's doing this now is to tell me. He's waiting for us to give up. Don't be fooled. No matter what, you can't attack by yourself. Otherwise, it's extremely likely that you'll be killed by the violent ape again. But if we join forces and attack together, the current encirclement formation will vanish into thin air, causing his chances of escaping to greatly increase. But are we just going to let him continue like this? There are a total of 8 universe knights in this forbidden land, and they're all Black Knight's confidants. If we let them be destroyed, I'm afraid Black Knight. Rumble. Along with the exclamations within the 7 clusters of resplendent light, a shocking rumble resounded in the space to the right. The third gigantic star of ferocious beasts was smashed apart and turned into star fragments. Countless ferocious beasts were killed, including the universe knight who had been guarding the star. The majestic blood from his body also couldn't escape from Yixian's demonic hands. As a formless majestic energy appeared, it was all absorbed by Shenong Cauldron, and sent into the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron. 3 venerable blood essences. There were only 4 left. Li. Finally, at this moment, Black Knight, who had been lurking in the dark all this while, let out a shocking roar. It was filled with an incomparably mournful intent, and a thunderous aura was emitted. 3 universe knight generals had been killed one after another, and the level 6 bug couldn't sit still any longer. However, he still didn't show himself. Only his body could be heard, but he couldn't see himself. Seems like it's still not enough, muttered Yixian. As Yixian's murmur sounded out, a cold light flashed through the violent ape's eyes. With a thought, the Shenong cauldron beneath him circled around for a moment before instantly shooting off in another direction. Since that's the case, then let's add a few more fires to him. Howl! Pong! Within a few breaths, the Shenong cauldron rushed to the front of another star, and with another earth-shattering rumble, the cauldron crashed into this huge star. What happened next was without any suspense. The entire huge ferocious beast star was still like a fragile egg, directly exploding. Countless ferocious beasts from the forbidden lands inside and outside the star fell, exploding into a bloody mist that spread out in the void. Similarly, the universe knight who was overseeing this gigantic star couldn't escape his fate either. His gigantic body was completely blown up before he could even rush out of the star's atmosphere. Swish! Feeling complacent in his heart, Yixian waved his hand. In an instant, an invisible and boundless force whistled out, wrapping up the qi, blood, and blood of the powerful venerable stage fierce beast and directly sending it into its body. Thus it began to condense blood essence. This was the 4th blood essence he had collected in less than half an incense's time. There were only 8 Universe Night-level beasts in this intermediate Supreme Forbidden Land, and more than half of them had been killed. However, this was still not the end. Xiao! Without any pause, the Shen-known cauldron shot toward the left space at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was within tens of millions of miles of the 5th target. Roar! Right at this moment, a ferocious beast roar that shook the heavens and the earth resounded. An enormous figure charged out from within the ferocious beast's star, and it fled towards the distance in panic like a stray dog. You can't escape. Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. The Shen-known cauldron under his feet immediately changed its direction and shot forward at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up with the figure. Pung! In the blink of an eye, this Universe Night-level ferocious beast exploded into a bloody mist. The next moment Bao Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the Shen-known cauldron, waved his hand, and an invisible majestic force whizzed out. It wrapped up the body and blood of this Universe Night-level ferocious beast, and sent it into the cauldron. Inside. This time, although the ferocious beast star that had been chosen as the target did not explode, and the countless weak ferocious beasts in the star had all escaped the disaster, the main target still could not escape the disaster. Because of this, the number of Universe Knights in this intermediate Supreme Forbidden Land was reduced to 3. 5. Soon, with a flash of coldness in his eyes, Yi Xian activated the Shen-known cauldron under his feet, and shot toward the nearest of the last 3 targets. Screech! This time, the 6th order arachnid that had never revealed its figure finally couldn't sit still. Accompanied by this even more mournful screech, in another direction extremely far away, a small arachnid appeared. It was only about 1,000,000 feet tall. This black bug race finally showed itself. However, Yi Xian didn't care because the distance was too far. Especially when he was surrounded by 7 universe masters, it was too difficult for him to rush over and kill this black bug race. He had to think of a way to get this bug race to come closer so that he could find the best opportunity to attack. The last 3 don't even think about escaping. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's voice came from Bao Yuan's mouth. Pung! At the same time, the Shen-known cauldron finally hit the target star. In the blink of an eye, it turned into star fragments and scattered in the universe void space. Chapter 4499. This time his speed was even faster. In the distance, before the mournful howl of the rank 6 arachnid that had just revealed itself could be heard, the Shen-known cauldron beneath Yi Xian had already completely smashed the enormous ferocious beast star into star fragments. Just like that, the 6th prey was killed. In the blink of an eye, only 2 of the 8 Universe Knights were left in this Supreme Forbidden Land. Screech! The level 6 bug in the distant void space let out another shrill shriek. This time it was even more shrill than before. Vaguely, there was a sense of extreme uneasiness. Seems like it's about time. Yi Xian keenly captured the difference between this shrill shriek and the one before. With a gleam in his eyes, he no longer hesitated. He immediately activated the Shen-known cauldron beneath him, and shot toward the last 2 ferocious beast stars. These 2 ferocious beast stars were in the same direction, but one was to the left and the other was to the right. The distance between them was about 100 million miles. At this moment, Yi Xian was controlling the Shen-known cauldron and charging toward the ferocious beast star on the left. Screech! Seeing this, the level 6 bug in the distance could no longer sit still. With another shrill shriek, his black bug body, which was only about 3 million feet tall, instantly transformed into a beam of light and shot toward this side of the void space. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. At this moment, his breathing became rapid, and his heart was in his throat. This was because, in his opinion, the opportunity to kill this level 6 bug had finally arrived, and it was fleeting. No matter what, he had to seize this opportunity and not let it slip away. However, at this moment the distance between the 2 was still quite far, and it was not the best time to strike. Yi Xian suppressed the impulse in his heart and restrained his desire to immediately turn around and charge toward the level 6 bug. Pung! Almost at the same time, from the ferocious beast star on the left, a ferocious beast that was 3 million feet tall rushed out. However, its speed was far slower than that of the Shen-known cauldron. In a flash, the treasured cauldron rushed to the back of the ferocious beast star and ruthlessly crashed into it. A deafening explosion was heard. In the blink of an eye, the powerful Venerable One ferocious beast exploded into a cloud of blood mist. In the next moment, the ferocious ape sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the Shinong cauldron waved its hand. In an instant, an invisible majestic force whistled out and wrapped up the qi and blood of the powerful Venerable Realm ferocious beast, and sent it directly into the cauldron. Inside, what surprised Yixian was that although the rank 6 insectoids were charging in this direction, their precise target was clearly not the ferocious beast star on the left where Yixian had just killed the Venerable One. He was obviously heading to the star on the right. The distance between the two stars was about 100 million miles. Screech. Just as Yixian activated the Shinong cauldron and turned around, heading toward the last target on the right, the rank 6 insect clan that was still 300 to 400 million miles away let out another roar. That sense of panic and mournfulness was much more obvious than before. This scene revealed a sense of strangeness. Not only was Yixian puzzled, but the 7 universe masters who were trapped in the 7 dazzling light clusters hundreds of millions of miles away in the universe void space surrounding the Shinong cauldron were also puzzled. Soon the answer was revealed. As the rank 6 insectoid roared, a figure suddenly rushed out from the ferocious beast star in front of them. The aura emanating from his body indicated that he was a rank 3 universe knight. Obviously, this figure was the universe knight who was guarding the ferocious beast star in front of them. He was also Yixian's last target. What surprised him even more was that this universe knight who had just rushed out from the atmosphere of the star was clearly a space insectoid, and his entire body was pitch black. He looked exactly the same as the rank 6 insectoid that was rushing in his direction at top speed. So it's a bug. No wonder he's so anxious. A thought flashed through Yixian's mind, and he instantly understood everything. Without a doubt, this black insectoid that had just rushed out from the ferocious beast star was the bloodline descendant of the rank 6 insectoid. Otherwise, the rank 6 insectoid would not have been so anxious. Who? At this moment, Yixian was controlling the Shinong cauldron and had already shot to an area that was only tens of millions of miles away from the ferocious beast star. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand at once, and a dazzling 9-colored flame shot out from the Shinong cauldron beneath him. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already tens of millions of miles away. With a loud whoosh, this 9-colored flame shot up against the wind in less than 1/10 of a second, and it transformed into an endless sea of fire that enveloped an area with a radius of tens of millions of miles. It directly trapped the rank 6 insectoid and the universe knight who had just converged. All the rank 6 insectoids were trapped in the center of the sea of fire. Seeing this scene, Yixian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally settled down completely, because he knew that this rank 6 insectoid would no longer be able to escape. Although your eagerness to protect your child has moved this Star Lord, on the one hand, this Star Lord hates the insectoids the most. On the other hand, it was you who trapped this Star Lord first. With a thought, the Shinong cauldron beneath him rushed into the 9-colored sea of flames with Yixian on it. Yixian's voice sounded at this moment. So today you will definitely die. However, seeing that you are so eager to protect your child, this Star Lord promises you that I will spare this bug's life. Leave immediately. The last sentence was almost a roar from Yixian. At the same time, along with this roar, the boundless 9-colored sea of flames in front of him separated from the middle, directly separating the 2 black insectoids that were about to gather together. It opened up. In the next moment, the 9-colored sea of flames that surrounded the black insectoid opened up a passage that led to the void of the universe outside the sea of flames. Seeing this scene, the black insectoid was stunned for a moment. Then, without any hesitation, its body flashed, and it directly turned into a black ray of light that rushed out of the sea of flames and fled into the distant void. In the blink of an eye, it was already gone. Screech. At the same time, the rank 6 insectoid that was still trapped in the sea of flames raised its head and let out a ruthless roar once again. However, this time, its ruthless roar was filled with a strong sense of unwillingness. However, it no longer had the fear and uneasiness from before. On the contrary, there was a sense of relief. Boom! Almost in the next moment, before the ruthless roar could fade away, the rank 6 insectoid's figure had already flashed, and it took the initiative to charge into the vast 9-colored sea of flames in front of it. Chapter 4500. In the blink of an eye, the body of the 6th stage bug exploded, transforming into a black mist of blood that spread out. Immediately after, Yixian waved his hand and swept it up, keeping it in the internal space of the Shunnong cauldron beneath him. He then sent it to the flame pool to spread the blood essence. He had condensed it. At this point, the number of blood essences of universe lords in his possession had increased once again, reaching a total of 6. If he were to use the 6 blood essences of universe lords to condense them, Yixian was more than 60% confident that he would be able to produce 2 level 27 supreme treasure pills. However, the probability of producing 3 pills instantly plummeted to around 30%. After doing all this, Yixian waved his right hand and immediately collected the 9-colored sea of flames that had spread out in the space before him, sending it into the Shunnong cauldron beneath him. However, he still did not collect the 9-colored sea of flames that surrounded the cauldron, which was tens of millions of miles deep. With the presence of this sea of flames, the 7 universe masters who were standing guard in the space of the universe hundreds of millions of miles away from the cauldron did not dare to recklessly approach it. This was because even with their terrifying level of cultivation as late-stage universe lords, when faced with the Shunnong 9-colored flames that had already evolved to the pinnacle, they were still unable to resist it head-on. The moment they came into contact with it, under the intensity of the flames, their bodies would definitely explode in an instant, just like the 6th-stage bug that had exploded in the sea of flames earlier. Immediately after, Yixian sank into deep thought now, after the 6th-stage bug had been killed. That incomparably deep yet continuous strange buzzing sound in the space had completely disappeared. However, there were still 7 universe lords who had activated their own pressure to the maximum, superimposing and affecting this space. Yixian wanted to directly activate his interstellar coordinate jump ability and escape, but he still did not want to show himself. On the contrary, the continuous battles had allowed the power within Yixian to maintain a state of complete agitation. Unknowingly, a feeling as if he was about to make another breakthrough instantly assaulted his heart. A cold light flashed in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he immediately sat down at the mouth of the Shunnong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist. Swish, swish, swish. In the next instant, as he waved his hand, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out and hovered in front of Yixian. They were all the cultivation resources that Yixian took out from the undying world in his body, including the 9-colored divine medicine, and a large amount of other cultivation resources. For example, the all-evil origin elixir. These cultivation resources were all top-grade items. They emitted powerful auras that dazzled people. Hundreds of millions of miles away in the void space of the universe, the universe masters who had surrounded Shunnong cauldron and were urgently thinking of a countermeasure, suddenly let out a wave of sound after a short moment of silence. Cries of surprise. Damn it! What's this violent ape doing? Revered He had already been killed by his tricks, and the sealing power in the void had been greatly weakened. Didn't he have some kind of mysterious escaping secret technique? Why didn't he leave? He actually stayed. Look at the items he took out with a wave of his hand. They all seem to be cultivation resources. This is impossible. I actually saw a 9-colored divine medicine with a radius of 1,000 feet. It emitted an extremely dense energy aura. Definitely. It's indeed a 9-colored divine medicine. This violent ape is unbelievable. He actually refined the legendary 9-colored divine medicine. Isn't this the method of the remnants of the ancient era? He has the Shunnong cauldron, and the Shunnong strange flame in this treasured cauldron has already entered the 9-colored flame level. It's not surprising that he was able to refine a 9-colored divine medicine. It seems that this is the secret behind his cultivation level advancing so quickly. But why is he taking out these top-grade cultivation resources now? To make a breakthrough? At this time, he actually has the mood to make a breakthrough in front of so many powerful enemies? Is this violent ape crazy? This is strange, but it's fine. We can discuss how to deal with this situation in the future. In short, we can't let him escape today. Whether it's the Shunnong cauldron or the 9-colored divine medicine, we must get them. However, Yixian didn't pay attention to all of this. Then, he directly activated the domain of the Shunnong cauldron, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. He swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. A breakthrough. Walala. Very quickly, The sound of chains that covered the sky and covered the earth sounded out from within Yixian's body. This time there was only one shackle that appeared within his body. This was something that was to be expected. Next, everything was familiar. Yixian activated the huge river of energy that had just formed in his body. It began to circulate in his meridians, accumulating energy. However, this breakthrough came so quickly, perhaps because it started immediately after the consecutive battles, and the surging energy and blood in his body were fully mobilized. In just one day, when all the energy in the meridians in his body had been refined, with just one impact, the shackles that had appeared in his body this time instantly broke. As the shackles completely broke, the anticipated system prompt sounded in Yixian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm. 7th level Universe Knight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the realm of the physical body energy and blood. Current realm. 7th level Universe Knight. 7th level Universe Knight. This was the advanced stage of the Universe Knight. With the arrival of this breakthrough, Yixian's combat power would undoubtedly soar again. After the previous breakthrough, the strength of his original body was at the 6th level of the Universe Knight. Once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could instantly reach the 7th level. If he performed the 9 changes of demon ape and reached the 9th change, his combat power would immediately increase. He would soar to the 7th level of the Universe Master. But now, after Yixian activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he would instantly reach the 8th level of the Universe Knight. If he performed the bloodline power of the 9 changes of demon ape again, he would directly enter the 9th change. His ultimate peak combat power would instantly reach the 8th level of the Universe Master level. Although he would still be at the advanced stage of the Universe Master level, it would be completely different from the previous 7th level. Because below the 8th level, if the terrifying energy and blood within the enormous physical body of 60 million miles was included in the 9th change, Yixian's true combat power would reach the level of the 9th level of the Universe Master level. It could even be said that with the current peak combat power that Yixian could achieve, he could more or less guarantee that he would be unscathed in a head-on battle with a Universe Supreme at the 1st level. It was impossible for him to defeat his opponent, but at least he could guarantee that he would be unscathed. As for the 7 advanced stage Universe Masters who were trapped in the void space of the universe hundreds of millions of miles away, if it were a one-on-one battle, even if Yixian didn't use the power of the Blood Sea technique body, no one would be able to do anything to him. Even the 2 Universe Masters who were at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Universe Master level only had combat power equal to that of the 9th change. It could be said that the current him was invincible within the realm of Universe Masters. Chapter 4501. Yixian had activated the energy isolation ability of the Shen Cauldron when he was trying to break through. Therefore, when he shrunk his body in order to break through the bottleneck of his realm, the 7 late-stage Eternity Lords didn't sense the drop in his cultivation base and aura. And now, with the completion of this breakthrough, the first thing Yixian did after opening his eyes was to once again use the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape to the 9th transformation. In an instant, his body expanded tremendously, and his cultivation level soared to 8th level Universe Master. However, the size of his body, which was 60 million miles long, stopped at 10 million miles long. Otherwise, the mouth of the Shen Cauldron would have been too congested. After doing all this, Yixian removed the energy isolation ability of the Shen Cauldron. The next instant, as his terrifying power as an 8th stage Universe Master was sensed by the 7 late-stage Universe Masters in the distance, there was a brief moment of silence within the 7 dazzling balls of light. Then once again there was a tidal wave of exclamations of astonishment. See, the power emanating from the body of the ferocious ape is at the 8th stage of the Universe Master level? How is that possible? In just one day he successfully broke through the 1st stage. Previously he was at the 7th stage and now he's at the 8th stage. This is a Universe Master. Since when did the breakthrough of a small stage become so easy and fast? Without a doubt, the secret behind this ferocious ape's cultivation speed has been deciphered. All of this is due to the 9-colored godly medicine. After all, that's a legendary item. We don't even know about the godly medicine, let alone the godly medicine. We haven't even tasted the godly medicine, so we can't imagine its power. What a pity. So what if we've deciphered it? Without the 9-colored flame in the Shennon cauldron, we can't make the 9-colored godly medicine at all. This is really unfair. We're all late-stage eternity lords, yet we're besieging a violent ape in the same realm that relied on a secret bloodline technique to forcibly raise his cultivation to this level. Not only are we helpless to do anything about it, but we're also forced to watch as he goes into seclusion. He broke through the first stage of the Universe Master level. What a disgrace. I feel like I'm about to vomit blood from anger. No matter what, we must kill this violent ape today. The significance of the 9-colored divine medicine is too great. We didn't realize it before, but it's not too late to realize it now. Exactly. This matter is too important, and the opportunity is fleeting. With the speed that this violent ape grows, if it's allowed to escape today, then the next time we meet it, I'm afraid we'll be reduced to prey. Yixian did not pay any attention to the cries of surprise coming from all around. His eyes flashed with a bright light as he looked at the 7 balls of light surrounding him. In the end, he seemed to have determined the target of his attack. With a wave of his hand, a strand of 9-colored flame sprang up from the Shennon cauldron under his feet. After rushing out of the Shennon cauldron, he directly shot towards the blue light on the right. The 9-colored flame sprout expanded explosively in the wind. Although the tail of the flame was connected to the 9-colored flame sea surrounding the Shennon cauldron, the head of the flame that shot forward was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already within tens of millions of miles of the blue light. During this time, the violent ape, who was originally sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the Shennon cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog, was not idle either. Howl! With a roar, the violent ape disappeared from the entrance of the cauldron. When he reappeared, he was already at the forefront of the vast 9-colored flame sea. In other words, he had now crossed hundreds of millions of miles of void space in the blink of an eye. He was now at the forefront of the flame bridge, only about 30 to 40 million miles of distance from the blue light. This kind of speed even surpassed the teleportation of a universe master. Because this vast sea of flames that was like a void flame bridge had always been connected to the Shennon cauldron, Yixian was able to appear anywhere on the flame bridge with a thought. This was the effect of activating the power of the Shennon cauldron. At this time, as he waved his hand and spread out a terrifying flame bridge, his body instantly approached the blue light within tens of millions of miles. In the 6 other light balls in the surrounding void space, there was an exclamation of incomparable shock. What? 2 more of them? The violent ape used the Blood Sea Master's Blood Sea secret technique. This is a diversion. We have been fooled. His real target is the golden light ball that is rushing to the rescue. Damn it, the speed is too fast, and these 2 bodies directly rushed out from the 9-colored flame sea under our feet. There was no sign in advance, so it is impossible to guard against. There is no warning sign at all. It is too late. Damn it, is he going to succeed again? This continues. I suddenly have an extremely uneasy feeling. I am afraid today's matter will not be settled peacefully. I am unwilling to accept this. This is too despicable, too shameless. 3. Xiao. With these exclamations, the blue light ball did not hesitate at all and directly retreated at an extremely fast speed. The other 2 light balls, which were closest to it, also rushed over at the same time, intending to help. The light ball on the left was slightly closer, and the flame bridge was quietly extending to both sides as it rushed forward toward the blue light ball. It was just that the speed was slower, so it looked inconspicuous. Therefore, the golden light ball rushing from the left was only 30 million miles away from the left edge of the flame bridge in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the eyes of the violent ape standing at the front of the flame bridge flashed coldly, and he directly activated the Blood Sea secret technique's power of the bodies. Xiao! Xiao! Almost at the same time, at the extreme left edge of the flame bridge, 2 gigantic figures that were tens of millions of miles tall rushed up into the sky. They were the skeleton body and the black mist body of the ancient demon ape's 3 bodies. Because these 2 bodies were activated by the power of the Blood Sea secret technique, the aura that emanated from their bodies was that of an 8th-stage universe master. Without hesitation, these 2 8th-stage universe master bodies of the ancient demon ape attacked at the same time, one from the left and one from the right, attacking the golden light ball that was rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Pung! There was no suspense at all. The golden ball of light was caught off guard. It didn't even stop and directly exploded into a majestic golden blood mist that spread out. Xiao! At this moment, the violent ape standing at the front of the flame bridge disappeared, and the two bodies of the ancient demon ape that had set up an ambush to kill the golden light ball waved their hands and collected the majestic golden blood mist that had spread out in the void space. Then with a shake of their shoulders, they directly merged with the 9-colored flame bridge under their feet. Chapter 4502. Everything that had happened before seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact it all happened in the blink of an eye. The speed was simply too fast. A 9-colored flame sprout shot out from the farmer god cauldron, and transformed into a bridge of flames that rapidly spread out. By the time the late-stage Eternity Lord hibernating within the golden light was slain, the ape had returned to the cauldron, and the bridge of flames had been withdrawn from beginning to end. It took less than 3 breaths of time. At that moment, as Ferocious Ape returned, he sent the majestic golden blood mist that he had just collected into Shunnong Cauldron, and began the condensation of the 7th blood essence of a universe lord. In the universe void hundreds of millions of miles away, there were only 6 remaining dazzling lights. Within the ball of light, cries of astonishment rang out one after another. How is this possible? In just a few breaths of time we lost another late-stage universe lord? At first, there were 8 late-stage universe lords that trapped Ferocious Ape. Including Black Knight of the Bug Clan, there are 9 universe masters in this intermediate supreme forbidden land. But now 3 have been lost and only the 6 of us are left? And in terms of time it hasn't even been 2 days. This is simply unimaginable. I have an extremely bad premonition. This situation seems to be going on for a long time. How is this possible? Would Ferocious Ape dare to use the same method a second time? Even if he has the guts and isn't afraid of us beating him at his own game, what happened just now? How can we be fooled again? Adjust the formation. So what if there are 6 late-stage universe lords? We still maintain an absolute advantage, and we can still form an effective seal around Shunnong Cauldron. As long as we think of a way, he won't be able to escape today. As the cries of shock rang out, the 6 dazzling lights in the void space hundreds of millions of miles away adjusted their positions in an instant, spreading out the position of the previously destroyed golden light. This way, although the gap of the trap array widened, at least the seal could still be effectively formed. Yixian didn't care about any of this. After pondering for a while, he once again sat cross-legged at the mouth of Shunnong Cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. He wanted to continue breaking through. After another small breakthrough, his cultivation level would reach the pinnacle of the 9th-tier Universe Knight level. Then, he would be able to consume a level 26 Eternal Lord pill, and officially become a Universe Master. However, since he had just broken through once, it would be difficult for him to break through again in a short period of time under normal circumstances. However, Yixian was not worried about this because he still had 7 Venerable One's blood essences and 8 titled Emperor's blood essences. If he swallowed all of them this time, it shouldn't be a problem for him to break through to complete level 9 Universe Knight. After making up his mind, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he once again activated the isolation ability of the Shunnong Cauldron. Swish, swish, swish. Following the sound of something breaking through the air, rays of light shot out and hovered in front of Yixian. They were all the cultivation resources that he retrieved from the undying world within his body, including the dozens of Venerable One's blood essences and titled Emperor's blood essences, 9-colored godly medicines, and a large amount of other cultivation resources, such as the all-evil origin liquid. They were all top-tier items that emitted powerful auras, which once again stunned the remaining 6 late-stage Eternity Lords hundreds of millions of miles away. After a short moment of shock, the 6 late-stage Eternity Lords, who had been feeling uneasy for a long time, once again let out a roar of shock. Look, that damned ape is sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron again and taking out 9-colored godly medicines and other top-tier cultivation resources with a wave of his hand. What is he trying to do? Break through again? But how is this possible? He just broke through level 1 a few hours ago and ended his seclusion. But if he isn't in seclusion, what is he trying to do? We've already seen it once. What other questions can there be? This damned violent ape, is it trying to kill us on the spot? This sovereign can't take it anymore. It's so unbearable that I feel better after spitting out this mouthful of blood. Crazy, he must be crazy. This sovereign doesn't believe that he can successfully break through again this time. That's simply a nightmare. Cries of shock rang out, but Yixian completely ignored them. At this moment he had already activated the farmer god Cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, and swallowing them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Walala! Almost at the same time, the sound of chains that blotted out the sky and covered the earth sounded out from within Yixian's body. There was still only one shackle that appeared. Everything that happened next seemed to repeat itself. In front of the 6 late-stage Eternity Lords gathered hundreds of millions of miles away, Yixian unhurriedly closed his eyes and focused his mind. Then, he activated the great river of energy that had just formed in his body, and began to circulate it in his meridians. Accumulating energy. Accumulating energy. This time it took a slightly longer time, a full 4 days. Finally, when the great river of energy in his body was refined, Yixian only needed to charge once to break the shackle. And as the shackle completely broke, the anticipated system notification rang out in Yixian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm. 8th stage universe night. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body and blood energy. Current realm. 8th stage universe night. 8th stage universe night. This breakthrough had undoubtedly caused Yixian's combat power to soar again. After the previous breakthrough, his original body strength had been at the 7th stage universe night. Once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could instantly reach the 8th stage universe night. If he used the 9 demon ape transformations technique and reached the 9th transformation, his combat power would immediately soar to the 8th stage universe night. Now, after Yixian activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he would instantly have the strength of a 9th stage universe night. This was already the pinnacle of this realm. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 demon ape transformations technique and entered the 9th transformation, his combat power would reach the 9th stage universe night, which was also the pinnacle of this realm. In fact, if he included the terrifying power of the blood energy in his enormous physical body, which was 60 million miles long, Yixian's combat power would basically be comparable to that of a 1st stage universe night. Even if it was because of the gap between realms, the power of the enormous physical body would be slightly reduced. But even if he couldn't reach the level of a true 1st stage universe night, the difference wouldn't be too big. In other words, the peak battle strength that Yixian could currently achieve was enough to completely crush a universe master, who was a half-step supreme being at the peak of the 9th step. Chapter 4503. Up until now, Yixian had a total of 7 drops of blood essence of universe masters. If he immediately started the condensation of the level 27 supreme treasure pill, he was more than 70% confident that he would be able to produce 3 supreme treasure pills from this furnace of supreme treasure pills. He was close to 50% confident that he would be able to produce 4. However, in reality, it was still far from time to start the condensation of the level 27 supreme treasure pill. On one hand, it was because he still hadn't figured out the perfect pill formula for the level 27 Paragon Supreme pill. On the other hand, it was because the battle in front of him was clearly far from over. There were still 6 late-stage universe masters surrounding the Shun-known cauldron hundreds of millions of miles away. Yixian didn't dare say that he could kill all 6 of them, but he could at least kill 2 or 3 of them. Every time he killed one more, it meant that he would have at least one more level 27 supreme treasure pill in the future. This temptation was too great, and even he couldn't resist it. At the beginning of this battle, Yixian's cultivation level was only at the 6th level of the universe night. After activating the demonic ape bloodline within his body, and using the 9th transformation of the demonic ape 9 transformations bloodline ability, his cultivation level would reach the 7th level of the universe master. Due to the enormous body of 60 million miles and the tremendous power of blood and vital energy, it had the effect of increasing his power by 1 level. Therefore, his true battle power was comparable to that of an 8th level universe master. But now, in the midst of the great battle, Yixian had made 2 consecutive breakthroughs. Now, his own cultivation base had already reached the 8th level of the Universe Knight. Once he activated the Demon 8 bloodline in his body, he would instantly possess the cultivation base of the 9th level of the Universe Knight. This way, after activating the bloodline ability of the 9th transformation, Yixian would become a true 9th rank Yin Lord. Coupled with the support of his boundless blood and Qi energy, even if his combat strength still couldn't reach the 1st rank of Universe Supreme, the difference wouldn't be too great. Yes, more importantly, he had the power of Blood Sea secret technique, and when activated, he had the power of 3 beings that were infinitely close to the power of Universe Supreme beings. In this sort of situation, even if there were still 6 powerful late-stage Eternity Lords surrounding him in the surrounding space hundreds of millions of kilometers away, Yixian would still be able to deal with the situation by himself. At the beginning of this battle, Yixian was at an absolute disadvantage. His only wish at that time was to find a way to escape. However, now that the situation had developed to this point, everything had turned around in just a few days. In terms of combat strength, Yixian was definitely the one with the upper hand. What he was thinking about now was no longer the matter of retreating far away. If it was necessary, he could calmly escape at any time now, without the slightest pressure. The problem he was currently considering was how to kill the 6 late-stage Eternity Lords waiting in the void hundreds of millions of kilometers away as much as he could. To him, every late-stage Universe Master represented a level 27 Supreme Treasure pill that was about to come out of the furnace. The significance was too great, so Yixian had to maximize the benefits as much as possible. Because the next time he wanted to make a Supreme Treasure pill, he didn't know when he would have to wait. Universe Masters weren't easy to find, and only by gathering 5 would one be able to meet the minimum requirement of making a Supreme Treasure pill. The threshold made one speechless. Although he now had the power to crush these 6 late-stage Universe Masters, they were still late-stage Universe Masters after all. If they realized that something was amiss, it was highly possible that they would want to escape. At this moment, as Yixian successfully made another breakthrough and opened his eyes, the 6 late-stage Universe Masters, who had been secretly discussing in the void hundreds of millions of miles away from Shunnong Cauldron for the past few days, immediately noticed him. Like a tide, cries of surprise rang out from the 6 dazzling balls of light. What? How long has it been? It's over again? This guy can't really have successfully broken through to the next level of cultivation, right? In just a few days, this is the 2nd breakthrough. Has the 9-colored godly medicine's effect really reached such a terrifying level? Before he used that mysterious bloodline ability, he was only a 7th stage Universe Master. Now he's already a 9th stage Universe Master. Once that mysterious bloodline ability is used, it will instantly increase his power by 1 level. Doesn't this mean this raging ape already has the combat power of a Universe Master at level 9 complete realm? He's already not weaker than any of us. In fact, even the 2 9th stage Universe Masters among us wouldn't be his match in a one-on-one battle. That's right. Including the terrifying power of blood and energy in Pang Debao's body, even if it's in a situation where he's a whole realm higher, it can at least increase Bao Yuan's battle power by half a level or more. In other words, he's now infinitely close to a true Universe Master. He's already a Supreme Master. How can we fight like this? Even if we defend, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to trap him again. Is today's battle going to end with a grievance? We can't let this happen. If we miss today's opportunity, this Bao Yuan will grow even stronger. When that time comes, even if a Universe Supreme Master comes personally, it'll be difficult to subdue him. Don't worry about it anymore. Quickly invite a Supreme Master. In this situation, we can only share the benefits and invite a Universe Supreme Master. Only then can we have a chance of winning today's battle. Otherwise, everything we've done before will be in vain. I'll go. 5 friends, you must trap this bastard here. At most 3 days, I'll be back. Roar. The last sentence came from a black ball of light on the west side of the Shunnong Cauldron. As the last roar rang out, the black ball of light suddenly released a strong black light and disappeared in a flash. Hong long long. Hong. With the disappearance of the black ball of light, the 6 balls of light that were originally trapped in the void hundreds of millions of miles away from the Shunnong Cauldron were reduced to 5. A gap appeared in the west side. But soon continuous rumbling sounds rang out. The 5 balls of light moved together and began to move. In the blink of an eye, they had filled up the gap left by the black ball of light. However, as a result, the gap between every 2 resplendent balls of light was a little larger than before. But overall, the situation of being trapped still existed. It was very clear that the 5 late-stage Eternity Lords within the 5 balls of light still hadn't given up hope. They had actually gritted their teeth and braved the danger of staying behind. Chapter 4504. Previously, Yi Xian had already broken free from the bloodline god power of 9 transformations of demonic ape, due to his secluded cultivation. Hence, he had only activated the bloodline power of 9 transformations of demonic ape, but he hadn't displayed the power of the bloodline god power of 30 meters. The aura emanating from his body was only that of a 9th-stage pinnacle universe knight. However, at this moment, as he stepped out of the mouth of Shun-known cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, the 30-meter-tall raging ape raised his head and roared. Roar! 9 transformations of demonic ape. 9th transformation. As this roar rang out, a huge explosion erupted from within the body of the raging starry sky ape. In the blink of an eye, its body, which was originally only 100 feet tall, had completely expanded in less than a breath of time. His speed was simply swift to the point it caused one's hair to stand on end. The energy within his body surged like a roaring river, and his limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity. Moreover, there was even an imperceptible strand of an unimaginably powerful and terrifying aura that effused out. At the same time, the aura emanating from the raging ape's body soared rapidly. In less than half a breath's time, the raging ape had soared from a 9th-stage pinnacle universe knight to a 9th-stage pinnacle universe master. Miraculously, the raging ape's cultivation level was achieved in half a breath's time. This scene made the eyelids of the late-stage Eternity Lords within the 6 dazzling balls of light in the void of the outerverse for hundreds of millions of miles around them twitch. Their hearts were filled with endless envy and jealousy. In an instant, as this incomparably terrifying pinnacle Eternity Lord power spread out and enveloped this vast and boundless intermediate supreme forbidden area, countless cries could be heard coming from the various ferocious beast stars in the distance. All the ferocious beasts in the forbidden area crouched on the ground almost subconsciously. They did not dare to move at all. There were even some popping sounds that could be heard. However, many of the weaker ferocious beasts in the forbidden area couldn't withstand this terrifying aura, which was infinitely close to that of a universe supreme. Their bodies exploded instantly, and there were signs of them dying previously. When they were besieged for such a long time, Yi Xian had made several moves, and he had even killed 3 powerful universe masters in the face of adversity. But these 3 times, without exception, they were all sneak attacks. After one attack, they immediately retreated. Otherwise, they would be in danger. It could be said that he had put himself in danger all 3 times. Coupled with his current situation of being trapped, the grievance that had accumulated in Bao Yuan's heart was naturally obvious. However, that was all in the past. Now, as his cultivation level had skyrocketed by 2 small levels in a few days, Bao Yuan now had a terrifying battle power that was infinitely close to that of a universe supreme. Although there were still 5 late-stage Eternity Lords lying in ambush in the surrounding space hundreds of millions of kilometers away, Yi Xian didn't fear any one of them. The exciting moment of turning the tables and crushing the enemy had finally arrived. Roar! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Bao Yuan, who was agitated, immediately raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Before he finished his roar, Yi Xian's voice was transmitted through his spirit consciousness. It was played down neither too fast nor too slow. Although it was gentle, it enveloped the vast void of the supreme forbidden area, revealing an endless sense of tyranny. Didn't you think that you could besiege this Star Master because you had the advantage in numbers? If that's the case, then this Star Master will now fight 1 against 5, 1 against all of you. Either you fight or scram. Roar! Blood Sea Secret Technique. As the last roar was transmitted, Bao Yuan's gigantic body, which was 60 million kilometers long, collapsed instantly, turning into a vast and boundless blood sea that permeated the void of the universe. With the Shun-known cauldron as the center, it rapidly spread in all directions. In just a few breaths, the Blood Sea Secret Technique had been activated to the extreme by Yi Xian, and a boundless blood sea with a radius of nearly 1 billion kilometers appeared in the void. When this vast sea of blood spread out in all directions, all the stars in the void, whether they were ferocious beast stars with forbidden grounds and ferocious beasts in hibernation or abandoned stars, were all destroyed and turned into cosmic dust without exception. With a radius of 1 billion kilometers, such a vast area had already shrunk the 5 resplendent balls of light that were hundreds of millions of kilometers away into the sea of blood. Now this almost boundless sea of blood was just below these 5 resplendent balls of light. At a glance, this scene was as if 5 huge stars of different colors had risen from 5 different directions above the vast sea. Boom! 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 3 earth-shattering explosions came from 3 different locations in the vast sea of blood. Then 3 huge figures rose from the ground in an instant from the shocking and boundless sea of blood. They were the 3 demon bodies of the ancient demon ape. One was the body of flesh and blood, which was the space-raging ape. The other was the body of bones without any flesh and blood. It was merely a purple-gold skeleton that exuded an endless and ferocious aura. It was extremely ferocious. The other was the body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a raging ape, its physical body was a cloud of black fog, and even its eyes were merely 2 clouds of purple light. It was extremely strange under normal circumstances. The 3 demon bodies were a trinity, and their backs were stuck together. However, now Yixian had actually used the Blood Sea secret technique to divide the 3 demon bodies of the ancient demon ape into 3 Blood Sea bodies. Besides, he had already completely comprehended the power of the first level of the Blood Sea body. Hence, the 3 Blood Sea bodies all exuded the aura of cultivation at the 9th stage pinnacle level of a universe master. They were only 1 step away from becoming universe knights. Come on! Didn't you want to trap and kill me? Now the time for a great battle has come. Just like what I said before, either we fight or get lost. Get lost. Get lost. The 3 Blood Sea bodies were all tens of millions of miles in size. At that moment they rose from the ground. Their feet were still connected to the boundless Blood Sea. But Yixian's voice was coming out of their mouths. They were filled with endless disdain. And they wanted to fight 5 universe masters at the late-stage universe master level by themselves. Pung! Pung pung pung! As the 3 Blood Sea bodies roared furiously, the terrifying power of a half-step supreme in their bodies also rose to the extreme. At that moment, in the universe void space outside the Blood Sea, within the various ferocious beast stars, there was an extremely clear sound of explosions. It was only one roar filled with overwhelming demon power, and within the various ferocious beast stars of this intermediate supreme forbidden area, countless ferocious beasts had fallen. All of them couldn't withstand the terrifying power, and exploded one after another. Chapter 4505. What? It's this move again? As expected, he has fully comprehended the Blood Sea Lord's Blood Sea secret technique. He just broke through and condensed 3 Blood Sea avatars, and all of them have the same cultivation level as his main body. We're talking about 3 powerful 9th-step Eternity Lords, existences that are half-step supremes. Although we have 5 people, there are only 2 of them, so we don't seem to have the advantage. It's too shocking. Everything is like a forbidden realm. Not long ago, the situation had developed to such an extent. At first, we clearly had an absolute advantage, but now everything has changed. We are already evenly matched. The so-called seal is just a joke. Fellow Taoists, now where do we go? Now we can only do what this violent ape said. Either we grit our teeth and fight, or scram with our tails between our legs. It's really too sullen. Let's end the battle then. Even though we've imperceptibly lost our advantage, we're still evenly matched and haven't fallen into a disadvantageous position. As long as we persist for a while and wait for reinforcements to arrive, this violent ape can only perish on the spot. Fight! Screech! Along with these cries of alarm, the auras of the 5 canopies, which had been restrained and didn't emit too strong of an Eternal Lord's pressure, were instantly filled with furious roars and howls. For a time, incomparably austere and cold murderous intent surged out like a raging river, violently gushing out from the 5 bright balls of light of different colors. Bang! Bang 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 in the blink of an eye. The killing intent of 5 powerful late-stage Eternity Lords overlapped in the vast void of this intermediate supreme forbidden zone. Around the Blood Sea, in the various ferocious beast stars. Immediately, as if in response, a dense series of explosions rang out again. This time, countless innocent ferocious beasts in the forbidden area couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure and exploded to death in grievance. Roar! 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 At the same time, 3 heaven-shaking roars rang out. The waves of the endless sea of blood surged to the extreme. The 3 demonic ape clones with the sea of blood beneath their feet swung their right fists at the same time, charging off in different directions. 2 of them rushed to the 2 green and blue canopies emitting the same half-step supreme being auras. The other flesh body, Yixian's original body in the form of a violent ape, rushed directly to the green canopy in front of it. The aura emanating from this green ball of light was only that of a 7th-stage universe master, and it was the weakest of the 5 late-stage universe masters who were still lingering in this place. Almost in the next instant, the violent ape rushed out abruptly and arrived within 10 million miles of the green canopy in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, it threw a punch. Everything that happened next was without suspense. Bang! A huge roar rang out in the void space, and this green canopy exploded in an instant. Among the shattered green canopies, one could clearly see a green Luan bird with a body of 30 million feet. Under Yixian's terrifying power this time, its body completely exploded into a green bloody mist and spread out. Xiao! Catching the enemy off guard and killing it with one blow, it was simply a one-hit kill. Such a result made Yixian relax, and a sense of joy appeared in his heart. Without any hesitation, the violent ape immediately waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force rolled out from his body and enveloped a radius of 10 million miles. The green bloody mist that had just spread out was swept up in an instant, transforming into a green waterfall of majestic qi and blood. Like a rainbow piercing through the sky, it nimbly scuttled into the towering Shunnong cauldron in the center of the blood sea, and started the blood essence condensation. This scene happened too suddenly. The other 4 late-stage Eternity Lords in the resplendent light canopies didn't have time to react at all. By the time they came back to their senses, the existence in the green canopy had already been killed by the violent ape's punch. At this time, the Black Mist clone and the Skeleton clone had already rushed within 10 million miles of the green and blue canopies. Without any hesitation, they also threw a punch. Another one was actually killed? How is this possible? 3. Go all out. Roar. In the midst of shock and anger, a monstrous roar came from the 2 canopies of light. At the same time, a ferocious green beast head that was 30 million feet long and a blue beast limb of the same size that was covered in barbed scales stretched out from the canopies of light. There was also a terrifying aura that didn't show any weakness as it blasted towards the 2 Blood Sea clones that punched out. Bang! Bang! Ka-cha-cha! 2 earth-shattering explosions sounded as the blood sea surged for hundreds of millions of feet. The green beast head and blue beast limb collided head-on with the 2 blood sea clones, and the terrifying force that erupted caused even the cosmic void above the blood sea to shatter inch by inch. The turbulent flow of space shot out, and the entire bloody battlefield was instantly thrown into chaos. This attack was actually evenly matched, and they were evenly matched. The Black Mist clone and Skeleton clone didn't gain any advantage, and the 2 half-step Eternity Lords in the green and blue canopies of light also didn't gain any advantage. Roar! Roar! This result obviously made the 2 Blood Sea clones of Yixian extremely dissatisfied and unwilling to accept this result. After raising their heads and roaring angrily, the 2 Blood Sea clones punched out again at the same time. The 4 half-step Supremes at the Great Circle of the 9th Step Eternity Lord Realm instantly engaged in a chaotic battle. The entire cosmic void within a radius of several hundred million kilometers was completely shattered. However, this was the mysterious primordial void after all, and the power of the laws had reached its peak. Although the power of half-step Eternity Lords could already shatter the void. After the shattering void, it immediately healed itself at a speed visible to the naked eye. This shocking scene was strange and magical, and at the same time it was dazzling, but at the same time it couldn't help but be terrified. Only the half-step Eternity Lords and the 9th level Eternity Lords could continuously shatter and rapidly repair the void under the background of such a scene. Under this, they were still fighting fiercely. And just as the 4 half-step Eternity Lords and the 9th level Eternity Lords were gradually fighting in full swing, the flesh clone on the other side, Yixian's true body in the form of a violent ape, also smashed the green canopies of light with a punch. He turned his head and looked at the other two resplendent light canopies in front of him on the left. These two light canopies were red and purple, and the cultivation auras emitted from them were both at the 8th level of Universe Lords, only one step away from the 9th level of Eternity Lords. Chapter 4506. In the blink of an eye, the green ball of light exploded, and the 5 late-stage Eternity Lords turned into the current 4. Seeing this scene, the red and purple balls of light that were originally shooting towards the violent ape instantly stopped midway, their surging momentum coming to an abrupt end. Immediately after, a few soft cries of shock rang out from the 2 balls of light. What? The green Luan actually fell? Hiss! The original 3 against 1 instantly became 2 against 1. With our cultivation of the 8th stage, how can we fight this half-step supreme stage terrifying violent ape when it's only 2 against 1? Quickly retreat, today's battle is no longer necessary. That's right, although the benefits are tempting, we can't do it. The most important thing is still our own lives. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before the voices had even finished, the 2 balls of light had already turned around and retreated the way they had come. From their words, it was clear that they wanted to retreat immediately upon seeing that the situation was hopeless. This was expected, after all. The violent ape's current cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th stage, half-step supreme stage. If there were 3 late-stage Eternity Lords at the 7th or 8th stage, they would be able to barely resist each other and protect themselves by rushing to each other's aid. But if there were only 2 8th-stage Eternity Lords, it was obviously impossible to achieve this. Previously, before the green Luan beast within the green ball of light had fallen, even if Yi Xian had condensed 3 Blood Sea clones, his strength would only be on par with the 5 resplendent balls of light. But now, following the fall of the green Luan within the green ball of light, the comparison of strength between the 2 sides instantly changed. Yi Xian, who had condensed 3 Blood Sea avatars, became the stronger side. As for the remaining 4 resplendent balls of light, they landed on the weaker side. Among the 4 balls of light, the green and blue balls of light each faced a Blood Sea avatar, so they were not affected by the change in strength. On the contrary, the pressure on the red and purple balls of light greatly increased. Under such circumstances, if they were to forcefully resist, it was very likely that they would end up like the green Luan within the green ball of light, dying on the spot. Facing such a situation, retreating immediately was the only choice, and there was no need for hesitation. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Today, none of you 4 will be able to escape. Not a single one of you can be missing. Roar! Seeing the 2 balls of light shooting toward the path they came from, Yi Xian's cold voice came from the mouth of the violent ape. Then, after raising its head and roaring, its terrifying body that was tens of thousands of kilometers in size instantly turned into a bloody mist and scattered. It sank into the boundless sea of blood below with monstrous waves. Almost at the same time, in front of the red ball of light's retreating path, a monstrous wave rose from the sea of blood. The berserk ape's enormous figure, which was tens of thousands of kilometers long, rose from the ground and suddenly rushed out. With just a single step, it arrived in front of the red ball of light in the blink of an eye. Within a radius of tens of millions of li, he did not hesitate at all as he punched out. Bang! A huge rumbling sound rang out from the void as the red ball of light exploded in an instant. Amidst the red specks of light that filled the sky, one could clearly see a blood-colored crocodile beast with a body that was tens of thousands of meters long. Unfortunately, just as the crocodile beast's figure appeared, its body was completely blown up into a bloody mist by the terrifying power of this strike, rapidly spreading out. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, the violent ape waved its hand at the first possible moment. An incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from its body, enveloping a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. The bloody mist that had just spread out swept over in an instant, transforming into a scarlet waterfall of boundless blood. Like a rainbow piercing through the sky, it nimbly rushed into the Shinnon cauldron that stood in the middle of the sea of blood, and directly began to condense blood essence. Screech! Seeing this scene in another direction 200 million miles away, an incomparably mournful and tyrannical howl came from the purple ball of light that was rushing towards the edge of the sea of blood, revealing endless panic and fear. It was obvious that the late-stage Eternity Lord that was hibernating in the purple ball of light was finally afraid. In this vast area where the endless sea of blood spread, the universe was affected by the power of the sea of blood. Even late-stage Eternity Lords were unable to directly teleport away. They could only use their extreme speed to rush to the edge of the sea of blood before they could teleport away. However, although their speed was fast, no matter how fast they could not compare to the violent ape, who was one with the endless sea of blood. As long as they stepped on the sea of blood, whether it was the violent ape, the other two skeletons or the body of black fog, they could merge with the sea of blood beneath their feet at any time. At the same time they could soar into the sky from any other location in the sea of blood. The gap between them had reached a level that could be completely ignored. Just now, the reason why the violent ape was able to kill the giant star crocodile in the red ball of light with a single punch was because it had this advantage. Otherwise, although there was a great disparity in strength between a 9th stage Eternity Lord and an 8th stage Eternity Lord, it would not be easy for the former to stop the latter within the 1 billion-mile radius of the Sea of Blood. At this moment, after the giant star crocodile in the red ball of light was killed and its blood essence swept away and sent into the farmer god cauldron, Yi Xian now had 9 drops of Eternity Lord blood essence in his hands. 9 drops of Eternity Lord blood essence. If he opened the cauldron to refine a grade 27 supreme treasure pill, Yi Xian had an 80% chance of being able to refine 6 pills, and even 7 pills would be around 50%. However, this was far from the end. Right before his eyes, he was about to obtain another drop of Eternity Lord blood essence. Roar! Raising its head and roaring, the violent ape's enormous body directly dissipated, turning into a rain of blood that fell into the endless sea of blood below. At the same time, 200 million miles away, in front of the purple ball of light that was fleeing in panic, the sea of blood suddenly surged with monstrous waves. The violent ape, whose body was 10 million miles long, directly rose from the ground. Without the slightest pause, it roared and threw a punch at the incoming purple ball of light at the same time. No, seeing this scene, the purple ball of light that was originally moving at an extremely fast speed came to an abrupt halt, followed by an incomparably mournful and tyrannical howl from within the ball of light. Boom! Before the howl had even faded away, the violent ape's punch had already landed on the purple ball of light. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the sea of blood within a radius of 100 million miles stirred up an endless hurricane. The purple ball of light cracked, and in the blink of an eye, it had completely exploded. A cloud of purple blood mist spread out from within. Whoosh! At the same time, the violent ape did not hesitate and immediately waved its hand. An incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from its body, enveloping a radius of 10 million miles. Chapter 4507. In the blink of an eye, the purple ball of light exploded, and the majestic blood energy formed from the explosion became the material for Yi Xian to refine the 10th blood essence of Eternity Lord. 10 blood essences of Eternity Lord. If he were to refine a level 27 supreme treasure pill, Yi Xian was more than 80% certain that he would be able to refine 7 of them, and even 8 of them would be around 50% certain. However, this was still far from the end. On the other side of the blood sea, not far away, he was about to refine another 2 blood essences of Eternity Lord. At that time, as long as the last 2 balls of light were blown apart, and the universe masters that were hibernating within them were killed, the number of Eternity Lord blood essences in Yi Xian's hands would reach a terrifying 12. 12 blood essences of Eternity Lord. If he were to refine a level 27 supreme treasure pill, he was more than 80% certain that he would be able to refine 9 of them, and even 10 of them would be around 50% certain that he would be able to refine 9 level 27 supreme treasure pills. In the future, every single one of them would represent the emergence of a universe supreme level being among his subordinates. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart instantly surged, and his breathing became rapid. With this kind of intense anticipation, Bao Yuan's eyes flashed coldly, and he turned his head to look at the other side of the blood sea in the distance. Over there, the skeleton body and the black fog body were still engaged in an intense battle with the pinnacle Eternity Lords within the green and blue balls of light. Although the battle had only just begun, because both sides had used their full strength without holding back, the battle had entered a state of unbridled ferocity in a short period of time. However, in general, the 2 battlefields were basically evenly matched. The 2 blood sea bodies and the 2 balls of light were fighting each other, and no one was able to gain the upper hand over the other. However, this equilibrium was clearly about to be broken very soon. Hong Long, with a flash of cold light in his eyes, Bao Yuan no longer hesitated. His terrifying figure that was tens of thousands of miles in size instantly rushed toward the other side of the sea of blood step by step. At present, the remaining green and blue light balls had been completely restrained by the skeleton doppelganger and the black fog doppelganger. Even if they wanted to escape now, it was impossible. Hence, Bao Yuan was not in a hurry and directly ran wildly. This scene was too shocking. In the boundless sea of blood, one after another, blood-colored waves surged into the sky like a canopy of the heavens. On the surface of the sea of blood, a ferocious ape that was millions of kilometers long strode forward with a terrifying presence. Even the space around it rumbled with the sound of thunder. Roar! Screech! At the end of the sea of blood in the distance, the two peak eternity lords lying dormant in the green and blue light balls had clearly seen this scene and were aware of the battle situation here. In an instant, shocking roars and screeches rang out from the two resplendent light balls. Following closely behind were the voices of divine senses that were filled with endless unwillingness and despair. Trash. All of you are trash. 3 late-stage eternity lords of the 7th and 8th stage couldn't even last half an incense stick's worth of time before they were completely wiped out. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. It's over. There's no hope in today's battle. With just you and me facing 3 half-step supremes of the same strength, we definitely won't be able to last 3 days. Let's retreat. I can't accept this. Screech. As these voices filled with resentment and unwillingness rang out, the two peak eternity lords lying dormant in the green and blue light balls had clearly reached a consensus at the first moment. There was no need to continue fighting. Right now, their only wish was to be able to safely escape. This was simply infuriating. A few days ago they had set up an ambush here and surrounded their opponent, but now in just a few short days, they had fallen to the point where they didn't even have the slightest bit of confidence in being able to escape unscathed and escape in a hurry. This kind of sullen battle was simply unprecedented in their lives, but they had no choice but to face it. How could they endure it? However, no matter how unwilling they were, they had to give up. If this dragged on, the final result would definitely be death. Buzz! Buzz! Almost at the same time, a low buzzing sound came from both the cyan and blue balls of light. This commotion was roughly the same as the commotion caused by the activation of the bloodline secret technique of the rank 6 arachnid that Yixian had killed earlier. Evidently, these two peak half-step supremes had most likely learned this secret technique that originally belonged to the insectoid race from that 6th-stage insectoid. This was also understandable. After all, Yixian's 9 devil ape transformation bloodline ability was obtained from the bloodline of the blood-devouring lion clan. Now, the two half-step supremes in the green and blue light balls suddenly activated this bloodline secret technique that belonged to the 6th-stage insectoid race. Their purpose was naturally not to trap their opponent, but to escape. Insectoid secret technique? Want to escape? It's not that easy. As these two low and strange buzzing sounds rang out, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape, who was running wildly in the endless sea of blood. Yixian's incomparably cold voice instantly sounded out. Roar! Walala! With a roar, endless splashing sounds rang out. The violent ape's huge body directly dissipated, turning into a rain of blood that fell into the endless sea of blood below. At the same time, in the left area hundreds of millions of kilometers away, near the cyan light ball that was emitting a low buzzing sound, the sea of blood suddenly surged with monstrous waves. The violent ape, which was tens of millions of kilometers in size, directly rose from the ground. On the other side of the skeleton, the cyan light ball was sandwiched in the middle. You can't escape. Die. Boom. At this moment, Yixian's voice rang out once again. Before it had even landed, the violent ape and the clone in the skeleton had already punched out at the same time, heading straight for the cyan light ball. Screech! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the sea of blood within a radius of 100 million kilometers stirred up an endless hurricane. The cyan light ball exploded with an incomparably shrill howl, and in the blink of an eye, it had completely exploded, and a cyan blood mist spread out from within. Whoosh! At the same time, the violent ape waved its hand, and an incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from its body, enveloping a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, and absorbing the cyan blood mist that had just spread out into the Shenong's treasure cauldron. Immediately after, without any hesitation, the violent ape and the skeleton clone that had just killed a powerful enemy exploded at the same time, turning into two majestic and endless rain of blood that fell into the endless sea of blood beneath their feet. Chapter 4508. In the blink of an eye, Raging Ape and the skeleton body attacked at the same time. With one punch, they killed the Pinnacle Universe Lord hiding within the green light, turning him into a cloud of green blood mist. Then, without any hesitation, Raging Ape and the skeleton body disappeared at the same time, turning into a cloud of blood mist and dispersing into the vast blood sea beneath their feet. At the same time, Raging Ape and the skeleton body left the side of the last blue light in an instant, and rose. Together with the black mist body that was originally entangled with the blue light, they formed a triangle and trapped it in the middle. This was clearly the rhythm of the three blood sea bodies attacking at the same time and blasting it apart. Screech, realizing that a life and death crisis was approaching, an incomparably mournful roar came out from the blue light cluster. At the same time, the blue light cluster that was originally emitting a blazing light, at this moment the bright blue light also burned to the extreme. Wung, with a low and strange buzzing sound, the blue light flickered and disappeared. Boom! At the same time, the fists of the three blood sea clones landed on the spot where the blue light ball had disappeared. Immediately, cracking sounds could be heard in the void. They were so dense that it sent chills down one's spine. Unfortunately, the existence within the blue sphere of light had still managed to escape. This sort of bug race secret technique was extremely strange and unpredictable. Moreover, the Peak Eternity Lord within the blue sphere of light had been using it for some time now, so the possibility of such an unexpected outcome wasn't small. Howl! Such an outcome made Yixian extremely unwilling. The three blood sea bodies raised their heads and let out a shocking roar at the same time. The skeleton body and the black mist body dissipated in the next instant, turning into a cloud of blood mist and dispersing into the blood sea beneath their feet. With a thought, Yixian put away the blood sea technique. Xiao! Hualala! With a thought, the vast and boundless blood sea rapidly gathered and disappeared in the blink of an eye, merging into Yixian's body. At the same time, Yixian broke free from the state of the ninth form. His body returned to its original height of 30 meters. His original level of cultivation as a Universe Master at level 9 Pinnacle fell back to that of a Universe Knight at level 9 Pinnacle. His figure flickered, and he immediately returned to the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was enshrouded in 9 colors fog and sat down cross-legged. His eyes flashed with a bright light as he murmured, "In the end, one still managed to escape." Adding that to the one who went to invite the so-called Supreme, this Star Master has already killed 7 of the 9 Eternity Lords this time. There were already 4 Eternity Lord blood essences before, and with these 7, there's a total of 11. With 11 Aeon Lord blood essences, if he were to refine a 27 level 27 Supreme Treasure pill, he had an 80% chance of being able to refine 8 of them. In fact, he even had a 50% chance of refining 9 of them. After pondering for a while, Yixian decided not to leave for the time being. Instead, he would stay here and attempt to become a Universe Master. Although he had just broken through 2 small levels not too long ago, he had just been engaged in a series of battles. His opponents were all late-stage Universe Masters, and the Blood Sea technique could be said to have been interpreted to the extreme. The time for another breakthrough had arrived. As long as he made one more breakthrough, even if he didn't activate the Demon Ape bloodline in his ordinary human form, he would have the power of a 9th-stage Universe Knight at the pinnacle level. Then, he would be able to take a level 26 pill. Once he swallowed it, he would be able to become a Universe Master in a short time. Then, even if a knight came, he wouldn't be afraid. A Universe Supreme? I've been looking forward to a great battle with such a being for a long time. This time, it's impossible for them to invite 2 Universe Knights, as that would take away more benefits. At this point, Yixian's eyes flashed again. This is a rare opportunity. Not only can I fight a Universe Supreme who came alone, but I might even have the chance to kill him, as long as this Universe Knight is only at level 1 to level 3. At level 3 there's a chance. After making up his mind, his eyes flashed coldly, and he activated the isolation power of the Shenong cauldron again. Zhou xiu xiu. Soon, the sound of the air breaking was heard, and rays of light shot out and hovered in front of Yixian. They were all resources he took out from the undying world within his body. The 9-colored godly medicine and a large amount of other resources, such as the all-evil origin liquid, were all top-tier items that exuded powerful forces. After that, Yixian activated the domain power of the Shenong Cauldron and compressed all the resources to the size of an infant's fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed them into his stomach. Hua la la! Almost at the same time, the earth-shattering sound of chains rang out from his body. There was still only one shackle that appeared. Yixian closed his eyes unhurriedly and focused his mind. Then he activated the energy river that had just formed in his body, and it started to circulate in his meridians time and time again to accumulate power. The time it took to break through this time was still acceptable, as it only took him 1.5 days. Perhaps it had something to do with the continuous battles that he had fought to his heart's content. Soon, when the energy river in his body was refined, Yixian only had to attack once and the shackle broke. When the shackle was completely broken, the anticipated system notification rang out in Yixian's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the next level of the Ancient Cave Void technique. Current level. 9th stage Universe Night complete. Ding. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the next level of the Ancient Cave Void technique. Current level. 9th stage Universe Night complete. 9th stage Universe Night. He had finally reached the 9th stage Universe Night complete. This breakthrough had undoubtedly caused Yixian's combat power to soar again. After the previous breakthrough, his original body's combat power was at the 8th stage of the Universe Night complete. Once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could instantly reach the 9th stage. And if he used the 9 changes of the ancient demon ape and reached the 9th transformation, his combat power would be even higher. He would instantly reach the 9th stage of the Universe Master level. But now, after Yixian activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he would instantly possess the combat power of a 1st stage Universe Master. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 changes of the ancient demon ape and entered the 9th transformation directly, his combat power would reach the level of a 1st stage Universe Supreme. In fact, if he were to include the terrifying power of blood energy in his enormous body, which was 60 million miles long, under the 9th transformation, Yixian's combat power would basically be comparable to that of a 2nd stage Universe Supreme. The key was that he still had the Blood Sea technique. Once he activated the power of his other bodies, he could instantly create 3 bodies of this level of combat power. In this way, even if a supreme being of the 3rd step were to descend, although Yixian couldn't guarantee that he would be able to kill the supreme being, it wouldn't be a problem for him to ensure that he would be able to easily leave at any time. But this was actually not the end of this breakthrough. Because now, he could already take a level 26 pill and break through the bottleneck of a major realm, allowing his combat power in the ordinary human state to enter the level of a true Universe Master. Chapter 4509. Complete Level 9 Universe Night? Finally, I'm going to break through to the true Eternity Lord level. Yixian muttered to himself as he forced himself to calm down. Then he closed his eyes again. He didn't have much time left. If there were no accidents, that Universe Supreme would arrive within 2 days at most. Although Yixian had the Shenong Cauldron to protect him and had nothing to fear, if he delayed for too long, it was inevitable that something unexpected would happen. If he could complete this breakthrough before the other party arrived, it would naturally be the best-case scenario. Xiao xiao xiao. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out and floated in front of Yixian. They were still all the cultivation resources he took out from the undying world within his body. However, this time, other than the 9-colored godly medicine and a large amount of resources, such as the all-evil origin liquid, the most important thing was a level 26 Eternity Lord level pill. After consuming this level 26 Eternity Lord level pill, Yixian only had 11 Eternity Lord level pills left. However, it was still enough. After doing all this, Yixian activated the domain of the Shenong Cauldron. After compressing all the resources to the size of an infant fist, he swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Hualala! The sound of chains covering the sky and earth rang out from within his body. This time, although there was only one shackle that appeared, it was much thicker than before. After all, this time, he was breaking through to the next major realm between Universe Knight and Universe Master. Neck. Yixian focused and activated the energy river that had just formed within his body. He began to circulate great circulatory cycles in his meridians to accumulate power. The expected pain came quickly. The impact of the bottleneck of a major realm was much more intense than the impact of an ordinary small realm. However, to Yixian it was still nothing. He had long since gotten used to it. Time passed slowly. Under Yixian's wholehearted focus and full power circulation, this time, it only took him a day and a half to completely refine the great river of energy in his body. Yixian only needed one attack to break this incomparably thick shackle. When the shackles were completely broken, the anticipated system notification rang out in Yixian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu formula. Current level. First level Universe Master. Ding! Congratulations to host. You have achieved a breakthrough in your physical body's qi and blood realm. Current level. First level Universe Master. A Universe Master. The breakthrough this time was a great leap forward. It had undoubtedly increased Yixian's battle prowess greatly. Previously, his original body's cultivation base had been at the 9th order Venerable Realm. Once he activated the power of the ancient demon ape's bloodline, he would be able to ascend to the 1st order Eternity Lord Realm. And if he were to use the 9 changes of demon ape and reach the 9th change, his battle prowess would immediately soar to the 1st order Universe Supreme Realm. But now, with the completion of this breakthrough, Yixian would instantly possess the power of a 2nd order Universe Master, after activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape. If he were to use the bloodline power of the 9 changes of demon ape again, he would directly enter the 9th change. His power would be equivalent to that of a 2nd order Universe Supreme Realm. Adding in the terrifying energy and blood within his enormous body that was 60 million kilometers long under the 9th transformation, Yixian's true combat strength was basically on par with the Universe Sovereign at the 3rd step. In other words, no one below the level of a middle-stage Universe Supreme could do anything to him. If there were no accidents, any Universe Supreme being at the level of an initial stage would either be annihilated or forced to flee in embarrassment when they encountered him. This was because as long as Yixian executed the Blood Sea secret technique and activated the power of his body, he would be able to instantly split himself into 3. With the same power level, he would be able to crush his opponent. Calculating the time, these 2 breakthroughs have taken almost 3 days. This means that the so-called Universe Supreme Realm Supreme should be arriving soon. After calming down, Yixian's eyes flashed coldly. As he muttered to himself, he had already rushed out of Shen Cauldron. Xiu! With a wave of his hand, the cauldron transformed into a ray of light and rushed directly into his body. Immediately after, Yixian raised his head to look at the horizon as he muttered once more. I wonder what kind of power the Eternity Lord Tribulation possesses. However, all of my aura is currently restrained and not emitted, so the lightning tribulation has yet to arrive. This was expected. A thunder calamity was bound to arrive when a Great Order Universe Supreme Realm breakthrough. Although there was no existence like the primeval heaven's eye in this primordial chaos void, the law of space operation here was perfect and complete. Because of this, the thousands of nests that gave birth to chaos demon gods, and the entire vast Milky Way star field were enveloped by an invisible force of primordial chaos law. Even the supreme beings of the primordial chaos era and the supreme beings of the primordial chaos era couldn't break through and force their way in. One could see a thing or two after entering. If it wasn't for the fact that Yixian had already realized this, he would have immediately concealed his aura before he rushed out of the Shen Cauldron. He wouldn't have leaked the slightest bit of it. At this moment, he would probably be undergoing the Eternity Lord Tribulation. Of course, Yixian had never been interested in the Thunder Calamity. He wasn't afraid and even looked forward to it. This was because every time he experienced the baptism of the Thunder Calamity, he would be able to completely stabilize the level of cultivation he had just broken through. Solidify. But this time, a great enemy was about to arrive. He had other plans for the upcoming Eternity Lord Calamity. After a short while, as long as I reveal a little bit of my aura, the Eternity Lord Calamity will arrive immediately. Unfortunately, it's only an Eternity Lord Calamity after all. It won't cause any harm to the Universe Supremacy who's about to arrive. However, It's not a bad idea to take advantage of this opportunity to confuse the enemy and set up an ambush. After saying this, he immediately activated the Perfect Oscillation Spiritual Force secret technique and concealed his body. His aura was concealed again, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Not a single trace of his aura could be sensed at the same time. In the universe void tens of billions of miles away from this intermediate supreme forbidden area, a ball of light was rapidly approaching. This ball of light was dark yellow, and the aura it emitted far surpassed that of a universe master. This was clearly a powerful universe supremacy. Within this dark yellow ball of light, one could vaguely see a smaller black ball of light. It was the late-stage Eternity Lord who had taken the initiative to ask for reinforcements. Tens of billions of miles of void wasn't a short distance, but to a universe supremacy it was nothing. After a short while, this huge dark yellow ball of light plunged headfirst into this intermediate supreme forbidden area and arrived at the bloody battlefield. In the void where the battle had taken place. Immediately after, on the right side of where Yixian was hiding, it came to an abrupt stop. Chapter 45:10. What happened here? The moment he rushed out of the dark yellow light, a shocked exclamation came from within the black light. This late-stage universe lord was completely dumbfounded. If it weren't for the fact that he could still see a large amount of shattered star fragments in the distant void 10 billion miles away, and the thick smell of blood in the air, he would have suspected that he had come to the wrong place. 3 days ago, he had left this place to ask for reinforcements. Now that he had returned, it had only been 3 days, and everything had changed greatly. That farmer god cauldron that was even larger than a star had disappeared. That freakishly talented space raging ape was gone. Even the 6 late-stage universe lords who had surrounded the cauldron when he had left were gone. Damn it, these bastards. They surrounded me for a few days and still couldn't think of a way to deal with that raging ape. Now, after being stunned for a few moments, the being within the black light let out a furious roar. But now it's only been 3 days since I left. Only 3 days, and not only did they get rid of the raging ape, they even cleaned up the battlefield and left calmly. The bloody battlefield within a radius of 10 billion miles is so clean that it's like a dog licked it. This is clearly to erase all traces. They want to cut off the rhythm of this Supreme Lord's pursuit. This is simply too much. Hong! Long! Long! Just as the late-stage universe lord within the black light flew into a rage, a series of earth-shattering rumbles came from the universe void 10 billion miles away to his left. Turning his head to look, he saw a dense and jet-black tribulation cloud gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a breath, there was already an area of over 100 million kilometers high in the sky that was completely filled with jet-black tribulation clouds. Right at that moment, a space-raging ape with a height of about 30 meters appeared below the region shrouded by the clouds. The aura emanating from its body was that of a first-level universe master. This raging ape had clearly just broken through, which was consistent with the sudden arrival of the universe Lord Thunder Calamity. No matter who saw it, they would not have the slightest bit of suspicion. At this moment, when the raging ape entered his sight, the late-stage universe knight within the black light was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had originally thought that the raging ape had been dealt with by the beings within the 6 light balls in just 3 days. But now it seemed that the truth was the opposite. It wasn't the raging ape that had been dealt with, but the beings within the 6 light balls. Those were 6 universe masters, and all of them were late-stage universe masters. There were even 2 universe masters who were half-supreme masters at the pinnacle of the 9th level. Even if not all of them had perished, and there were still some who had managed to escape, this ferocious ape with its own strength was able to accomplish this in a short 3 days, and this was still enough to shock everyone. Oh no, in just 3 days he hadn't done all's raging ape. If he remembered correctly, when he left 3 days ago, the strength of this ferocious ape was only at the peak of the 9th order venerable realm. But now, looking at his body shape, it was obvious that he hadn't activated that mysterious bloodline ability. Even so, this raging ape's power had leaped from the pinnacle of the 9th level to the 1st level of the universe master. What did this mean? It meant that he had broken through again. In just 3 days he had dealt with the 6 late-stage universe masters, and he had even taken the opportunity to make a breakthrough, and it was a breakthrough that had leaped a great realm. If those 6 fellows hadn't been killed by him, would they have been killed by him? Moreover, counting from the beginning to the end, this fellow had actually broken through 3 times in a short period of less than 10 days since they'd first besieged him. Moreover, this included a breakthrough that allowed him to surmount an entire realm. This was simply too frightening. If he didn't kill him today, in a few years, wouldn't he grow to the level of a great being from the primordial era? These thoughts flashed through his mind. At this moment, the killing intent of the late-stage Eternity Lord that was hibernating within the black ball of light towards Yixian instantly rose to the extreme. However, just as this strand of killing intent surfaced in his heart, a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind, and his entire body instantly trembled a couple of times. The situation wasn't right. This fellow had a powerful bloodline ability. Once it was activated, it could instantly increase his power by a great realm. There was no doubt about this. It wasn't like he hadn't seen it with his own eyes before. In other words, he was now a first-level universe master. If he were to activate that mysterious bloodline power, wouldn't he become a first-level universe supreme master in an instant? This was already the same level of cultivation as the person he had invited this time. However, once this ferocious ape activated that mysterious bloodline secret technique, its body would instantly expand to 60 million kilometers in size. At that time, with the support of the terrifying blood and chi energy in this enormous body, its cultivation strength would still be able to increase. His power would increase by a small level. In other words, once Bao Yuan activated that mysterious bloodline technique, his true combat power would directly soar to the level of a second-level universe supreme. And the existence that he had invited was merely a level 1 ultimate universe realm expert. He wasn't a match for him at all. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, they became clearer and clearer. The existence of the black ball of light caused his entire body to tremble violently. It even affected his body. The black ball of light that covered everything also started to sway slightly. Even his voice was trembling. Night and this raging ape's power has broken through, and he's now a universe master. We're no match for him at all. Why don't we retreat? While he's going through the Universe Master Thunder trial, we should still be able to make it. Howl! Are you out of your mind? Hearing his voice within the dark red light ball beside him, a harsh voice was heard. He's only a first-level Universe Master. Don't forget, you're a 7th-level Universe Master. Just as well. While he's going through the Universe Master Thunder trial and hasn't used the Farmer God Cauldron to defend himself, this is the best chance to kill him. Don't worry. After killing this raging ape, I'll take the Farmer God Cauldron first. As for the other treasures, you guys can pick first. Howl! Raging ape, you little rascal, give me your life. After the last sentence was said, within the dark red light ball, there was another shocking roar that was filled with endless excitement. With a flash, it shot toward the land of the Thunder Trial that was close to 10 billion miles away. Chapter 45:11. Crack! An ear-piercing crisp sound rang out, and the tribulation clouds in the sky instantly surged even more violently. After a short breath of time, an incomparably thick bolt of purple-gold lightning smashed down. As this bolt of lightning struck down, the dark tribulation clouds that covered an area of hundreds of millions of miles instantly dissipated. Although there was only one bolt of Eternity Lord Thunder tribulation, its power was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. It surpassed any of the lightning tribulations Yixian had experienced before. There was no comparison at all, and it emitted an endless aura of destruction. However, Yixian was still fearless in this regard. After curling his lips, his figure flashed and he directly rushed towards the terrifying tribulation clouds that covered the endless void above his head. Screech! At this moment, under the agitation of his emotions, the violent ape let out a long howl. He did not dodge, and instead, his figure shot out amidst the howl. In the blink of an eye, he entered the tribulation lightning and was completely submerged. Rumble! The scene in front of him was too shocking. Within the incomparably vast purple-gold tribulation clouds, terrifying explosions continued without end. The vast expanse of space within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles was completely enveloped by the exploding purple-gold sea of lightning. Even the space was trembling slightly, as if it could collapse at any moment. Although it was only a single wave of tribulation lightning, It wreaked havoc for nearly 10 breaths of time. At this time, the vast sea of lightning above his head had long since disappeared. The vast expanse of space within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles was thus cleared. Swish! As the entire sea of lightning disappeared, a faint sound of breaking through the air could be heard. In the next moment, the violent ape walked out from the void high up in the sky. However, there was not the slightest wound on its precious body. It was shining brightly and emitted an endless aura of the Eternity Lord. It was also at this moment that an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the void of the universe nearly 10 billion miles away. Roar! Violent ape, hand over your Shinnon cauldron, and this sovereign can leave you with an intact corpse. This divine sense voice came from the dark red ball of light that was emitting the aura of a supreme being. It gave off an incomparably clear feeling of a lofty mountain. It was full of a sense of superiority, as if the ruler of the heavens was overlooking the masses. Yixian turned his head to look. When he saw that the other party was only a first-order universe supreme, he immediately grinned. The disdain and ridicule in his words were not concealed at all. Oh, is that so? Then let's see. If you have the ability. Following this divine sense voice that was filled with endless disdain came out from the mouth of the ferocious ape. In the next instant, it raised its head and let out a furious roar. Roar! 9 demonic ape, 9th transformation. Along with this roar, the space ape, the violent ape, its body. In the blink of an eye, its body, which was originally only 30 meters tall, had completely expanded in less than a breath's time. Its speed was so fast that it made people's hair stand on end. The power in its body was rolling like a roaring river, and its limbs and bones were surging with endless ferocity. Unknowingly, there was also an unimaginably majestic and terrifying aura that spread out. At the same time as its body expanded, the aura of cultivation that spread out from the violent ape's body also rose rapidly. In less than half a breath's time, it had soared from a first-level universe master to a second-level universe supreme in the blink of an eye. Previously, although Yixian had activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body and raised his cultivation by 1 level to become a second-level universe master, he had deliberately concealed his cultivation by 1 level. After all, he was undergoing the lightning punishment of an Eternity Lord, and the power of a first-level universe master was more appropriate for the situation. Now that he had unleashed the 9th transformation of the 9 devilish ape transformations bloodline ability, this concealed cultivation base was instantly revealed. On top of that, his combat prowess had been enhanced by an entire major realm through the 9th transformation. Now, he had reached his current pinnacle state in an instant. He had become a universe knight at the level of level 2. Moreover, due to his body size reaching 60 million miles, the power of blood and vitality was simply too majestic and abundant, and it had boosted his cultivation by 1 level. Therefore, the current Yixian's combat power was already comparable to a 3rd-level universe supreme. Seeing this scene, the dark red light ball that was shooting over from afar came to an abrupt halt midway in the void space. Within the light ball, a voice that was filled with endless astonishment cried out at the same time. What? A second-level universe master? In an instant, his cultivation has skyrocketed by 1 level? How is this possible? It was no wonder that he was so shocked at this moment. Previously, when the 7th-level universe master hibernating within the black light ball went to ask him to come out and help, he didn't reveal the fact that the target, the violent ape, had a terrifying bloodline technique. He had only said that the raging ape possessed a Shinnon cauldron, and it was now trapped. However, the defensive power of the treasured cauldron was too strong, so even Eternity Lords were unable to break through it. Thus, they needed to request the help of a universe supreme. After all, as a universe supreme, since he had intervened in this matter, then no one else would want to get their hands on the Shinnon cauldron. The existence in the black ball of light thought that it was only asking him to help and easily suppress the violent ape. Such a primordial treasure of the primordial era as a reward was more than enough. As for the mysterious and powerful bloodline technique in the violent ape's hands, although he didn't mind sharing it with this powerful universe supreme, he was worried that this universe supreme would immediately leave after capturing the violent ape after learning of this matter, leaving them to draw water with a bamboo basket. All for naught. After all, the smaller the range of this kind of heaven-defying bloodline technique, the more advantageous it would be for him. The few Universe Masters didn't have the ability to restrict this matter. But this Universe Supreme could. If he really had such thoughts, he might really do it. It was precisely because of this concern and consideration that the hibernating being within the black light ball concealed this point, which caused the Universe Supreme within the dark red light ball to be so shocked to see such a scene occur. What? He's actually a second-level Universe Supreme? If that's the case, then this violent ape's true combat power is already comparable to a third-level Universe Supreme? Just as this first-level Universe Supreme came to an abrupt halt and let out a cry of shock, in the universe void 10 billion miles away, the black light ball that had been hovering in the distance and didn't dare to approach at all, let out another cry of shock. Although he knew that the violent ape had a terrifying bloodline technique that, once activated, could immediately raise his cultivation level by a whole realm, he didn't know that after Yixian activated the violent ape bloodline in his body, he could actually raise his cultivation level by a small level. Therefore, he previously estimated that the violent ape's peak combat power was a first-level Universe Supreme, comparable to a second-level Universe Supreme. Just like that, the first-level Universe Supreme he invited was already no match for the violent ape. Not to mention the violent ape's true combat power had now become a second-level Universe Supreme, comparable to a third-level Universe Supreme? Chapter 45:12. Now you want to run? What were you doing earlier? Seeing that the black light was trying to escape, Yixian's voice came from the mouth of the raging ape. Xiao. With a cold glint in his eyes, Yixian didn't hesitate any longer. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, he disappeared from where he was in the blink of an eye. When it appeared again, it was already in front of the black ball of light, completely blocking its escape route. Immediately after, without waiting for the other party to react, the incomparably enormous right fist of the violent starry sky ape suddenly smashed out. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion in the void space. The later stage Eternity Lord hiding in the black light didn't even have the chance to make a sound before his entire body exploded into a cloud of blood-green mist. As soon as it spread out, Yixian waved his hand and sent it into the Shen-known cauldron inside his body, where he started to condense the blood essence. Now, he had a total of 12 blood essences of Eternity Lords in his hands. Of the 10 Universe Masters in the small circle of Eternity Lords who had been thinking about him, including Blood Sea Master, other than the Pinnacle Eternity Lord who had escaped previously, the other 9 had all been annihilated. Of course, Yixian wouldn't let go of the one who had escaped. Now his strongest combat power had reached the level where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with a third-stage Universe Supreme. If he went straight to that guy's lair, he could kill him instantly. However, this wasn't a matter of urgency. Although the last later-stage Eternity Lord in the Black Light had been annihilated, there was still a first-stage Supreme beside him. Xiao. Almost at the same time Yixian turned his head to look at the dark red ball of light. An incomparably sharp sound of something tearing through the air suddenly came from that direction. The scene that fell into his line of sight almost shocked Yixian to the point that his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. That gigantic dark red light with a diameter of 10 million miles was actually fleeing at an extremely fast speed. This was clearly the rhythm of an escape. Those who could cultivate to the level of Universe Supreme were naturally not fools, and they definitely weren't impulsive people. Right now, Yixian's power and cultivation level had already formed a crushing force. Even if he was unwilling, so what? Was it more important than his own life? You sure are straightforward. However, as a Jizuan realm expert, if you can't even withstand a single blow from him, wouldn't it be a little too embarrassing for you to turn around and flee? Seeing the other party running away, Yixian's figure flashed, and he immediately turned into a ray of light and chased after him. As he chased, he also sent out a voice with his divine sense, trying to tempt him. How about this? I won't bully you. One of the levels of my third order supremacy battle prowess is supported by the boundless energy and blood in my huge body. If worst comes to worst, I'll just shrink my body and not use this level of vitality to boost my combat strength. That should be fine, right? After saying that, with a thought from Yixian, his terrifying figure that was 60 million kilometers long instantly shrunk to around 10 million kilometers. It was roughly the same size as the dark red ball of light that was escaping at top speed. PFFF. What made him extremely gloomy was that he had taken the initiative to shrink his body, and give up the one-level boost that the energy and blood in his huge body provided to his cultivation level. Now Yi Xian's true combat strength had already fallen between the third-order supremacy and the second-order supremacy, and he was even closer to the second-order supremacy. However, not only did the dark red light that was fleeing at top speed not stop, but it also seemed to be in a rage, and there was a faint sound of blood spurting out of its mouth at this very moment. The universe supreme that was hibernating within the dark red light was having a mental breakdown. When had a Jizuan realm expert ever been ridiculed like this? The fellow chasing after him was too infuriating. Even if he gave up the one-level boost that the energy and blood in his huge body provided to his cultivation level, he still had the combat strength of a second-order supremacy. He was still one level stronger than him, and he still had the cheek to say that he wouldn't bully him. Besides, the one-level combat strength that he gave up could be recovered at any time during a great battle, right? He actually wanted to use such a trick to deceive him. How shameless! These thoughts flashed through his mind. Not only did the dark red light not slow down, but it also suddenly increased its speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed out of the border of this intermediate supreme forbidden area. Shoo! Almost in the next instant, an extremely sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out in the starry sky at the border of the forbidden area. The raging ape, whose body had shrunk to about 10 million miles in size, rushed out and chased after the dark red light that was fleeing at top speed. There was only a little more than 200 million miles between them. It was only a distance. Hey, the one in front, do you still have any shame? A Jizuan realm supreme is actually like a stray dog. Isn't this too degrading? Seeing that the other party was unmoved, Yi Xian was also depressed. It was not easy for him to become a Jizuan realm supreme. Originally, he could immediately fight to his heart's content with a powerful Jizuan realm supreme, but he didn't expect to meet such a coward. This was simply a disgrace. As he thought of this, the anger in Yi Xian's heart immediately surged. Shoo! With a flip of his palm, a big-headed black rod instantly appeared in the right hand of the giant ape. It was transformed from the Shunnong medicinal pestle that was compatible with the Shunnong cauldron. The moment the big-headed black rod appeared, the raging aura within the raging ape's body suddenly skyrocketed by 30%. He used this big rod too well, and it had long become a habit. Now that he held it in his hand, the feeling instantly came. At this moment, Yi Xian's figure was a giant raging ape that was 10 million miles in size, and the big-headed black rod in his right hand was 10 million miles in length. It was incomparably thick and solid. After all, it was a primordial supreme treasure, and it had long disappeared after being used by Yi Xian many times. A ferocious aura had accumulated in its form, and at this moment, it was invisibly seeping out. It was simply impossible to look at it directly, and it made one's heart palpitate with fear. At this moment, the existence in the dark red light that was fleeing in front suddenly had a feeling that there was a dagger at its back. With a bad feeling in his heart, he subconsciously turned around to take a look. It was this glance that instantly made his soul scatter. A big-headed black rod, emitting a murderous aura that made one's hair stand on end, was smashing towards him from behind, covering his head. Although there was still a distance of about 200 million miles between him and the raging ape, the big-headed black rod was a primordial supreme treasure. With Yi Xian's current cultivation and strength, the rod could still hit him from such a distance. Bang! Almost in the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The big-headed black rod ruthlessly smashed into the dark red light ball, causing the flames of the light ball to shake violently a few times. Puff! At the same time, a dull light sound clearly came from within the dark red light ball again. This was the sign that the existence that was hibernating in the light ball had been hit by the rod. It was probably not light, and most likely had already vomited blood. Looking at this situation, even if it was not a serious injury, it was definitely a light injury. Oh woo! Chapter 45:13. Yi Xian had guessed correctly. Or perhaps, the being within the black light was howling too loudly, thus exposing itself. Within the light there was indeed a wolf beast, and it was a greedy wolf. Although its bloodline was not pure, compared to the subblood greedy wolf that Yi Xian had killed before, it was much purer. It was estimated that the bloodline of a true primordial greedy wolf was as pure as the bloodline of a true primordial greedy wolf. the difference would not be too great. Awoo! At this moment, as Yixian swung the big head black rod and smashed it onto the black ball of light, the greed wolf within the ball of light raised its head and let out a long howl. The black ball of light that originally enveloped its body shook violently and gradually became unstable. Finally, it collapsed with a boom. The black light collapsed, revealing the appearance of the being hibernating within. This was a blood-colored greedy wolf without a single strand of mixed hair. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a blood-colored greedy wolf. At that moment, this blood-colored greedy wolf was obviously not in a good state. Its face was ferocious and filled with resentment, and there was a huge bump on its head. As its body was at least 10 million miles long, the bump on its forehead was caused by the big-headed black stick. Its size was practically the size of a shooting star. It was simply a ghastly sight to behold. Howl! Ferocious ape, what are you trying to do? At that moment, as its body was revealed, the speed of this blood-colored greedy wolf did not decrease at all. It was still extremely fast. As it fled into the void space ahead, it turned its head and roared at Yixian, who was chasing behind it. Its expression and tone were filled with grief and indignation. There is no enmity between us, so why are you clinging on to me and not letting me go? You are simply unreasonable. Reasonable? Did you King reason with this Star Master when you first arrived? Yixian looked at it with disdain and ridiculed the blood-colored greedy wolf mercilessly. Previously, when you saw that this Star Master was only a first-stage universe master, weren't you King arrogant? Jumping and jumping, you wanted to rush over and open your mouth to rob. Now that I see that your cultivation level is lower than mine, you know how to reason with this Star Master. Howl! I'm sorry, but the Violent Ape Clan has never been reasonable. Xiao! After saying the last sentence, Yixian didn't hesitate any longer. He raised the Violent Ape's right arm, swung the shocking big-headed black stick over his head, and fiercely smashed it down again. An extremely sharp sound of the air being torn apart resounded, accompanied by the cracking sound of space shattering inch by inch. The black stick that was as huge as a star carried an unstoppable supreme might as it smashed forward with a loud bang. Boom! An earth-shattering boom rang out. Seeing this staff smash down, the scarlet greedy wolf, which had already tasted what it was like, shuddered in fear. Its running speed suddenly increased. Unfortunately, it was still a little too late. As his body suddenly leaped forward, although the club did not hit his head, it hit the back of the left side of the scarlet greedy wolf's thigh. Heart-wrenching pain came, and the blood-greedy wolf howled at the sky again. A huge bump appeared on its left thigh, and it was a shocking sight. Awoo! Baoyuan, you've gone too far. That strike of yours almost crippled me. The scarlet greedy wolf roared, and it was so angry that it almost spat out blood. He turned his head around and fiercely glared at Yixian. His figure, which was originally charging forward, suddenly changed directions and shot towards the left in an oblique manner. At the same time, he said something that sounded like a warning. Violent ape, don't forget that your cultivation level is only increased by some kind of secret technique. I don't believe that you can maintain this level of cultivation forever. Even if that's the case, it doesn't matter. This is the Hongmeng Void, the forbidden land of the Milky Way star domain. There are many powerful forbidden lands and star domains on both sides of the Milky Way. You're only a beginner universe supreme, and you haven't reached the level where you can do whatever you want. Don't follow me again. I can pretend that nothing happened. The next time we meet, we'll still be friends. If you dare to follow me, I can't guarantee that you'll die today and fall on the right bank of the Milky Way. Howl! If you're not afraid of death, then follow me. After the last roar, the scarlet greedy wolf didn't say anything else. It glanced back cautiously from time to guard against the big-headed black stick that could come crashing down on it at any time. On the other hand, it used its maximum speed to shoot ahead. Now, he had changed the direction of his advance. Previously, he was rushing towards the far right edge of the Milky Way, but now, looking at the direction he was heading, it was clearly heading straight for the right bank of the Milky Way star field, just slightly to the left. Already, at this time, Yixian and the scarlet greedy wolf were still a few trillion miles away from the left bank of the Milky Way. However, both of them were powerful universe knights, and now one was running for his life, and the other was chasing. They unleashed all the power in their bodies and pushed their speed to the limit. Under such circumstances, although the distance of a few trillion miles was far, it only took 2 to 3 days to leave it behind. 2 days later, they were very close to the left bank of the Milky Way. At most, they would reach it in less than a day. During these 2 days, Yixian and the scarlet greedy wolf were chasing each other, and the gigantic raging ape behind them would occasionally swing its terrifying big-headed black stick and hit the scarlet greedy wolf once or twice. This caused a huge commotion. Along the way, there would occasionally be some ferocious beast stars hibernating like independent cultivators. They were all shocked by this unexpected scene. Regardless of whether they were universe knights or universe masters, none of them dared to show themselves. As the saying went, when the gods fought, the little devils suffered. This was a fight between two powerful universe knights. With their level of cultivation, if they really wanted to show themselves, even if it was just to watch, they would not be able to. It would be lively. In the end, there was a high possibility that they would be affected and destroyed along the way by one of the existences. As if to vent their anger, another half a day later, they were only a few 100 billion miles away from the left bank of the Milky Way. At this time, the raging ape, who had been chasing closely, once again swung the big-headed black stick in its right hand. Without any hesitation, it raised the stick high above its head and smashed it hard on the back of the scarlet greedy wolf's head. Oh woo! An incomparably shrill howl of agony was heard. This time, because it was smashed on the back of the scarlet greedy wolf's head, it was especially painful. The howl of the scarlet greedy wolf was especially shrill. Besides, they were only a few 100 billion miles away from the left bank of the Milky Way. With such a shrill howl, coupled with the strong sense of grief and indignation of a universe supreme master, almost in the blink of an eye, all the supreme forbidden lands and supreme star regions on the left half of the right bank of the Milky Way in front of them were completely destroyed. Chapter 45:14. At that moment, Yixian and the bloody greedy wolf were chasing each other toward the left half of the right bank of the Milky Way star field. With Yixian hitting the greedy wolf's head with his staff, the bloody greedy wolf's howl was especially shrill. In the left half of the vast right bank of the Milky Way, all the forbidden lands and star fields, big and small, fell into a dead silence. Immediately after a few breaths of time, cries of shock and disbelief rang out one after another. What happened? Why is the wolf howling so shrill? And vaguely, I can clearly sense the powerful pressure of a universe supreme. A universe supreme being is being beaten up, said Luofeng. Howling so miserably, what kind of torture is this? It's unbelievable. The voice sounds familiar. It seems to be the bloody greedy wolf from the Blood Wolf star field, with the power of a first-level universe supreme. But, to be able to torture him to this extent, I'm afraid even a third-level pinnacle initial stage supreme would find it difficult to do so. Generally speaking, even universe masters are unlikely to have a war of this magnitude, let alone universe supreme masters. What exactly is going on? Luofeng wondered. Judging from the commotion, this scarlet greedy wolf seems to have been chased all the way here from afar. It's clearly like a stray dog. For a dignified supreme being to be forced to such a state, it's really embarrassing. Let's go and have a look. Pung! Howl! Along with the cries of shock, several figures rushed out from the forbidden lands and star fields, big and small, on the left half of the right bank of the Milky Way, hundreds of billions of miles ahead. After all, this was a battle between universe supreme masters. Those who dared to come out and watch the show had to be at least a 9th-level universe master or a half-step supreme. If one's power was lower than this level, even if one just watched from afar, it was still an extremely dangerous thing to do. There was a possibility that the two universe supreme masters, who were in a rage, would hold a grudge against them. Therefore, in the forbidden lands and star fields, big and small, on the left half of the right bank of the Milky Way, although there were countless space beasts and ancient survivors, basically all of them were hibernating in their own lairs. They could only quietly shut themselves in. All of this was happening. Only a few dozen figures rushed out, and all of them were half-step supreme masters, early supreme masters, or middle-stage supreme masters. Those powerful beings at the late-stage supreme master level needed to shut themselves in to break through to the next level, so basically they wouldn't care about such boring things. As for the few who had surpassed the level of universe supreme and reached the level of primordial great beings or even primordial supreme beings, there might be some in the forbidden lands and star regions on the left half of the right bank of the Milky Way. However, for many years, existences of this level had never appeared in public on both sides of the Milky Way. The reason why existences of this level were lurking here was because they were after the primordial luck in the Milky Way star field. They were no longer interested. Among the dozens of figures that were shooting toward them, more than half of them were Universe Masters or half-Supreme Masters at Pinnacle Level 9. None of them dared to rush out of the Supreme Forbidden Lands or Supreme Star Fields they were in. They stopped at the edge of the Forbidden Lands and Supreme Star Fields and looked over in surprise. Bien Yen extended his spirit consciousness and started to investigate. Only a true Supreme Being of the universe would dare to charge out of the edge of the forbidden area. However, they didn't truly approach Yixian and the blood-colored greedy wolf. Instead, they stopped about 50 to 60 billion kilometers in front of them. There were more than a dozen figures like this. They were of different sizes, and their bodies were all enveloped in dazzling light balls of different colors. Generally speaking, beings at the level of Universe Masters and above would do this when they went out. The light balls that enveloped them represented the comprehension of some kind of primordial law of these powerful beings. Not only could the light balls hide their bodies and conceal their auras, but they also had defensive abilities. At this moment, the dazzling light balls of different colors rushed out of their respective forbidden lands and star fields. They stopped in the universe void tens of billions of miles in front of them and looked from afar. With just one look, they could see clearly what was happening here. Immediately after, cries of astonishment rang out one after another. Hiss! Is this still Bloody Greedy Wolf? What kind of grudge? How could he be tortured to this extent? I almost couldn't recognize him. What happened to him? His head and body are full of bumps. There are at least 100 of them. He's a Universe Supreme. If he were a Universe Master, he would have died hundreds of times. A ferocious ape? Is a second-stage Supreme Master with a body that is tens of millions of miles long and exudes an extremely dense aura. This is at least a first-stage Supreme Master. This ferocious ape's true combat power is comparable to a third-stage Supreme Master. It's comparable to a first-stage Supreme Master. That's right. He's only one step away from becoming a middle-stage Supreme Master. Bloody Greedy Wolf, what's going on? Doesn't he know that space berserk apes are famous for their bad temper? No wonder he was beaten up like this. He must be out of his mind. A first-stage Supreme Master actually went to provoking a being comparable to a third-stage Supreme Master, and it's an unreasonable space berserk ape. Pung! Howl! Just as these Universe Knights were exclaiming in shock, the ferocious ape, who was chasing after Bloody Greedy Wolf tens of billions of miles away, swung the big-headed black stick in his right hand again with a cold gleam in his eyes. He smashed the stick down, and this time he was lucky. It hit the back of Bloody Greedy Wolf's head. The latter had been hit hundreds of times in the past 3 days. There were big swollen lumps all over his body. At this moment he was caught off guard and was hit on the back of his head again. He immediately let out an incomparably shrill scream. He didn't slow down at all, and after howling in agony, he turned to the group of Universe Supremes who were watching from afar and started to plead bitterly. Fellow Taoists, please save me. Can you not just make sarcastic remarks? It's not easy for all of us Supreme Masters. Hurry up and stop the fight. Black Bear, we're friends. We even got together last time. It's only been a few hundred years. Don't tell me you've forgotten. Seeing me like this, you don't want to help me. That's too disloyal of you. In the end, the Scarlet Greedy Wolf's figure shot over while asking for help. It even nodded. The other Universe Supreme Masters didn't care. But Space Black Bear, who was shrouded in a black light that was tens of millions of miles long, was frustrated. Chapter 45:15. Raging Ape, we're both Supremes. That's enough. You won't be able to kill him if we continue. Universe Supremes don't die so easily. They all have their own life-saving methods. With a flash, the black light rushed forward for tens of billions of miles and stopped abruptly in the void. Immediately after, the Space Black Bear's muffled voice came from the light. Although he wasn't willing to pay attention to such matters as he said, Universe Supremes weren't like Universe Masters. Which Universe Supremes didn't have life-saving methods? As a Universe Supremacy, it wasn't so easy to truly die. Since the Bloody Greedy Wolf had already called him out, if he didn't do anything, he would definitely be hated by the Space Black Bear later on. There was no need for that. Besides, the bloody greedy wolf had already pleaded. Universe Supremes all had their own reputation. If he still didn't do anything, it would leave a bad impression in the eyes of the other Supremes. So, even if he was depressed in his heart and would probably owe this violent ape a great favor, he had no other choice but to make an appearance. As for the bloody greedy wolf, seeing that the space black bear that had been hibernating in the black light finally showed up, he immediately expressed his thanks. His tone was obviously much more relaxed. Even his body that was charging forward at extreme speed stopped in front of him. It was obvious that he believed that the violent ape that had been chasing him relentlessly would definitely give up and find a place to descend. After all, the space black bear's cultivation wasn't weak. It had already reached the peak of the early Third Order universe supremacy. If they were to really compare, it wasn't any weaker than the raging ape. Moreover, although he had been chased by the raging ape for the past 3 days like a stray dog, it was simply embarrassing. This was because he hadn't used his life-saving methods at all. That required a certain price to pay. Unless it was a true life and death moment, no Universe Supremes would easily use such a trump card. And this raging ape was following behind him. Although it had been strong all along, he had only suffered some physical pain. It was far from reaching the level of near life and death crisis. The raging ape should be clear about this. Hence, since it knew that it couldn't kill him, it was naturally the best time to get off the donkey. Not only did he gain enough face, he also vented his anger. He even made the starry sky black bear owe him a big favor. It could be said that in the face of such a situation, any Universe Supreme would know how to choose. Unfortunately, even though this was the reason, he'd forgotten something. This time he'd offended a starry sky ferocious ape that was renowned for its violent temper. If Yixian was really so easy to deal with, then would anyone fear him? The reason why he had chased them all the way here was to make a bigger commotion. After all, he now had the combat power of a peak early-stage Universe Supreme. It was indeed necessary for him to deliberately show off and establish his brutal and unreasonable image. It's time to come. Roar. That's enough? Black Bear, this Star Lord here is still far from enough. As soon as the starry sky black bear finished speaking, the violent ape raised its head and roared angrily. It continued with incomparable indignation. This Star Master has no enmity with him. When we suddenly met in the void, he actually jumped out and wanted to kill this Star Master and steal his treasure. I'm afraid even you can't stand being involved in this kind of thing, right? This Star Lord has a short temper, and I definitely won't let him off. Black Bear, if you want to stand up for him, this Star Lord will at most fight 1 against 2, and I'll beat you up all the same. Hong Long Long. Xiu. After the last sentence, the huge body of the starry sky ferocious ape suddenly collapsed into a pool of blood and spread out. As it moved along with the wind, it expanded over 10 billion miles in an instant, and it happened to be able to absorb the bloody greedy wolf, who had just stopped abruptly in front of it, into this blood sea. In it. Roar. Roar. Screech. Then from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were earth-shattering roars and howls. Then from the shocking and boundless sea of blood, there were 3 huge figures that instantly rose from the ground. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient demon ape. One was a body of flesh and blood, which was the starry sky ferocious ape. The other was a skeleton without any flesh and blood. It was just a purple-gold skeleton, and it exuded an endless ferocious aura, which was extremely ferocious. The other was a body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a ferocious ape, its body was a cloud of black fog, and even its eyes were only 2 clouds of purple light, which was extremely strange under normal circumstances. The 3 great demon bodies were a trinity, and their backs seemed to be stuck together. However, Yixian performed the clone power of the Blood Sea secret technique, and separated the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient demon ape into 3 Blood Sea bodies. Now, he had completely comprehended the power of this level of the Blood Sea secret technique. Therefore, the 3 Blood Sea bodies all exuded the aura of a second-level Universe Supreme. Moreover, as the 3 Blood Sea avatars were all 60 million miles long, they were like the largest giant star. The power of qi and blood in such a terrifying physical body was too majestic, directly causing their actual battle strength to soar by 1 level. In other words, the 3 Blood Sea bodies all had the combat power of a 3rd-level Universe Supreme, and any one of them was not weaker than the starry sky ferocious ape. As for the crimson greedy wolf, if it was only the ferocious ape, it might have been difficult to kill it, but now that the three blood sea bodies had joined forces and besieged it, it was impossible to kill the crimson greedy wolf. There was no more suspense. Seeing this scene, especially from Yixian's words just now, he roughly understood the cause and effect of the scene in front of him and the cause of the incident. In the void ahead, there were more than a dozen dazzling balls of light of different colors, and in an instant there were exclamations of surprise again. What? Kill and steal? Is there something wrong with the crimson greedy wolf's brain? A first-level supreme wants to kill and steal the starry sky ferocious ape, who has the combat power of a third-level supreme. This is simply courting death. Hiss! This is the Blood Sea secret technique. I heard that there was a master of the Blood Sea who, although he was only a universe master, had 5 Blood Sea bodies. As long as the Blood Sea bodies were not destroyed, he would not die. It seems that that fellow has already died in the hands of the ferocious ape. The Blood Sea secret technique was stolen, and it was deduced to the perfect form by the ferocious ape. In this form, the ferocious ape is equivalent to 3 third-level supreme beings. Only a 6th-level supreme being at the peak of the mid-level supreme realm can kill it. Faced with all this, especially the complete Blood Sea secret technique displayed by the ferocious ape, even the starry sky ferocious ape was a little dumbfounded. This blood wolf was stupid to take the initiative to provoke a third-level starry sky ferocious ape, and it caused the starry sky ferocious ape to lose face. It was simply depressing. Chapter 45:16. Howl. Big wolf dog, come and accept your death. Seeing the black mass of light retreat in frustration, it was obvious that it was planning to leave the matter at that and not care about the rhythm of this matter anymore. The 3 bloody sea bodies rose from the ground, and they all raised their heads and roared. Even if we can't kill you today, we'll at least cripple you. Hong. Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, the body of flesh and blood that was holding the big-headed black stick, which was also violent ape, raised the big-headed black stick high above its head and smashed it forward. On the other side, the skeleton body clenched its fist that was as huge as a meteor. With a sway of its body, it threw a punch at the bloody greedy wolf. The black fog body was the most bizarre. Its form was originally an energy form, and it was ever-changing. At this moment, Yixian used the black fog body to execute the netherworld bloodline and transformed into a ferocious ghost head that was tens of millions of feet long. It had dense fangs, and as it roared, it opened its mouth and attacked the bloody greedy wolf. The bloody greedy wolf went wild. The 3 bloody sea bodies didn't show their attacking forms, but their power wasn't weak. All of them had a powerful aura that was comparable to a third-level universe supreme. At this moment, they formed a triangle and attacked the bloody greedy wolf that was trapped in the middle. In an instant, the bloody greedy wolf that was surrounded by them started to tremble all over. These were 3 beings with a combat power that was comparable to a third-level universe supreme. With the bloody greedy wolf's strength as a first-level universe supreme, he couldn't even defeat one of them. If he were to face them head-on, he would only be beaten up, let alone now when it was 1 against 3. Previously, when he was chased by Yixian for 3 days, he didn't feel that a true life-and-death crisis was about to befall him. But now, at this moment, when the 3 bloody sea bodies that surrounded him in a triangle attacked him with all their strength at the same time, the bloody greedy wolf finally felt that something was wrong. Even if he could take this attack head-on and not die, he would at least be half dead. If he really fell into that kind of situation, today's matter would really be tragic. Once he was heavily injured, he would not even have the chance to use his trump card. Being surrounded by 3 powerful Blood Sea avatars in the Blood Sea, he would definitely be tortured to death. As these thoughts flashed through its mind, the scarlet greedy wolf immediately made its decision. Awoo. Bao Yuan, I'm not done with you for today's matter. There will come a day when I will personally take revenge for what happened today. Grief and indignation appeared on the wolf's face. It raised its head and let out a long howl that was filled with unwillingness and anger. He suddenly roared, "Greedy wolf, disintegrate!" Bang! Rumble! Almost at the same time he shouted the last sentence, an incredibly violent and restless aura suddenly surged out of the trapped blood-greedy wolf. Immediately after, before Yixian could react, His enormous figure that was tens of thousands of kilometers long completely exploded in an instant, turning into a bloody mist that spread out. This scene looked like self-destruction, but it was obviously not self-destruction. This should be some kind of life-saving technique of the greedy wolf clan, similar to the sky demon disintegration, using self-destruction as the price to escape in pain. At this moment, as the bloody greedy wolf's gigantic body exploded in an instant, the void where its body was originally was also torn apart by this incredibly majestic impact. Immediately after that, in less than 1/10 of a breath's time, the endless cloud of blood mist formed by the explosion of the bloody greedy wolf's gigantic body seemed to have a mind of its own. All of it scurried into the shattered void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After all, this was the Hongmeng void, and the Hongmeng law's power was too strong. Even if a universe supreme used a secret technique to create a terrifying shockwave storm that looked like self-destruction, it would only cause the void to shatter for less than a moment. The moment the cloud of blood mist from the bloody greedy wolf's body scurried in, the shattered void within a radius of 100 million miles was completely mended at a speed visible to the naked eye under the influence of the powerful Hongmeng law. The greedy wolf clan actually has such a bloodline secret technique? They can actually use the void to locate their position and instantly self-destruct their body to escape. Looking at the rapidly mending void before him, Bao Yuan's eyes flashed, and Yi Xian's voice came out of his mouth. Forget it. Even though I didn't destroy it, the result is the same. The price of such a secret technique is too high. This time, after this bloody greedy wolf escapes, even if it can reconstruct its treasure body, its power will definitely drop to the level of a universe master. Humph! How shameless! When he was a universe supreme, he couldn't do anything to me, and he was tortured to the point of self-destructing his body to escape. Now that he's about to drop to the level of a universe master, he still dares to say such words? The next time I meet him, I'll definitely kill him on the spot. Hong! Hong! At the same time, the skeleton body and the cloud of blood mist instantly transformed into two clouds of blood mist and collapsed, merging into the boundless blood sea beneath their feet. Immediately after, Yi Xian removed the blood sea secret technique, and the boundless blood sea that covered an area of 10 billion miles rapidly shrank into Bao Yuan's gigantic body within a breath's time. After that, Bao Yuan seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and he mumbled again. Yes, this bloody greedy wolf has been dealt with. Even though it didn't die, it won't be able to come out of seclusion within the next 100 years. I'll definitely try to reconstruct my treasure body. I'm afraid I won't be able to find it in such a short time. However, other than this bloody greedy wolf, there was another one who wanted to kill me and steal my treasure. He was a universe master who was a half-step supreme at complete level 9. Even though he escaped long ago, I already know his background. He can run, but he can't hide. Previously, I couldn't find the time, but now that I've dealt with the bloody greedy wolf, I've dealt with him. Then, it's time for me to kill my way to that intermediate level supreme forbidden land and find that half-step supreme at complete level 9. Find him and kill him with a stick to vent my hatred. After saying that, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He raised his right arm, and the terrifying big-headed black stick was instantly placed on his right shoulder. Then, with a flash of his body, he dashed toward the distance to the right. That half-step supreme who had escaped was in an intermediate-level supreme forbidden land on the right bank of the Milky Way. Now that the bloody greedy wolf had escaped and wouldn't appear again within the next 100 years, Yi Xian wasn't worried that the bloody greedy wolf would spread some of his secrets. However, he definitely couldn't let that half-step supreme guy go. Silencing him was the right thing to do. Xiao. Chapter 45:17. The ferocious ape, who was 60 million miles tall, carried the big-headed black stick, which was filled with a ferocious aura, and left in a hurry. The dozen universe supremes, who had been left behind, were stunned for a short while. Then they exclaimed again. They got up. My friends, did you hear that? Other than that stupid bloody greedy wolf, there's also a half-step supreme being who wanted to kill this ferocious ape and steal its treasure? Damn! Did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? A half-step supreme being at level 9 of a universe master wants to rob a ferocious ape that's comparable to a level 3 supreme being? Without a doubt, the bloody greedy wolf must have given him the courage to do so. These two bastards must have other arrangements and a sneak attack. That's why they have the guts to do so. Unfortunately, they failed in the end. The bloody greedy wolf was lucky enough to use the life-saving technique of the greedy wolf race. It paid a heavy price and self-destructed its physical body to escape. But that universe master, who is a half-step supreme at level 9, might not be so lucky. It is only a small intermediate supreme forbidden area, and it is impossible for a universe supreme to guard it. He should be the strongest being in that area, and now he has been killed. But now he has been killed. Now that the ape is here, it's going to be a bloodbath. This violent ape can't be provoked, it's too vengeful. It's a grand second-rank supreme being. Its battle prowess is even comparable to a third rank of this realm. Even if it was provoked, it still forced a supreme being level blood-colored greedy wolf to self-destruct and flee. The anger in its heart is actually, it's still angry and wants to find trouble with a half-step supreme being. It's obviously bullying the weak. The ferocious ape race is indeed a little hot-tempered. There's no reason to reason with them at all. As these cries of surprise rang out, the dozen or so resplendent balls of light of different colors all turned around one after another and returned to their respective high-level forbidden areas. Through this battle, they had an extremely deep impression of this irascible and unreasonable starry sky ferocious ape. Without a doubt, as the news of this battle gradually spread, in the future, if it was not necessary, within the area of the right bank of the Milky Way, even universe supreme beings would not easily provoke this violent ape. One day later. Swish! In the void, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A ray of light streaked across the void at an extremely fast speed. Faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had already disappeared from sight. This light was none other than Yi Xian. At this moment he was still maintaining the 9th form of the 9 changes of the demonic ape. His body was 60 million miles long, and the aura emanating from his body was that of a second-level universe supreme. However, his actual combat power was comparable to that of a third-level supreme. It was to the extent that even the big-headed black stick with an incomparably dense baleful aura was still carried by one of his arms on his right shoulder at this moment. 10 billion miles ahead of them was the right bank of the Milky Way. That universe master, who was a half-step supreme at the 9th level, who had escaped, was in an intermediate supreme forbidden area more than 10 billion miles away. He was the most powerful being in that intermediate supreme forbidden area. Previously, after killing Blood Sea Master, Yi Xian had a detailed understanding of the other 9 universe masters in the small circle, who had been secretly keeping a close eye on him. The original form of this half-step supreme who had escaped was a space blue wolf, and at this moment Yi Xian was rushing over with a strong momentum. His only objective was to kill this wolf to silence it. Other than this space blue wolf, there was another universe master in the intermediate supreme forbidden area more than 10 billion miles ahead of them. However, this universe master was only at the 3rd level of this realm. To Yi Xian, this universe master was simply an ant. Even if he did not use the bloodline secret technique of the 9 changes of the demonic ape, he could easily kill this universe master. Swish! To Yi Xian, who was in the 9th change and had the combat power of an early-stage supreme master, the distance of more than 10 billion miles of void space only took him a moment to cover. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying figure of the raging ape, which was 60 million miles long, transformed into an extremely fast-flowing arrow and rushed into this intermediate supreme forbidden area. Previously, Yi Xian and the bloody greedy wolf had rushed to the edge of the right bank of the Milky Way star sector at an extremely fast speed from the ambush site. They did not waste any time along the way. The speed of these 2 universe masters was obviously far beyond that of the half-step supreme level space blue wolf. After that, Yi Xian forced the bloody greedy wolf to pay a huge price by using the bloodline secret technique to self-destruct its physical body and escape. He did not waste any time and rushed over here directly. Hence, under normal circumstances, that space blue wolf, who had escaped first, should not have made it to this intermediate supreme forbidden area where he was guarding. It was most likely that he was still on his way back. However, Yi Xian was not worried about this at all. This was because when the enemy had escaped, it had used the bloodline secret technique of the universe master of the Bug Clan, who was called Black Knight. This type of escaping secret technique of the Bug Clan had a very strange power. Even in the void space that was shrouded by the Blood Sea secret technique, it could easily escape in an instant. This alone was enough to show how powerful it was. Hence, according to Yixian's estimation, this half-step Supreme level Space Blue Wolf had most likely already returned to this intermediate Supreme Forbidden Area in front of him, after using that secret technique of the Bug Clan. He would never have thought that Yixian would be able to get rid of the first stage Universe Master Bloody Greedy Wolf in such a short time. It was extremely likely that he never thought that Yixian would actually dare to directly come knocking on his door. Furthermore, he'd rushed over as soon as he finished off the blood-greedy wolf. Roar! Space Blue Wolf, you coward, come out now and accept your death. At this very moment, after transforming into a ray of light and rushing into this intermediate Supreme Forbidden Area at extreme speed, Yixian immediately raised his head and roared angrily. The voice of his deific consciousness immediately spread out. In an instant within his terrifying physical body that spanned 60 million miles, a surge of majestic supreme pressure that made one's hair stand on end instantly spread out like a raging river. Within a breath's time, it had already enveloped this vast and boundless intermediate Supreme Forbidden Area. At the same time, Yixian's terrifying supreme-level deific consciousness immediately swept through the entire intermediate Supreme Forbidden Area. In an instant, he locked onto two gigantic ferocious beast stars on the left and right sides of the distant void space in front of him. These two ferocious beast stars each had the aura of a universe master. Without a doubt, they were the nests of his two targets this time. Li. Chapter 45:18. Screech. Screech. Two incomparably shrill screeches rang out. From the two giant ferocious beast stars in front of them, two gigantic figures soared into the sky. After rushing out of the atmosphere, they did not stop at all. Instead, they headed straight for this intermediate Supreme Being, one on the left and one on the right. They shot toward the edge of the Forbidden Land. This was clearly the rhythm of wanting to seize the opportunity to escape. The two figures were only 30,000 feet tall. Obviously, they had deliberately shrunk their bodies, but the aura of cultivation emitted from their bodies was that of a universe master. One of them was at the early stage of this realm, and the other was at the 9th stage of this realm, which was half a step into the supreme level. It's too late to think of leaving now. Seeing this scene, the mouth of the violent ape immediately let out a chilling voice. Without any hesitation, its terrifying body, which was as big as 60 million miles, instantly transformed into a fine ray of light and shot out. In half a breath's time, it had already blocked the path of the figure on the right. The one who had chosen this side to escape was the Space Blue Wolf. At this time, its body had shrunk to around 30,000 feet. Compared to the 60 million miles huge violent ape, it was simply less than an ant. In reality, the starry sky blue wolf that was completely blue in color was just like an ant when compared to the current violent ape. As the violent ape's body swayed and blocked its path in front of it, the momentum of the Space Blue Wolf's dash came to an abrupt halt. Two traces of despair shot out from its eyes, and there was also a faint sense of confusion, as if it was in a dream at this moment. He stared at the violent ape in front of him, and in his heart, there was indeed an illusion that he was in a dream. Thinking back, not long ago, he and the other 8 universe masters had set up a trap and besieged this violent ape. The other party was just a beast in a cage, and it was not even possible for it to pull out and escape. At that time they could be said to be complacent, and they even began to look forward to killing or capturing the violent ape later on. How would they distribute the benefits? However, the changes in reality were shocking. In a short period of time, the other 8 universe masters were killed one by one, and only he managed to escape. Furthermore, if there were no accidents, even the universe supremes who were invited later would most likely have fled in embarrassment. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a ferocious expression appeared on the face of this Space Blue Wolf. He glared fiercely at Yixian, and the voice of his consciousness transmitted, "Bao Yuan, I just want to know one thing. After I left, which universe supremes were invited? How is it now?" Although he's still alive, he used a secret bloodline technique to self-destruct and escape. A light flashed in his eyes as Yixian's voice sounded out from the mouth of the violent ape. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be hiding in a nest that can't be seen in the light right now and think of a way to reconstruct his treasure body. As for his cultivation strength, it must have fallen to the point where it can't be seen. Now that he's in the venerable realm, he's not much different from a semi-cripple. Screech! Hearing these words, Space Blue Wolf finally lost all hope, and a dim light appeared in his eyes. He raised his head and let out a shrill cry, revealing an endless sense of grief and indignation. Even a true Universe Supremes had such an ending, and he was only a half Supreme at the 9th level of a Universe Master, so what could he do? Today he was bound to die. Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time. Pung! After the ferocious roar, the expression of the starry sky blue wolf instantly became extremely ferocious. Knowing that there was no hope for him to survive, he finally roared angrily and directly self-destructed. The huge body exploded into a blue blood mist in the blink of an eye and spread out. Kacha! Pung. This was a half-supreme at the 9th level of a Universe Master, and at this moment both his godly soul and body exploded at the same time, and he died just like that. However, the powerful destructive force that was produced as a result also instantly annihilated all the large and small stars within a radius of 100 million miles. Even the void space was shattered inch by inch. At the same time, dense crackling sounds rang out, and at the same time endless turbulence of the void space also appeared. Turbulence surged out. With the appearance of these turbulence of the void space, the cloud of blue blood mist that had exploded from Space Blue Wolf's body scattered in all directions in an instant. It looked like it was about to be swept into the raging turbulence of the void space. This is a piece of supreme-grade blood essence of a Universe Master. How can it be wasted like this? Seeing this scene, a cold light flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. At the same time, he waved his hand and wrapped up all the spreading blue blood mist and sent it into his body. After doing all this, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He turned his head and looked in another direction. Over there, the Universe Master, who was fleeing at top speed like a stray dog, was only at the initial stage of this realm. Even if he unleashed his top speed and fled for a while first, to the raging ape, it didn't affect him at all. Even the half-supreme self-esteem of a Universe Master at the 9th level of a Universe Master self-destructed. Don't tell me you still think you can get away by luck? Bao Yuan's words were filled with endless disdain. With a shake of his shoulders, his enormous body that was 60 million miles long disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already close to 10 billion miles to the left. Coincidentally, he was 200 to 300 million miles away from this initial stage Universe Master, blocking his path. This initial stage Universe Master's body came to an abrupt halt. His eyes were filled with intense despair as he raised his head and let out a shrill howl. Pung! There was no suspense in what happened next. A huge rumbling sound rang out from the void space. Bao Yuan's body flashed and he threw a punch. This initial stage Universe Master did not even have the chance to howl in grief before his enormous body exploded with a loud bang. In an instant, his 30,000-foot-tall Universe Master body completely exploded into a dazzling bloody mist and spread out. Xiao! After ending all this, Bao Yuan waved his hand at the first instant. An incomparably majestic, formless force rolled out from his body and enveloped an area of 10 million miles. The majestic bloody mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into his body. Immediately, it was sent into Shenong Cauldron by Yi Xian to begin the blood essence condensation process. Xiao. The next instant, as Yi Xian pushed his godly consciousness to the maximum, it enveloped the entire boundless intermediate supreme forbidden area. In an instant, everything within the 2-star nests of Universe Masters, regardless of whether it was big or small, was clearly reflected in his godly consciousness. Within, a piercing sound rang out as streaks of light rushed out from within the 2-star nests. They pierced through the atmosphere of the star nests and headed straight for the gigantic space violent ape. Chapter 45:19. Before embarking on this hunt, Yi Xian had never imagined that he would be able to collect so much essence blood of eternity lords before the first refinement of the level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. It was important to know that every essence blood of eternity lords represented a powerful Universe Master, and it could only be refined with the help of the Farmer God Cauldron's Farmer God Strange Flame after the complete explosion of the Universe Master's body. As for Yi Xian, although he could already possess the powerful battle prowess of a second-level Universe Supreme under the state of the 9th transformation of the demonic ape, his true cultivation level was only at the first-level Universe Master level, and he had just made a breakthrough. He had just entered this state, And yet he was able to kill more than a dozen universe masters of the same level who were several levels higher than him in terms of cultivation level. Such a feat was unimaginable to anyone else. It was precisely because of this that he was able to use this to rapidly increase his cultivation level. Time and time again, he was able to smoothly and effortlessly break through the bottleneck of the various levels, which was why it was so rare. Currently, other than Yixian, there was probably no one else who could refine the various levels of treasure pills. He was definitely the only one who could do so, and there was no other. On one hand, this was because he needed the farmer god Strange Flame to unleash the refinement, and this alone limited everyone else because Yixian was the only one who possessed the farmer god cauldron. On the other hand, it was because he possessed the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. If he didn't possess this heaven-defying bloodline ability, and if he hadn't deduced it to the 9th transformation, which allowed him to instantly increase his cultivation level by 1 level after fully activating it, even if Yixian possessed the farmer god cauldron, he wouldn't be able to kill a powerful ferocious beast of the same level. It would also be futile to refine the essence blood of a ferocious beast. A level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill could allow a Universe Master, who was a half-step Supreme at the peak of the 9th level, to smoothly break through to the level of a Universe Supreme in a short period of time. Such an item probably didn't exist even during the Great Wilderness era of the previous Primordial era. At most, there were some innate treasures with similar effects or treasures of the Primordial Chaos level. But now the old Primordial era was about to end and the new Primordial era was about to arrive. This heaven-defying Supreme Treasure Pill was about to appear in Yixian's hands. Of course, if he wanted to refine a level 27 Sovereign Supreme Pellet, there was still a crucial problem that needed to be solved immediately. That was the perfect pill formula for the 27th grade Supreme Treasure Pill. This time it was indeed quite embarrassing. The blood essence of the Eternity Lord needed to refine the 27-level Supreme Treasure Pill had all been prepared, and the amount had far exceeded his expectations. But even now, Yixian still hadn't been able to deduce the perfect pill recipe for the 27-level Supreme Treasure Pill. During this period of time, I've been preoccupied with hunting down Universe Masters, especially when I was trapped by the 9 Universe Masters. I forced myself to make breakthroughs 3 times in a row. After all, I was in too much of a hurry. Yixian muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming. Now I can make use of the opportunity to deduce the perfect pill formula for the 27-level Supreme Treasure Pill, to consolidate my state of mind and strengthen my foundation. At this point he didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately shrunk his body to a height of about 3 feet. However, he didn't release himself from the bloodline ability of the 9th transformation of the demonic ape. Instead, he merely used the Blood Sea secret technique to shrink his body. Hence, even though his body had shrunk to a height of about 3 feet, the power within his body didn't change. He was still at the level of a 2nd-level Universe Supreme. The only difference was that the majestic power of blood and energy within his huge body gave his overall combat power a boost of 1 level. That was all. Shio. Even though his body had shrunk, Yixian still had the power of a 2nd-level Universe Supreme. Once he activated the power within his body, he unleashed his extreme speed. Compared to before, it was obvious that he was much faster. A ray of light streaked across the void at a speed far faster than lightning. In an instant, it was already far away and disappeared. After leaving this intermediate Supreme Forbidden Area, Yixian directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability, attached to the system within his body. With a sway of his body, he instantly transformed into a ray of light and disappeared. This time, the coordinates he locked onto were still near the source nest star that nurtured Yixian's most powerful body. This was necessary. With his current power, which was at the level of a 2nd-level Universe Supreme, even if he used the method of crossing the void to arrive here from the intermediate Supreme Forbidden Area, it wouldn't take him much time. However, above the Supreme level, there were still Supreme Beings of the Primordial Era and Supreme Beings of the Primordial Era. Yixian couldn't be sure if he had been targeted by such beings. Even with the protection of the Farmer God Cauldron, it was still better to be careful. After all, now that the Space Blue Wolf had been killed, and the bloody greedy wolf's body had been destroyed, it probably wouldn't appear again for the next 100 years. In this part of the Chaos Void, there were no external enemies who knew that Yixian possessed the Farmer God Cauldron. It was naturally best not to expose this, lest some beings coveted it. Xiu. After arriving near the source nest star, Yixian's body transformed into a ray of light and disappeared, heading toward the giant abandoned star in front of him. With familiarity, he directly entered the core of this abandoned star, and summoned the farmer god cauldron with a wave of his hand. Of course, it was in its shrunken form. Otherwise, even this giant abandoned star was only comparable to the complete form of the farmer god cauldron. It wouldn't be able to contain it at all. After that, Yixian's body flashed, and he directly rushed toward the mouth of the cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog and sat down cross-legged. After adjusting his state of mind, he quickly collected his thoughts and combined with the devouring system in his body. He pushed the system's calculation and deduction ability to the extreme, and with the help of the terrifying divine consciousness of a second-level universe supreme, he began to analyze the level 27 treasure pill. He fully deduced the perfect pill formula. Previously, when he was deducing the perfect pill formula of the level 26 treasure pill, Yixian had spent nearly half a year. This time, on one hand, Yixian's current cultivation level had reached second-level universe supreme, and his divine consciousness was much more powerful. On the other hand, it was because he had already deduced a part of the perfect pill formula of the level 27 treasure pill previously. Therefore, this time it only took him about 3 months to successfully deduce the perfect pill formula of the level 27 treasure pill. After a short 3 months, Yixian opened his eyes, and there was a flash of passion in his eyes. Who? The perfect pill formula of the level 27 treasure pill? I finally completed it successfully. After deducing the perfect pill formula, Yixian let out a long sigh of relief. As he muttered to himself, an incomparably excited light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Although my current cultivation level is only at the first level of the Eternity Lord realm, and I'm only at the first level of the Eternity Lord realm, there are still 8 levels to break through before I can consume a level 27 treasure pill. After calming down his excited emotions, Yixian fell into deep thought. From time to time, a faint light flashed in his eyes, and he softly muttered, "But I'm afraid I can't hunt for Eternity Lord blood essence in the short term to avoid attracting unnecessary attention." Chapter 45:20. With a gleam in his eyes, Yixian made up his mind. Without further delay, he would make use of this opportunity to refine the level 27 treasure pill he would use to break through to the Universe Supreme level in the future. Xiu. At that moment, Yixian was still sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the Shun-known cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, 14 drops of Eternity Lord blood essence the size of an infant's fist appeared in his right palm. Among them, 2 of them exuded the aura of an Eternity Lord, and it was especially strong. These were condensed from the majestic aura of the 2 Universe Masters, who were half-supreme beings at the peak of the 9th tier. They were condensed from the majestic aura of Eternity Lords after their bodies exploded. If nothing unexpected happened, just these 2 top-grade Eternity Lord blood essences would be able to allow Yixian to refine 2 to 3 more level 27 Supreme Treasure Pills when they came out of the furnace. However, it was still unknown how many Supreme level Treasure Pills would be produced from this cauldron. These 14 drops of Eternity Lord blood essence would be the basic ingredients for Yixian's refinement of the level 27 Supreme level Treasure Pill, along with a large number of other top-tier precious materials and treasured bodies of primordial creatures. Besides these 2 most important basic ingredients, Yixian would also add in some all-evil liquid and top-tier resources he had found in the Hongmeng Void. When everything was ready, Yixian waved his hand abruptly and took out all the resources and top-tier precious materials required for the formula. Then he closed his eyes. The next moment, in the internal space of the Shun-known cauldron within his body, in the flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano, xiu, xiu xiu xiu. Along with the sound of the air breaking, various colored lights shot out from the mouth of the cauldron in the sky above the central region volcano. They appeared directly above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano and stopped abruptly. They were all the top-tier materials and training resources that Yixian had prepared for this level 27 Supreme level treasure pill. Who? Immediately after, a sound like the howling of a violent wind sounded. Almost in the next instant, below these top-grade resources, from the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region, a majestic Shunong 9-colored flame roared up. In the midst of the violent wind, the 9-colored flame sea instantly condensed into a 9-colored furnace that was about 10 feet in radius. Cauldron. The entire cauldron was small and simple. It gave off an extraordinary aura. As this small cauldron formed from pure Shenong 9-colored flames took shape, the materials and resources that had been prepared earlier all flew up automatically. Entering this small cauldron that was only a few feet wide, the refining of the first batch of level 27 pills officially began. Just one level 27 treasure pill was enough to make a 9th stage complete level 9 Universe Master become a Universe Supreme Master in a split second. Its importance and value could be imagined. Moreover, this was the first time Yi Xian had refined a level 27 pill, so he didn't dare to lower his guard in the slightest. From the very beginning, he was wholeheartedly controlling everything. Very quickly, one medicinal concocting technique after another was formed by Yi Xian's hands. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into incomparably obscure and mysterious runes that entered the 9-colored cauldron at the bottom of the volcano. Unknowingly, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Right at this moment, above the flame pool at the bottom of the central region in the space of the cauldron, there was a loud roar. The furnace condensed from pure Shenong 9-colored flames dissipated instantly. The 9-colored flames rushed back to the flame pool at the bottom of the cauldron like a river. What remained above the flame pool were 14 round beads the size of an infant's fist. The surface of the round beads glowed with 9 colors, and there was a layer of dreamy halo around them. They gave off an ancient and heavy aura. They were level 27 supreme pills. Just one pill was enough to allow a 9th stage consummate Universe Master to achieve a breakthrough within a short period of time, and directly enter the 27th level of the Universe Supreme Realm. This was the Supreme Treasure Pill. There are 14 of them? Looking at the 14 Supreme Pills floating in front of him, emitting a strong Supreme aura, Yi Xian gasped. As he muttered to himself, his eyes blazed with a dark light. Under normal circumstances, there should be about 10 level 27 supreme pills produced from the 14 drops of blood essence of Eternity Lord. Other than the 2 top-grade blood essences of Eternity Lord, the additional 4 pills were mostly due to the Shenong 9-colored flames. In this way, apart from the one he swallowed, the remaining 13 pills would allow Yi Xian to have 13 more powerful Universe Supreme Beings among his subordinates in the future. Universe Supreme Beings guarded Senior Forbidden Lands, but in fact an ordinary Senior Forbidden Land only had 3 Universe Supreme Beings at most. Even in a top-tier Forbidden Land guarded by a great being from the Primordial Era, the number of Universe Supreme Beings guarding it would never reach 13. At most there would be less than 10. In this way, if all of the level 27 treasure pills in Yi Xian's hands were consumed, then the combined strength of him and his subordinates would even surpass that of a top-grade Forbidden Area. To the current him, all of this was simply like an unreal dream. However, Yi Xian believed that this day, it wouldn't be too far away. However, at the thought of the level 28 supreme pills, Yi Xian's joy vanished instantly. A deep sense of helplessness appeared on Bao Yuan's face. A level 28 supreme pill could allow a 9th stage consummate Universe Supreme Being to break through to the Primordial Era in a short period of time. As for the raw materials used to make the level 28 supreme pill, other than the other supplementary materials that would be derived in the future, at least 5 pieces of supreme blood essence would be required. That was supreme blood essence, which could only be condensed by killing a Universe Supreme, and using the majestic blood essence formed by the explosion of his complete body. Compared to Universe Masters, there were even fewer Universe Supreme Beings. Even in the most powerful forbidden areas on both sides of the vast Milky Way star field, the total number was probably not too many. In fact, even if Yi Xian really encountered a Universe Supreme Being, with his current power and techniques, he would not be able to do anything to him. For example, the blood-greedy wolf from before, Yi Xian's true battle power was comparable to a third-order universe supremacy, and he even used the Blood Sea secret technique to activate the power of his avatar and condense 3 Blood Sea avatars of equal strength. It was equivalent to 3 third-stage Universe Supreme Beings besieging and killing Bloody Greedy Wolf alone. And Bloody Greedy Wolf was only a first-stage Universe Supreme. But in the end he still managed to escape. Chapter 45-21. It's not just the minimum requirement of 5 pieces of Supreme Blood Essence. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to deduce the perfect formula of the level 28 Supreme Treasure Pill. As he muttered to himself, the look of helplessness on Bao Yuan's face grew stronger. The primordial era is different from the universe supreme realm. It's beyond the current starry sky realm, and it's related to the chaos era that ended in the last primordial era. If that's the case, it won't be easy for me to break through the shackles of the universe supreme realm and reach the desolate antiquity realm with just one elixir. Just based on this, I can see that the difficulty of deducing the level 28 Supreme Treasure Pill will surpass all the previous ones. I'll need to have a breakthrough in quality to complete it. As for the time, it's needless to say. I'll be lucky if I can successfully deduce it within a year. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to transfer all the system's ability to deduce the perfect formula of the level 28 Supreme Treasure Pill. This matter had to be carried out with all its might from now on, so that the system was in the process of deducing at all times. Otherwise, when it really came to the time when he needed the level 28 pill formula, it would be too late to make a last-minute effort. After doing all this, Yixian waved his hand and took out 14 small jade bottles. He stored the 14 pieces of supreme treasure pills floating before him and kept them in his undying world. Then he stood up and walked out of the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, he kept the cauldron in his body and disappeared. After that, Yixian fell into deep thought. He was considering his next step. He had already refined a level 27 sovereign treasure pill, but his true power was only at the level of a first-level universe master. Even if he swallowed a level 27 sovereign treasure pill and became a universe knight, he would still be able to do so. It was too far away. Under such circumstances, the 5 pieces of supreme blood essence needed to refine the level 28 supreme treasure pill wasn't necessary to hunt now. In fact, with his current strongest combat power, which was only at the level of a third-level universe supreme, and with the techniques that he currently possessed, it was basically unrealistic for him to kill a universe supreme. Thinking of this, Yixian suddenly thought of something. His eyes flashed as he muttered softly, "It seems that I can take advantage of this time to make a trip to the Mosquito Forbidden Area." He was talking about the ferocious Mosquito Forbidden Area that Shueben had gone to. It was a senior forbidden area with the Universe Supreme being guarding it. Previously, Yixian had already decided that once he had the battle prowess of a Universe Supreme, he would immediately set off for the ferocious Mosquito Forbidden Land. Now, in the state of the 9th change of the demonic ape, his cultivation level had reached the level of a second-level Universe Supreme, and his combat power was comparable to that of a third-level Supreme. Thus, the journey to the ferocious Mosquito Forbidden Land was laid out before him. This time, he wasn't going to the ferocious Mosquito Forbidden Land just to find out Shueben's whereabouts. More importantly, he wanted to see if he could find the ancestors of Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the original body of Mad Mosquito Emperor, as well as the descendants of the mysterious guest from the home planet that they followed. Down. This person's identity was too mysterious. The bloodlines left behind by his followers in the 3 main dimensions of the starry skies were beings at the level of Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the original body of Mad Mosquito Emperor. One could imagine how powerful he was. Now Yixian could basically confirm that the original bodies of Mad Mosquito Emperor and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher had already entered the Hongmeng Void. Among them, the original body of Mad Mosquito Emperor, like Yixian, had entered a nest star to steal the Hongmeng fate of this Hongmeng era. When he was reborn, he would transform into one of the chaos demon gods that was born with the Hongmeng fate. As for the original body of Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, his whereabouts were still unknown, but according to Yixian's guess, he was either like the original body of Mad Mosquito Emperor, stealing the Hongmeng fate of a certain nest star, or he was in the hands of a supreme star domain that was controlled by the remnants of the primordial era. After all, he was a demon, not a ferocious beast, and should not be in a supreme forbidden land where ferocious beasts ran rampant. In addition to the 2 of them, the father of Mad Mosquito Emperor and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, as well as the mysterious old man that they followed, was most likely in the ferocious Mosquito Forbidden Land. After all, Shueben had said before that he felt the calling of 2 bloodlines in this Hongmeng Void. One of them was confirmed to be the Source Hive Star, where the true body of the Mad Mosquito Emperor, Shueben's father, was sleeping. The other was even more intense and ancient. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the primordial ferocious beast that followed the mysterious old man. Mosquito. In other words, Xue Bin's grandfather. The reason why Xue Bin had decided to leave alone and enter the ferocious mosquito forbidden land was also for this reason. Since Xue Bin's grandfather was in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, then the mysterious old man should also be in the same situation. Although Yixian still did not know the origin of this mysterious old man, he only knew that he was a guest from the mother planet who had entered the three main starry sky planes of the current era. One of his descendants had left behind the demon bloodline there, and the other had followed him. The primordial ferocious mosquito had left behind the mad mosquito emperor's bloodline. Since then, this mysterious old man had left the three main starry sky planes of the current era with his descendants, as well as the primordial ferocious mosquito race. They had entered the Hongmeng Void and embarked on a journey to find the way back to the mother planet, but for some reason, Yixian always had a very strong intuition that this mysterious guest from the mother planet should be inextricably linked to him in some way. He even felt that many of the doubts in his heart would be answered one by one after meeting this mysterious guest from the mother planet. According to the information obtained previously, the ferocious mosquito forbidden land is a senior and supreme forbidden land, and the strongest person guarding it is only a universe supreme. As for the location, it is in the area behind the right half of the right bank of the Milky Way star field, and from here, it is at least a few trillion miles away. After making up his mind, Yixian immediately fell into deep thought. With my current speed, if I rush at full speed, I can reach it in a dozen days or so. Saying this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he rushed out of the star where he was cultivating in seclusion and entered the Hongmeng Void outside the star. Xiao. An extremely sharp sound broke through the air. At this time, Yixian was still in the 9th form of the 9-demon ape transformation bloodline technique, and his power was at the 2nd level of the Universe Supreme. Chapter 45-22. The reason why the ferocious mosquito forbidden land was named ferocious mosquito beasts was because more than 60% of the ferocious beasts that lived in the countless inhabited stars in this high-level forbidden land were ferocious mosquito beasts. As to why this happened, no one knew. No one could even be sure whether the strongest person in this mosquito forbidden area was a powerful mosquito beast or not. Even the outside world had no idea whether there was one or two universe supreme beings guarding this senior supreme forbidden land. However, one thing was for sure. Not only was there a universe supreme being guarding this advanced forbidden land, but this supreme being was definitely not an ordinary supreme being. This was because thousands of years ago, two powerful ferocious beasts at the level of universe supreme had come together and entered the ferocious mosquito forbidden land. No one knew what their purpose was. However, the cultivation level of these two supreme level ferocious beasts was publicly known to the outside world. They were both at the 6th level of the Universe Supreme level. Level 6 was the pinnacle of the intermediate stage. One more step and he would be able to enter the final stage of the Universe Supreme. At that time, when these two powerful peak middle stage supreme beings entered the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, countless ferocious beasts from other forbidden lands had witnessed it with their own eyes. Not long after, the sound of an earth-shattering battle could be heard from this mysterious forbidden area. And it lasted for a full month. No one knew what was going on inside, and no one knew whether the two peak mid-stage supreme beings were fighting against a single existence of the same level or more. But after that, the two supreme being ferocious beasts at the peak of the middle stage never appeared again, and the news that came from the ferocious mosquito forbidden grounds was that they had died in the battle. As soon as the news spread, all the forbidden lands and star areas on the right bank of the Milky Way were shocked. That was a supreme being of the universe. Beings of this level all had powerful life-saving means. Even a first-stage supreme being would be hard to kill. What's more, two peak mid-stage supreme beings of the 6th step were killed in a single battle at the same time. If this news was true, then the strength of the mysterious existence in this forbidden mosquito ground was simply shocking. However, no one was able to confirm the authenticity of the news. After all, even if these two universe supremes at the pinnacle of the middle stage didn't die, they wouldn't end up well. They would either be imprisoned in fierce mosquito forbidden land, or he was forced to use some kind of life-saving trump card, paid a huge price, and fled in a sorry state. If even they were like this, who would dare to easily enter the ferocious mosquito forbidden land and take the risk to seek this matter? It had been thousands of years since that incident. Since then, the already mysterious mosquito forbidden land had become even more mysterious. Basically, outsiders would not easily step into the starry sky territory of the mosquito forbidden land. Even when they were close to the edge of this high-level forbidden area, they still had to be cautious. However, in fact, although the ferocious mosquito beasts were the most numerous in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, other ferocious beasts of various races were not rare in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land. Furthermore, in this mysterious high-level forbidden area, there were even tribes and planets that belonged to the survivors of the primordial era. All in all, the ferocious mosquito forbidden land was a place where there were a lot of different races in the starry sky. However, the beings that lived in this high-level forbidden area, whether it was the ferocious mosquito beasts of other races or the survivors of the primordial era, basically, they rarely went out, even if they wandered to the edge of the starry sky outside the ferocious mosquito forbidden land. Very few of them. Yi Xian had already understood all of this beforehand. Hence, although he wasn't a ferocious mosquito beast, as long as he was discreet when he entered, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. As long as he entered the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, everything would be fine. This was a rare and mysterious forbidden land, where there were a lot of different races in the starry sky. It was obviously named after the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, but there were even survivors of the primordial era inside. Yi Xian entered in the form of a ferocious ape, so he wouldn't attract too much attention. That's right. He didn't plan to enter the ferocious mosquito forbidden land in his human form. Although there were actually star tribes of the primordial era in this high-level forbidden land, and there were probably quite a lot of them. After all, it was a high-level forbidden land, and the territory was too vast. Just the various life stars alone, there were probably dozens or hundreds of them. 10,000, however, it was still somewhat inconvenient for humans to walk around in their human form. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not possess the bloodline of the vicious mosquito race. Even if he changed his appearance, it was only an appearance. He did not possess the bloodline aura of the vicious mosquito race. Otherwise, he would have turned into a primordial mosquito like Shui Ben and entered the place. However, although Yi Xian did not have the bloodline of the ferocious mosquito, there were tens of millions of ferocious mosquito beasts in his Blood Mosquito War Scroll. Moreover, after the last great leap in the life level of the War Scroll, there were tens of millions of ferocious mosquito beasts in the Blood Mosquito War Scroll. The mosquito beasts were no longer weak in terms of cultivation and strength. There were even many official-level undyings, and hundreds of emperor-level undyings. Although this bit of strength was not significant in battle, it was more than enough to use these tens of millions of ferocious mosquito beasts as scouts to gather information or to carry out some arrangements when entering the vicious mosquito forbidden land. It could be said that the existence of the Blood Mosquito War Scroll, and the tens of millions of ferocious mosquito beasts in the War Scroll gave Yi Xian more confidence in entering the vicious mosquito forbidden land this time. Shoo! A faint sound of breaking through the air was heard, and an extremely fast beam of light shot over from the distant end of the void. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived and stopped abruptly at the back of an abandoned star. A space-raging ape appeared. It was only about 3 meters tall, but the aura of cultivation that emanated from its body was extremely powerful. It was a second-level universe supreme. This raging ape was Yi Xian. In front of them was the border of the vicious mosquito forbidden land in another few billion miles. Due to the outstanding reputation of this supreme forbidden land and its mysteriousness, very few outsiders came near it. The ferocious mosquitoes, other ferocious beasts, and the survivors of the primordial era that lived in this supreme forbidden land rarely came out. Therefore, this supreme forbidden land was very long. The border of the starry sky territory had always been deserted. In this sort of situation, even if Yi Xian had shrunk his body to only about 3 meters tall, if he were to approach and rush in like this, he would most likely be exposed and be targeted by some powerful existence within the forbidden area. Chapter 45-23. Whoosh! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Yi Xian, who had used the Blood Sea secret technique to transform into a tiny drop of blood, directly rushed into the fierce mosquito forbidden land. Because it was only a tiny drop of blood and Yi Xian had used the perfect vibration secret technique of mental power, Although there were still some fierce mosquito beasts wandering inside the fierce mosquito forbidden land, none of them discovered Yixian's arrival. It had arrived. This tiny drop of blood, which had used the perfect vibration secret technique of mental power to conceal all of its aura, did not stop for a moment after entering the fierce mosquito forbidden land. It kept moving forward at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed the border area and entered the fierce mosquito forbidden land. In the hinterland of the forbidden land. Along the way, Yixian saw many indigenous fierce beasts in the fierce mosquito forbidden land. In addition to the fierce mosquito beasts, there were also some fierce beasts of the starry sky of other races, including the fierce apes of the starry sky, which made him quite speechless. But his heart was more at ease. He even saw a few battleships of the ancient survivors in the void, which showed that the situation here was the same as the rumors outside, and that the fierce mosquito beasts were the main force. But there were also many fierce beasts of the starry sky of other races and the ancient survivors. In this way, whether Yixian appeared in the form of the fierce ape of the starry sky or as a human, there would be no problem, and he would not attract too much attention and suspicion. Soon, a star area with many planets of life appeared in front of him. Looking around, there were at least hundreds of planets of life in the distance. Going in and out of these planets of life were not fierce mosquito beasts, but other kinds of fierce mosquito beasts. Fierce beasts of the starry sky of different races. Among them were the fierce apes of the starry sky. With a thought, Yixian's tiny drop of blood, which was moving at an extremely fast speed in the void, slowed down in an instant. He chose to appear in this area in the form of the fierce ape of the starry sky, but in the beginning, his cultivation and strength should not be too high to avoid attracting too much attention. Finally, after figuring out the general situation in this area, Yixian would choose a target to kill, transform into his appearance, and replace his identity. In this way, in the future, he would be able to move freely in this mosquito-forbidden area. Even if someone started an investigation, he wouldn't have to worry about his identity being exposed. Yixian had never been so cautious before. But this time it was different. This ferocious mosquito-forbidden land was too mysterious, and the most powerful being who was hibernating within it could even kill a universe supreme being. Even Yixian had to be cautious. At the very least, even if he activated the bloodline ability of the 9 demonic ape transformation in his body and pushed it to the 9th form, his power would only be at the level of a 2nd-level universe supreme. Even if he used the power of the Blood Sea secret technique to form 3 Blood Sea bodies, it was still impossible for him to completely kill a universe supreme. Not to mention that there had been 2 powerful universe supreme beings who had entered this place, but there had been no news of them ever since. That was definitely something that the current Yixian could not achieve. Yixian observed for a while. Of the various races of space beasts entering and exiting the atmosphere of the hundreds of life stars in this area, basically all of them were at least at the undying level. And the ones with the highest power were at the level of emperors. Every time an emperor walked out of a life star and rushed into a distant void space, the surrounding space beasts that sensed his aura would all stop and respectfully wait in the void space until he left, of course. This didn't mean that the emperors were the most powerful beings within these hundreds of life stars. At the very least, within a short period of time, Yixian saw a few emperors enter these life stars, which meant that within these hundreds of life stars, even though emperors were considered the upper echelons, there were still quite a number of them, and they definitely weren't the most powerful beings. If there were no accidents, there should be at least a universe knight guarding these hundreds of life stars. Although it wasn't certain that every life star had a universe knight, there should be at least a few of them. And, if there were no accidents within these hundreds of life stars, there should be at least a few universe masters. From the looks of it, if Yixian were to appear with the strength of an immortal emperor, he would definitely attract the attention of all the fierce beasts nearby. At that time, once they saw that he was unfamiliar with them, they would immediately become suspicious. However, the number of emperors was much higher. Within a short period of time, Yixian saw at least a few dozen of them. When an emperor walked out of a life star, even though there would be space beasts nearby watching, the ones far away wouldn't. This was enough to prove that the emperors here were only small leaders and didn't have much influence. This meant that any emperor wouldn't be recognized outside his own territory. That was completely understandable, as he wouldn't attract the suspicion of any of the beasts. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian instantly made a decision. He would show an undying starry sky berserk ape in this area, then investigate and roughly understand the situation in the entire area. Then he would decide on the next step in the follow-up plan. Screech! After making the decision, Yixian didn't have time to do anything. He didn't even have time to release the blood sea technique and transform into a drop of blood. He didn't even have time to remove the perfect vibration of his spiritual energy. In the distance, in the direction of the extreme end of the forbidden mosquito land, there was an earth-shattering, ferocious howl. The oppressive aura emitted by this violent howl was too shocking. Even Yixian, who was currently maintaining his cultivation as a universe master, felt his mind tremble as soon as he heard it. Without exception, the hundreds of planets with life in the distance all trembled slightly in the violent howl. Although the situation inside the stars could not be seen, all the ferocious beasts in the universe void outside the atmosphere of the stars, after hearing this roar at the same time, instantly crouched down in the void, trembling slightly. Even the emperors in sight were doing the same. Yixian was stunned for a short while. His heart was beating wildly, and his expression changed drastically. He almost cried out in alarm. A primordial great being. He was all too familiar with the force emitted by the howl. It was a primordial great being. After all, at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the Shinnon cauldron within Yixian's body, there were still quite a few corpses of the supreme beings of the primordial era and the supreme beings of the primordial era within the giant sealed caves. How could he not recognize such an aura? Chapter 45-24. In the depths of the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, an earth-shattering roar was heard, and the one who made the roar was a powerful being from the primordial era. All of this caught even Yixian off guard. He was stunned on the spot, and it took him a long time to recover from the extreme shock in his heart. A powerful being from the primordial era guarded a top-tier forbidden land. And the ferocious mosquito forbidden land was a top-tier forbidden land, at least that was how the outside world saw it. Within a senior forbidden area, the strongest being guarding it should only be a universe supreme. But why was there a powerful being from the primordial era here? And judging from the anger in the roar, there might be more than one powerful being from the primordial era in the area where the roar came from. After all, how could a mere universe supreme be able to infuriate a primordial god to such an extent? Most likely it had to be a being of the same level. In other words, there were at least two powerful beings from the primordial era in this ferocious mosquito forbidden land. How was this a top-tier forbidden land? This was clearly a top-notch forbidden area. Even among the top-tier forbidden lands, this ferocious mosquito forbidden land was definitely one of the best. After all, some of the top-tier forbidden lands only had one powerful being from the primordial era guarding it. But here there were at least two of them. At this moment, Yixian finally understood why the two universe supremes who entered the ferocious mosquito forbidden land together had died here. It was indeed difficult to kill a universe supreme. For example, Yixian had used 3 third-level Universe Supreme Blood Sea bodies to besiege a first-level Universe Supreme enemy. But in the end, the enemy still used a secret technique to escape. But if the one who attacked was a powerful being from the primordial era, it was a different story. The 2 Universe Supremes had died here because a powerful being from the primordial era guarding the ferocious mosquito forbidden land had attacked. In other words, even at that time, this ferocious mosquito forbidden land was already a top-tier forbidden land guarded by a powerful being from the primordial era. This meant that at least one of the 2 powerful beings guarding this ferocious mosquito forbidden land was a veteran powerful being from the primordial era, and his cultivation level was definitely not at the early stage of the primordial era. The reason for this situation was that the ferocious mosquito forbidden land was a top-tier forbidden land, but the ferocious mosquito forbidden land was a top-tier forbidden land guarded only by a universe supreme. The reason was simple. Ferocious beasts from the outside couldn't get out once they entered. They were either killed or imprisoned. The ferocious mosquito beasts from the primordial era resided in this top-tier forbidden land of the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, as well as other races from the primordial era, and the survivors basically wouldn't get out. Even if some of the stronger existences went out occasionally, they would not come into contact with other existences outside of the forbidden area. So the news was cut off and no one knew that this was actually a top-rate forbidden area, so it was completely understandable. What the F***ck was this? Originally, Yixian thought this was a top-tier forbidden land. Even though he wanted to come in and check it out, he waited until he had the power of a universe supreme under the 9th change of the demonic ape transformation bloodline technique. Take action. This was because the most powerful beings in the advanced Forbidden Lands were all universe supreme beings. With the same level of power, Yi Xian had the confidence to deal with any unforeseen events calmly. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. But now the situation seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. There were powerful beings from the primordial era here, and there was more than one of them. One of them was at least at the middle stage of the primordial era. Even under the 9th change of the demonic ape transformation bloodline technique, Yi Xian's power was only at the 2nd level of the universe supreme. Compared to the powerful beings from the primordial era who were at the middle stage of the primordial era, he was more than one level weaker. If he was targeted by the primordial era, it was still unknown whether he could successfully activate the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body and escape. After all, it wasn't the first time such a situation had happened before. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian fell into deep thought. Now that the situation had changed, and he had only just entered this mosquito forbidden land, he hadn't started his operation yet. It could even be said that he didn't even have a plan for what to do next. Since he didn't go in deeper, it wouldn't be a problem for him to leave quietly again. So he was now faced with two choices. One was to continue moving forward according to his previous plan and appear in the form of a space-violent ape with the power of an emperor-level undying. He would figure out the general situation of this area and then decide what to do next. What should he do next? Otherwise, he would simply leave as he came and take advantage of the fact that he had yet to show himself and quickly leave this forbidden area for ferocious mosquitoes. When he had the 9th change of the demonic ape transformation bloodline technique in the future, and had the power of a primordial era supreme being, he would enter to explore. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind as he considered these two options. For a moment Yi Xian was in a dilemma. Whatever, since I'm already here, I'll just take it as it comes. So what if this is a top-tier forbidden land? As long as I don't provoke the two primordial era supreme beings and keep a low profile, there shouldn't be any problems. After some hesitation, Yi Xian finally made a decision. He decided to grit his teeth and take the risk to stay and act according to his previous plan. On the path of cultivation, if I consider everything thoroughly and hesitate in the face of a little danger, how can I have the heart of a great being? When he spoke up to hear, he didn't hesitate any longer and immediately withdrew the blood sea secret technique with a single thought. The originally weak drop of blood instantly vanished and transformed into a 30 m tall starry sky ferocious ape. However, the perfect vibration of the spiritual power secret technique was still activated, perfectly concealing the aura around him. After doing all this, Yi Xian's attention shifted to the outside world. He found that in the surrounding void space, the various space beasts that were lying on the ground and shivering had all returned to normal one after another. Because after the roar of the desolation era almighty being sounded, there was no follow-up movement. The powerful pressure in the void gradually dissipated, and only then did the ferocious stars beasts break free from their trembling state. After a round of investigation and confirming that all the surrounding space beasts had returned to normal, and that there were no longer any abnormalities, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He still maintained the perfect state of the mental energy secret technique and quickly rushed to the back of a life star. Chapter 45-25. Shoo! A weak breaking sound resounded as a 30-meter-tall space berserk ape rushed out from the back of a life star, appearing in the environment of this region. The aura emitted from his body was impressively that of a rank 3 emperor. This berserk ape was Yi Xian. As soon as he appeared from the back of a planet with life, some of the ferocious beasts of different races in the vicinity sensed his aura. Very quickly these space beasts looked at Yi Xian. Those with cultivation levels lower than the undying emperors had even stopped moving. Among the ferocious beasts of various races within a radius of several 100 million miles, there were 2 emperor-level insectoids and 2 emperor-level ferocious apes. They didn't stop when they saw Shi Yan appear. They continued to move in the same direction. However, they all turned to look at Yi Xian and nodded slightly, as a form of greeting. Yi Xian was slightly nervous. He naturally wasn't afraid of these ants, but he was worried that he would be seen through and attract the attention of the ancient beings in this mosquito-forbidden zone. Carrying this nervousness, He mimicked the 4 emperors and slowly walked towards a life star. He didn't stop and only nodded at them as a form of greeting. Very quickly, the 4 emperors were far away, and the surrounding space beasts within a few hundred million li of space returned to normal, no longer paying attention to him. The first time he made his debut, Yi Xian easily withstood it. This caused his confidence to instantly soar, and he was filled with confidence. However, this was only the first step. It was merely a transitional step. It was impossible for Yi Xian to merely use the strength of an immortal emperor to walk through this forbidden area of mosquitoes. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to find the whereabouts of Shueben, or find out anything related to the mysterious visitor from the mother planet. These weren't things an emperor-level undying could come into contact with. If he wanted to come into contact with these things, Yi Xian had to at least have a reasonable identity as a universe knight, preferably a universe master. Moreover, it would be best if the owner of this identity was a starry sky violent ape like him. That way, there would be no need for him to change the aura of his bloodline. That way, even if the 2 primordial era almighty figures in this ferocious mosquito forbidden land noticed him and began to investigate him. However, he couldn't expose himself. This was because he had the demon ape bloodline in him, which was the same bloodline as the space berserk ape. Although there were hundreds of planets with life in this area, they were not crowded in one place. Instead, they were scattered. Basically, there were only 3 or 4 planets with life in the void of the universe within a radius of several hundred million miles. The space beasts entering and exiting these life stars were of various races. This was something Yi Xian had noticed before. Among the various space beasts in the entire area, there were starry sky berserk apes. Yi Xian had long since noticed that the starry sky berserk apes that appeared in the void were basically entering and exiting the atmosphere of a few of the life stars. If he wasn't mistaken, the most powerful beings guarding these life stars should be space berserk apes. After all, although this mosquito forbidden zone was like a hodgepodge with all kinds of space beasts and even ancient survivors, they were basically all living in groups. At this moment, the target star Yi Xian was heading toward was one of these life stars where a large number of space berserk apes were entering and exiting. He was looking for a powerful space berserk ape, which had to be at least a universe knight, preferably a universe master. Then he would find a way to get close to it, kill it quickly, and replace it. After doing all this, Yi Xian would have an official and reasonable identity in this mosquito forbidden zone. This way, when he carried out other operations later on, he could avoid all kinds of troubles as much as possible. Shio! A faint air-breaking sound was heard, and Yi Xian transformed into a beam of light. After arriving at the target star, he didn't hesitate at all. He passed through the atmosphere and entered the star. Everything in front of him suddenly became clear. The spirit energy of this star wasn't considered dense. There were green mountains and rivers, and it was full of life. Although there were some space beasts of other races in this star, at a glance more than 80% of them were space berserk apes. Of course, even space berserk apes had different sizes and appearances. For example, the human race, although they all had 1 nose and 2 eyes, their appearances were still different. After entering, Yi Xian was even more inconspicuous. An emperor-level undying was probably just a small leader in this top-level forbidden zone. Yi Xian looked around. Even within this star there were many emperors. This scene was definitely not something the beginner and intermediate forbidden zones Yi Xian had encountered before could compare to. Even the so-called senior forbidden lands guarded by universe supreme beings were far inferior to this. However, the star field within this star was a bit strange. Yi Xian tried, but his emperor-level spirit energy couldn't envelop the entire star. This was most likely due to the fact that the soil contained too many magnetic minerals. If that was the case, it would be a little troublesome for him to investigate the details of this entire star. He had to go to more places and investigate separately. However, Yi Xian didn't choose to do so. After pondering for a while, he secretly activated the bloodline ability of 9 Devil Ape, and performed it to the 9th form. Of course, at the same time, he also activated the Bloodsea technique and the perfect vibration spiritual power. Hence, although the bloodline ability of 9 Devil Ape was performed to the 9th form, Yi Xian's body didn't change. He was still only 30 meters tall. Although the cultivation level within his body had instantly reached the 2nd level of the Universe Supreme Realm, due to the perfect spiritual energy concealment technique, the current Yi Xian's cultivation level aura was still the same as before. He was the Emperor Realm, level 3 Undying. However, in fact, he already had the terrifying spirit energy of a level 2 Universe Supreme level. Without any hesitation, Yixian activated his spirit energy to the maximum. Under the premise of concealing his aura as much as possible, he completely enveloped the interior of this life star. Almost instantly, the entire situation of this life star was recorded in Yixian's mind. His spirit was instantly shaken because he had discovered the strongest expert guarding this life star through his divine sense. It was indeed a space-raging ape. Under normal circumstances it wasn't very big, only about 1,000 feet tall. However, its power was extraordinary. It was a 6th-level Universe Master, and it was only one step away from reaching the advanced stage of this level.